Hi, if you're watching this message right now, it means that you're about to watch between episodes 1 and 23 of my show, Conversations with Atul. Please note that when you'll be watching these first 23 episodes, you will just see a picture of me and a picture of the guest on your screen. That is because the first 23 episodes we never recorded live video. These were audio only episodes meant for Spotify. So what happened was, when I shifted my show to YouTube and started recording video, I felt that my audience should also listen to these first fantastic 23 episodes with some amazing people, great anecdotes, inspiring lives. Like Mukhtar Bhai, who runs a carom club in Thane for the last 35 years. The amazing voiceover artist Nikhil Kapoor, the orchestra man Sudhir Sinha, or the whistler Nagesh Surve. I wanted you to be a part of this experience. One little thing that you will see this message that I've recorded right now before each of the 23 episodes of Conversations with Atul. So, enjoy the conversations and welcome to Conversations with Atul.
Conversations with Atul.
In the first of this 4-part episode with prolific travel writer Ketan Joshi, we converse about his early years and the history of the Mumbai suburb of Chembur, the history of the forts in Mumbai, how the British mapped the whole of India, and why the military centre of Devlali is indeed called Devlali. So please welcome Ketan Joshi, a writer who is close to publishing almost 24 travel books, a writer who is pissed with other bitchy travel writers, and a writer whose first travel story in school included a fictional trip to Jallianwala Bagh, which almost reduced the teacher to tears. Hi, I'm Atul Taishete, and welcome to my podcast, Conversations with Atul. But before we begin, please do check out my not-to-miss film recommendation that I make at the end of every episode. Also, here's a small message on a book I have written, which is easily available on Amazon worldwide and which can help you to write screenplays, novels, and much more. Have you ever watched a film or a series or read a novel and felt, I can write better than this? Except you didn't really know how to. But now you can try your hand at writing screenplays, web series, or novels with a little help from my book called Anybody Can Write a Film. Devoid of film jargon and loaded with examples from popular films, my book simplifies the process to write films, series, or even a novel. Available on Amazon worldwide under the title Anybody Can Write a Film, Demystifying the Screenwriting Process by Atul Taishete. Visit Amazon.in to buy the book in India and Amazon in your respective countries to buy the Kindle version. Anybody can write a film. Now with my book, anybody actually can. Hello everybody, and today I have a very special guest. I have somebody that I've known since business school, and he started off his career like all of us. He went into marketing and he did other general stuff before he actually discovered that he likes to travel and he likes to write a lot. I mean, you can't imagine when I say write a lot. I mean really a lot, because he's almost on his 20th book right now. He's finished 17, he's published 17. By the end of this month, he's going to publish another 3. So that's a lot. And I feel like, I'm not sure. By the end of, I think whenever he passes on, I think he's going to probably cross Agatha Christie's record or somebody's, definitely, probably 100 plus books. Before Virat hits 100, I assume he'll hit his. So that's how it's going to be. And his name is Ketan Joshi. So hi Ketan, so happy to have you on the show.
Hi Atul, great to be here.
Yeah, so Ketan, we can just start off, see, like what all my episodes start off is with how I feel that the kind of atmosphere that's prevalent right now is mostly about kaun kidhar se aaya, kab aaya, and all that nonsense that is there. But I feel that all of us are basically migrants, and all of us come from a certain space. So what is it and how is it that your family, you stay in Chembur now, and I think you've stayed in Chembur most of your life or all your life.
That's right, yeah.
So how is it that your father ended up in Chembur? So what happened, like say 2-3 generations back, if you have an idea of what your grandfather and your family was doing, that they landed up here, or were they already always in Chembur? I mean, what is the story?
No, not really. We are the first generation in Chembur.
Okay.
My family is from Konkan. We are Konkanastha Brahman. And
which part of Konkan?
Powers.
Powers. Okay.
So my grandfather was the first breakaway. So he left Powers after I don't know, maybe probably some property issues or something like that. So he left Powers and he traveled to Bombay. He didn't have money for a ticket, so he traveled with the Indian driver who was a relative.
Oh, really? But
So-
there was no train there.
Uh, I don't know. However, he came. He came. He had no money definitely. So he left the family in a huff and he came to Bombay.
Okay.
And
Your
among
great grandfather or your grandfather?
grandfather,
Your grandfather. Your father's.
my father's father.
Okay.
And at that time, among Maharashtrian, there was a system called Madhukari.
Okay.
So all of these guys, they were fairly, they were making the journey from being poor to being, middle class, lower middle class. So a lot of them used to stay in chawl and stuff like that.
Right. Right.
So Madhukari basically means that if a child has come to the city to study, then he will get a place to stay in that house. So however small the house may be, it's a safe place for him to stay. So
With
there's
some relative.
with some relative,
Okay.
and he will get 2 meals a day, and that's it. Everything else he has to manage on his own. So if he wants to study, he has to go to a government school. If he wants to do further studies, he has to get a scholarship, or he should get a job and finance his own studies, because nobody had any money. They're all willing to help with
So
whatever
this
they have.
Madhukari is free. I mean, in the sense that
It's a family network.
so you don't have to do work in the house or something for that.
Possibly you help out and all, but it's not like an obligation. Ki, jhadu maar, ye maar. So
But
that
there's a specific term for this, Madhukari.
Madhukari, then for students. So basically, students, poor students, they get a place to stay and they get a support network, they get food to eat, and they should concentrate on their studies. And the idea being, when you grow up, you graduate, you get a job, you pass it on and help somebody else. So
This is amongst Kokanastha Brahmins or it's.
I heard this term ever since I was growing up, so I
I've
don't
never
know.
heard. I'm also from Konkan. I've never heard this. So.
So among Brahmins, education was the thing, right? You have to be educated.
Right.
So so therefore all support was there for education. As long as you are here to study,
As a
you can
caste,
study.
they were always, I mean, progressive. They were always ahead in terms of education. So
They
I
were
guess-
ahead, and the root of Brahmanism is learning, right?
Barabar.
So you will never find a rich Brahmin, at least not among people in Konkan. So all this talk about Brahmins ruling society is all bullshit, because poor guy had no money. He used to go to
In
temple.
Konkan, I mean, that
In
is.
anywhere, you will rarely find a rich Brahmin. The landowners will be the guys who have money. The business guys will be the guys who have money. The guys in power will be the guys who have money. For a short period of time when Kokanastha Brahmins were ruling the Maratha Empire, probably they had lots of money. But after that, nothing. So basically, Konkan at that time was a fairly impoverished place. There was no way to get there. There were no roads. There was no railway. The only way you could get is by boat. And the flip side of that is that even if you produce something, how will you sell it? So the market is very restricted. So there was no money in the area. Konkan was always an impoverished area until
Konkan Railway.
Konkan Railway. And even before that, when the roads and all started to be built and all. Uske pehle there was no road. It's very difficult. Even if you go today, if you take your car or bike, you go, you'll have a thrilling ride. Why is it thrilling? Because you're going over mountains and dense forests and stuff like that. Which also means that it's in the olden days it was not possible to commute or to trade or to make money in those ways. So these guys were into learning. So earlier they used to learn, I don't know, religion and Vedas and Shlok and all that stuff like that. And now you learn engineering and mathematics and economics, whatever. So this guy came to Bombay. He finished his school and then he was among the first guys to do engineering.
Okay.
So at that time there was no degree of engineering. There was a diploma of engineering. So
From where did he? From where? Any idea?
No, I really don't. But I think it was from Pune.
Okay.
And he got the medal, the silver medal for excellence in studies at that time. I still had that medal. I don't know where it's gone now. For many years I had it. And then he joined the government. At that time that was the premium thing to do, right? The private sector was for the birds and all. The government was where the money and power was. Not money so much, but power. I think Shah and Shaukat, power is not in that sense, but so
Barabar.
so from being like that, who came from with nothing except the shirt on his back to Bombay, he became like a PWD officer, not a big officer, not an IAS kind of officer, but a PWD officer, and he worked in what was called later the central provinces, which
Okay.
was Nagpur and Raipur, and that
Right.
that whole area. Nagpur was There was no Maharashtra, right? There was Bombay
Right.
Presidency
Barabar.
and there was central provinces. So he was in PWD in central provinces, of which Nagpur was the capital. And then he built a house in Nagpur, and my father was born and brought up in Nagpur. And then he did his schooling in Nagpur, and then he did his MBA. At that time, it was not called MBA, it was MA in social work.
Your father.
From TISS,
Okay.
Tata Institute of Social Sciences. And so then he joined the corporate world. So he joined in HR function corporate world, and he jumped various jobs, and then finally in 1981 he joined Hindustan Petroleum. So actually he was working in one American pharma company called Full Fords, and where he would probably have
No,
become,
let's first stick to your grandfather.
Ah.
Okay, so if you were when he was in PWD and whatever, what was his other life like? He got married, and what do you know about your grandmother, and how was it? Do you have any idea?
my grandmother passed away before I was born, so I never really interacted with her.
Okay,
But she was also a conservative Brahmin lady, and
but Brahmin women were studying even then, so that's why.
I have no idea how much she was educated, but she was definitely not a graduate, because graduation was a pretty big deal.
Big deal, yeah,
Till I think the 80s, graduation was fairly uncommon.
Right.
Well, maybe not the 80s, maybe the 60s, let's put it that
Yeah.
way. But she was a social worker and a fairly, important person. That's why she organized one bhajani mandal and stuff like that. But all of this stuff I know only second hand. I never met her. She passed away before I was born. And then she had
But your grandfather lived. Sorry, please.
she had 3 children. So and they
Okay.
were born and brought up in that house that my grandfather built before he got married. That was another very very interesting thing which I felt. He bought a plot of land in what I must have been some faraway part of Nagpur at that time. And then since he was himself a civil engineer, he supervised the building of the house, and that house stood till maybe a decade ago when it was broken down to build a building. But till that time it was like intact. There was no leakages, no nothing. Everything has been built by him under his personal supervision.
So now, but that house still belongs to you? I mean, that building, or you guys sold it?
So
off?
there's after my grandfather died, it was split among 3 brothers, and then we sold off our part to somebody else. My one uncle sold it off to somebody else, and then those 3 guys in turn sold off to a builder,
Okay.
and those guys got a flat apiece and probably some cash. I don't know, but so that house, interestingly, is just 2 houses away from the ex-chief minister and current deputy chief minister, Fadnavis. Devendra Fadnavis was born 2 blocks away from my grandfather's house. And in fact, my grandmother went to his naming ceremony apparently.
Amazing.
I went recently to Nagpur and saw that building, and बाजू में ऐसा big bungalow under construction. बोला oh अच्छा
Which was Fadnavis ka bungalow.
under reconstruction मतलब
And Fadnavis comes from a political family. His father was also an MP of that area, na? वैसे तो है.
So at that time MPs are fairly simple people.
Yeah.
So
But
now
he comes from a political family. It's
I really have no idea.
Okay,
about
okay.
him. So my father
so
left.
it was okay for him to have a big bungalow because his father
No,
was.
so everybody had a big bungalow. So at that time, a big bungalow means baitha ghar. अपन मराठी में बोलते हैं ना. So not all that baitha. It'll have 1 floor, 2 floors, whatever.
Baiti char, what?
Char nahi, not char. It's the whole bungalow is yours.
Okay.
So you buy a plot of land. At that time, it must have been out of the city proper, so it must have been fairly
Right.
cheap. And then जैसा पैसा आएगा, you keep building. So वैसा that thing. So that area is called Trikoni Park. And
Where
it's
your bungalow was.
So it's surrounded by all of these guys who bought plots and built their own houses and stuff like that. At that time it was not such a big deal having a bungalow. Because there's no flat, so either you stay in a vada somewhere or you build your own house.
No, we stayed in a 250 square feet house. तो मेरे को लगता है मतलब bungalow is a big deal. So I can't really say that a bungalow is not a big deal anywhere. So
Possibly in a smaller town it was less of a big deal.
yeah, maybe. So what does your father tell you about Nagpur? Does he talk about Nagpur or?
So my father also passed away, but he liked Nagpur. He was obviously born and brought up there. But the thing with all small towns is that all people grow up and they leave the place. So it sort of becomes
It becomes too small for you.
and it becomes a sort of ghost town as far as you are concerned. Only your memories are there, all your friends have. And then after retirement, a lot of them move back. But but it's still a retiree's town. So as far as he was concerned, he lived in the Nagpur of the past and not the Nagpur of the present. And at which time it was apparently a very nice place. So before population pressures and stuff like that, so Nagpur was part of a state capital in the sense a kingdom.
Right.
The king of the Bhosle king used to stay in Nagpur. The last Maratha battle, the Anglo-Maratha wars, the last battle was fought in Nagpur.
Okay.
So even now there is a fort, Nagpur Fort, which the British conquered and the British army occupied it and made it into a garrison. After the British went out, it was inherited by the Indian army. It is still a garrison.
Oh, really?
You are still not allowed to go inside.
Oh.
So it's open only twice a year. Once on Republic Day and once on some other day, Dasara or something
I've
like
not
that.
heard of a Nagpur fort. This is the first time I'm.
Yeah, there's a
It's a
intact
huge
fort.
fort.
It's I have never seen it. I never been inside because I have never been in Nagpur on those 2 days. But it was the last significant battle of the Marathas. So there are 3 Anglo-Maratha wars. So the first one the Marathas won, and the next 2 they lost. It's a long and complicated history. Let's not get into it. The point
No,
is
we
that
can
they
get
lost.
into it. That's not a problem. Yeah.
So that the king was Bhosle Raja,
Okay.
and he was not a Raja. He was a feudal lord. Let's say
Right.
who reported to the Peshwas, or who was feudal to the Peshwa, and he lost. So Nagpur, and because of that, it was already a well-developed area, and the British developed it as a garrison town. So there is a lot of Indian army presence in Nagpur, and it is the only big town in that Chota Nagpur plateau. Not Chota Nagpur somewhere else, but in that central provinces plateau. So the next big town would be Raipur,
Right.
which is about 6 hours away.
Yeah. In MP. Now
Yeah.
it's in MP.
Now it's in MP. And then here you have Chandrapur, which is still a small undeveloped town. And here you have to go all the way till, I think, Aurangabad would be the nearest big town. So because it was a big catchment area for central India, so Nagpur, as you might know, is the centralmost place in India.
India. That's right.
So there's a little pillar there called Center Point, which is the center of India.
Really?
Yeah. The Geographical Society, they had mapped it out and they put one pillar there. It's still there. That pillar still exists. It's called Center Point.
How does one calculate a center point? I mean, what?
It's a very interesting story. In fact, I can recommend a book called The Great Arc,
Okay.
which is about how whole of India was mapped. It's a very fascinating story because when the British conquered India, they basically said कि ये राजा को टेक ओवर कर लिया मतलब उसका सब प्रॉपर्टी अपना है और ऐसा 50 राजा था 50 क्या 500 राजा था so they kept taking over these guys and then after everything was done they said कि now let us measure because how much we have because everything depends on that. No? If you
Right.
want to do taxation, it depends on that. Tomorrow you want to build a road, you need to know that.
बराबर.
Jungle किधर है road
Town planning,
हाँ.
basically.
So country planning, the British,
country planning.
you got to take their hat off them. They were so systematic and they were so painstaking. The way they calculated the whole area of India is a huge story. It's absolutely fascinating. They used to have specialized gangs of people who were called pandits, whose whole job was they used to find some tall steeple somewhere and then they'll find some other place, then they'll pace it out exactly and then they'll take an arc कि अच्छा इतना अर्थ का जो कर्वेचर है उसका आर्क इतना है therefore इतना एरिया इतना है.
Wow.
So they used to climb up on tall temples. They will if there's nothing tall they would build a structure, one wooden pyramid kind of thing, and from which is the exact same height as the corresponding structure. And
Right.
then they used to have chains. Okay.
Oh my
metal
God.
chains,
Yeah.
which were kept inside wooden boxes because वो heat से की वजह से वो expand और contract नहीं होना
बराबर.
चाहिए. And then with those chains they used to draw a straight line and find out कितना distance है.
Oh.
And sometimes people used to get angry with them कि they're building structure so you can look inside our vada and ogle or women तो उसको मार के भगा देते थे.
So it used to be like an arc and like a diameter radius thing that they used to do.
So it was something extremely complex they did. I
Of course,
have no ability to explain it properly, but it's amazing. And then they did it over mountains and forests and rivers and it's the whole thing is crazy. Even today, if you go to whoever is that body, Geographical Society of India or Geographical Survey of India, they have mapped every inch of India, and this is before satellite mapping and stuff like that. It's done
Right.
by hand.
And now with satellite mapping, it is matching.
then they obviously थोड़ा इधर उधर करते रहते हैं. So basically think about it ना कि
5% error is okay ना if you're matched with.
in fact it might be more accurate also. You never know because वो हाथ से किया है. Because at the end of the day, today every inch of land has a value.
Right.
And if you say कि I own it from that pole to that pole, it is less precise than saying कि I own 30 square hectares. And then every hectare costs, let's say, millions of rupees. So then it becomes a very big issue. So if you want to build a road, you need to know where it is going, what is that terrain, what is topography, ye wo. That whole story is absolutely amazing. In fact, Mount Everest, so that Everest is named after the head of the Indian Geographical Survey.
Really?
Yeah. So Sir John Everest was the head of the Indian Geographical Survey. So it was named in his honor.
Wow. I had no idea, honestly. So, so your father was here, and then from there he did his engineering, you said, right?
No, he did his BA.
His BA, right, in sociology.
He did his BA in history, but then he did his, so TISS is an MBA, right? What we call MBA
right,
today.
Right, it's a HR thing.
So, it is, technically it is not MBA, it is a Master of Arts.
Right.
In social work.
Oh, really? Oh.
So, the degree they give in TISS is MA.
But we always thought it's an MBA, right? I mean, because generally HR people came from this.
Technically, it comes to the same thing. He does management work in HR. At that time, it was not called HR. It was called personal relations. But the degree, like for example, an IIM does not give an MBA degree.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Yeah, absolutely. So it's what the generic thing is called is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
Right. So from there he went to, he's been with HP, I think HP or BPCL?
HPCL.
HPCL all his life?
No. He shifted from private sector to public sector.
Okay.
So, which is unusual shift because mostly it's the other way around.
Okay.
At that time it was not that iron bound system it is now that outside person cannot enter at a middle post. So today I don't think it is possible. But at that time HPCL was expanding, so they're looking for people from outside and stuff like that. So he worked in various public sector companies, in private sector companies, and then he moved to public sector.
Okay.
And since then, so one of the inducements was HPCL had a housing colony in Chembur.
Oh, yeah. Where there were a tennis court where a lot of our friends used to go there.
Yeah. So, and at that time, housing in Bombay was the big thing. Yeah. And then that was a very nice colony. So he said, okay, great. I'll take a salary cut, but I'll stay here. And so then it also takes away the insecurity of private sector life. Ki, job hai, aaj nahi hai, kal nahi hai types. So public sector that way is more peaceful. But then it comes with its own challenges. Sarkari life is Sarkari life.
So it was at HPCL, right? But that's a very strange thing. I remember that we had two small houses because we had one house till I was 15. Then we bought another house, which was like a 250 square feet just opposite in Thana, Yashodhanagar, deep inside Thana. And I remember we sold it to both those houses were sold to people from HPCL or BPCL. That's what I remember. So that was because they used to get house loans. From HPCL, from the company itself. I think it was BPCL if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
So maybe for HPCL it will have the same kind of
same. Rules will be the same for
both. Yeah. And I also, when I was I was doing investment banking with ABN AMRO, I was on the oil and gas desk.
Okay.
So, which was basically all these refineries and all. And I was there for like 1.5, 2 years with ABN AMRO, and there was no work happening because everything was controlled by the government. And there was we used to go and meet this Babu somewhere in, some IS officer somewhere, and we used to have this list of 10 projects which are Haldia, ye, wo, I don't remember the names now. And after you go again after 6 months, he's saying, kabhi to karenge. Nothing happened. I don't think the refineries also went through because Jamnagar, I think, killed almost everything. So that is how I remember. I mean, that is my link with HPCL, BPCL. So what happened after that? I mean, he shifted to that, and then you retired and...
then he retired. So he was there for 20-25 years. And
but you shifted within Chembur, right?
No, so we were in that same HPCL, same house we shifted into in 1981 till 2001.
Okay.
At which point dad's retirement was imminent. So he said, "Ki before I go, I'll buy a house and shift into it, because if you stay in company housing, you are paying rent to the company. But if you shift into your own house, the company will pay you rent." So he said, "Ki I will buy a house and move out." So But वो चेंबूर में ही लिया, so we have been in Chembur since 1981 basically.
And what about your mother? I mean, what is her background? What?
My mom's
Because
father
I've
was.
seen her. I have never met her. I don't think I've met your
You never
mother.
met her? Achha.
No. But I have seen enough pictures of her having a great time.
हाँ.
On
Yeah, she
Facebook.
was a jolly soul. She was a देशस्थ ब्राह्मण. So we are कोकणस्थ ब्राह्मण.
Debra Cobra.
हाँ, so देवरा कोबरा में थोड़ा सा ये चलता है. So it is a mild version of intercaste marriage, very mild. And they had one rocking love story when she was.
Oh, really?
When she was in 10th standard. She was in 10th
No,
standard.
now we got to get to the. You need to now
Yeah, it is
build it
very-
up as in
yeah.
कौन किधर रहता था, क्या था.
It's a
all
very
that.
fascinating. So her dad was.
So they're both from Nagpur.
No, her grandfather was from Nagpur, and her grandfather was a neighbor to my grandfather.
Okay.
So they had houses next to each other, and she used to come to Nagpur for her summer holidays.
Huh.
And my dad was extremely handsome. He was like big, big gym guy, so muscular, fair, handsome. He used to look like a movie star at that time. And my mom used to come there for her summer vacation to stay with her grandfather. So at that time, they met when she was in 10th and he was in college, first year I suppose.
Okay.
And then they had one rocking love story. So before he graduated, he went and told his father, I love this girl, I'm going to marry her. So my grandfather said, you are not even a graduate. Well, yes, I know. You have to get a job before you can marry. Well, yes, I know. I will not do anything till then, but this is it. I am settling this
Here.
right now.
I'm settling with this woman.
So then
Any idea how? Sorry, you continue, then I'll ask.
So her father he first used to work with the MES, which is the military engineering service. And then he left and he became a contractor with the MES. So he became an entrepreneur. And so that's a very transferable job. You move from place to place depending on where the unit is going and stuff like that. So she was based all over the country and they used to communicate by mail and stuff like that.
People used to actually write letters. I mean, it's
Yeah.
difficult for this generation to believe.
So and that caused a sensation because love marriage and all were not the done thing, and especially not in fairly conservative. I wouldn't call it very conservative, but reasonably conservative Brahmin families and stuff like that.
So that's how. Okay. But what was this love story? I mean, how did it start? What happened? You have no idea. I mean, that
No,
happened
not
to it.
really. But it's like neighbors, right? They're just across the street kind of thing. So
Right.
they're still so her cousin, my mama, and my dad were friends.
Okay.
So it was not like some Hindi film stuff, but they just
Friend sister type.
propinquity.
So what? Tell me a little more about your mother. Yeah. So.
Yeah, so then she was BSc and she wanted to get into medicine, but because of transferable job and cost of medical education, probably she didn't do it.
Right.
And then she got married immediately after she graduated, and then after marriage she did her B.Ed. After a few years of marriage, and then she became a teacher. So for most of her life she was a teacher.
So to teach where?
She in Chembur she used to teach in Loreto Convent School.
Okay.
Where very interestingly my daughter went to study. So at one point of time both grandmother granddaughter used to go together to school. So grandmother was headmistress and daughter was
Your
in
mother
KG.
was the headmistress of the school.
She was the acting headmistress. So
Okay. But obviously your daughter must have got privileges here. I mean,
yeah, I'm sure it worked the other way around because it was a strict Christian school. So the teachers, in order not to show privilege, are probably tougher on her.
completely possible. Yeah.
Yeah, quite possible. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it was like a double-edged sword. It works both ways.
Right. But your father passed away when? I mean, how far back?
2009.
2009. And your mother passed away more recently, I remember.
2017.
2017. Right. But your mother seemed to have a great time in her, well, not a great time as in a great time, but I mean, she was traveling and she was.
No, not really. So basically, she was a very jolly person and extremely social, and we used to have a good time. enjoy life kind of. So some people they sit around and brood and wonder how they can be more unhappy. So mom was हाँ they sit and bitch and they कुछ तो लेके और कुछ नहीं तो politics ये वो कुछ तो करके बीच मारेंगे तो वैसा नहीं था. She was like a jolly soul. And I also used to we used to have a good time poking fun at each other and having good time. After my dad passed away, she went through a bad patch, obviously. But then she recovered. And her regret was that she never got to travel with my dad. Because usually क्या होता है, all your life you think, once I retire, I will travel because I'll have lots of money and lots of free time. And normally after you retire, you fall sick. It's a very typical thing.
No, that is very true. That is very true.
The stress of not working any longer and losing your position, and the body also reacts. Normally you fall sick, ye hua, wo hua. So they never actually traveled much. They traveled. I say in India. So my brother is in the Air Force, so they go to visit him. So that is like visiting various corners of India. But traveling internationally, she never got to do with my dad. So it was Bharti who finally broke that this thing and said, "Come, I will take you to Dubai." So actually, what happened is that I was going to Dubai on a company trip.
I'll just interrupt you here because I want to tell them about Bharti.
Yeah.
So Bharti is somebody that we have already done an episode with, and Bharti is like, I think it's an amazing episode personally, I think, because strange stories, like the Kerala story. I mean, like strange woman, strange stories, crazy woman, not a strange woman, sorry, crazy woman, crazy stories, and I think it's one of the most more popular episodes on my show.
Yeah.
And it's a crazy episode. I think, and some of the stories you won't believe because Bharti is Ketan's wife actually. And that is what he meant that Bharti made her because Bharti is a traveler. I mean, ekdam to the core, to the last, to the T kind of a thing. So now, so she said that come to Dubai. Yeah, please.
So that was my last company where we had
You were going
cracked.
to Dubai for a trip.
So we had cracked some sales targets and all. So I told my boss, let's take these guys out. So he said, yeah, let's go to Manali. I said, I have no Manali bullshit. Take them abroad, so they'll feel better about life in general. So he said, let's go to Dubai. Sasta bhi hai, foreign bhi hai, अच्छा भी है. And more to the point, मुझे देखना है, मैं नहीं गया.
अच्छा, तो दुबई नहीं गया था उससे
मैं
पहले?
दुबई नहीं गया था.
That is strange, man.
हाँ.
But I'm sure your flights must have halted in Dubai sometime.
No, I don't think so. That was before Emirates and this thing became
Achha.
the giant behemoths there now.
Achha.
So I said, mom said, take me with you. I said, how can I take you with this company trip? ये जाके साले दारू पियेंगे, दारू पी के गटर में पड़ेंगे. I'm not taking with me.
दुबई में गटर में नहीं पड़ सकते.
गटर में नहीं, रूम में पड़े रहेंगे. Because you can't afford to drink outside. तो बाहर जाएगा, एक बियर पिएगा, फिर एक बॉटल लेके रूम में आ जाएगा. So then she got very angry. What is this? Then Bharti got insulted because she's not been to Dubai. So she said, I'll take you to Dubai. So then I said, just two of us will get boring because Bharti and my mom were two very different people. So they don't have too many topics of conversation together. So they said, let's make one trip. So, I'll call this friend. Then ऐसा करते करते lot of people said, अरे भारती aunty, भारती भाभी, भारती बहन, you're coming, you're taking everybody, I'll also come. So ऐसा there was a group of 6 girls, 3 elderly, 3 young, and Bharti. So that was our first international trip, so which they really enjoyed. Then Bharti took her to Bali, Indonesia.
After Dubai.
After few
And how was Dubai for her? She really liked
She really nice. Dubai is very nice place. So it's like
yeah.
an ideal place for a Indian to go to. It's exotic enough to be foreign.
Yeah.
And it is familiar enough to be
Indian.
so that you are not uncomfortable.
And food is available everywhere.
Food is available. Vegetarian. So mom is vegetarian.
Yeah.
Unlike everybody else in the family. So for her it was absolutely no problem. Everything well managed.
Particularly old people, food is an issue.
No, see, I sympathize with vegetarians. So everyone says, vegetarian, kyun aa raha hai ye? I said, no, I sympathize because I have seen the problems that my mom had. It's sensorial problem is a sensorial problem, boss. There's nothing you can do about it.
What is the sensorial?
So it was meat के smell से गंदा लगता है, उल्टी आता है. You don't like it. You don't like it. ठीक है. Why should you force someone to do something he doesn't like? So I sympathize
But
with
most times
vegetarians.
in India, it's religion based. It's nothing to do with sensorial, as in
Well, it might
it's
be religion in
acquired kind of a thing, acquired sensorial.
no, it might be religious in origin, but if you have never had it, you don't like it. So like मेरा जो पहला वाला building था where I so when in Chembur where I shifted to from HP colony, so that building was occupied mostly by these Kodis and Agaris. और वो संडे को everyone makes one nice mutton curry, fish curry, whatever. So वो लिफ्ट पे वो जाली वाला लिफ्ट था. So while going up, so I used to, wow, what a wonderful smell. And my mom would say, what a horrible smell. So that is the thing. So the whole point of going on holiday is that you should enjoy it. You should be happy.
Barabar. Absolutely. Absolutely.
So yeah, a lot of travel writers, especially, they go on a trip and they essentially bitch. कि ये कैसा खराब है, वो कैसा खराब है. आया क्यों? घर पे बैठ.
Yeah.
So then that trip was a huge success. So mom was very happy. So then they took her to Indonesia, Bali, along with some other relatives. That was also great fun. Then we took her to Europe. So a grand tour of Europe to across various countries. So that was also great
I have
fun.
traveled with your mother because I have seen all these pictures that I remember these pictures. Yeah.
So that was great fun. Unfortunately, Europe trip ended in tragedy because because at the end, after that she developed cancer. So
Yeah. Right.
but ठीक है, at least before all that bad stuff happened, she had a good time.
So she basically went to Dubai, Bali, and she saw almost a lot of Europe.
And
That's-
Europe, हाँ. So she was like extremely happy कि मेरा कौवा मेरा पिंड छू जाएगा.
सही है.
So
amazing.
It was just a shame that my dad never got to do this.
So she regretted that.
Yeah.
It's also a very old marriage, right? It was like what, a 45-year-old marriage.
Yeah, they got married very young, when 24, 25. And she must have been 21, 22. And then till he was 70, so 50-year marriage almost.
Wow. When my parents have, I think, a 50-year-old marriage, it's difficult for
So since divorce is not a really big thing in India,
Now.
even now, even though you hear about someone, it's not that prevalent. It's an outlier thing. So a marriage is the basic longevity of the couple.
Whatever. Dubai. I just thinking when he said Dubai, because I have this Dubai story. I don't know whether you know how I quit my job. You know this story.
Yeah.
Because what about I was very really pissed with my boss in ABN AMRO. So I was like, because वो क्या करता था ना, हमारे पास कुछ काम नहीं था. And the whole day we used to sit and make presentations because you have to prove that you're working there. But he was a little too much there.
Yeah.
And he's the only guy that I know in my life, who on a paper sheet like a A4, he can make out the difference between light yellow and light yellow in a presentation, कि वैसा.
नहीं ये पब्लिक का ऐसा बहुत है कॉर्पोरेट में. And when you reach a middle level in corporate, you appreciate the issue. You don't appreciate it as a youngster. तो प्रॉब्लम क्या होता है कि एज अ मिडिल गाय इन कॉर्पोरेट यू आर रीजनेबली वेल पेड. Okay, you know that your salary makes a dent in the manpower cost, and you know that you are not doing sufficient work. नहीं धंधा हो रहा है तो you know that the first guy to get sacked will be you. So you are always on tender, because at that time their life is in very delicate balance. You have got home loans, you have got car loans, तेरे बच्चे बड़े हो रहे हैं.
5-year-old kid.
So big खर्चा on the horizons, and insecure about your job. So only thing you can do to help the situation is try and micromanage and show your boss that you are doing a lot of work. So this kind of thing you understand only when you become old yourself.
I think there are other people also, and I don't think they were. It was not a difference between light yellow and light yellow. ये level पे नहीं था.
नहीं बंदा होगा हरामी, but this is the underlying cause.
No. So my thing then was, even then I wanted to make films, and I said like, boss इधर रह के तो वैसे भी नहीं बना पाएगा, कुछ नहीं होगा, but पैसा चाहिए, because then I didn't know of FTI or whatever. So I knew that of this New York Film School, because तभी internet was not so prevalent. Like I didn't know of an MBA also till I was 19 years old. वैसा सब था. So like it was मैं बोला क्या करने का, तो न्यूयॉर्क फिल्म स्कूल जाने का. बोला ये सैलरी में तो नहीं जा सकता है. So let me go to Dubai. So 2 साल I'll go, save money and I'll go. So I told my boss, I am going to Konkan to my house. Okay, and because then there were only mobile phones where incoming was chargeable. तो तभी वो इतना प्रिवेलेंट नहीं था मोबाइल फोन. तो उसके पास था, मेरे बॉस के पास मोबाइल फोन था, मेरे पास कुछ नहीं था. मैं बोला मैं तो थाना भी नहीं जा रहा हूँ, मैं तो सीधा गांव जा रहा हूँ, कोंकण में कुडाल बिडाल किधर तो जा रहा हूँ. सो देयर इज नो वे दैट आई एम कॉन्टैक्टेबल. एट द सेम टाइम आई गॉट माई फ्रेंड टू सेंड मी अ वीजा थ्रू एमिरेट्स. एमिरेट्स का वीजा होता था इफ यू गेट. तो 2.5 महीने का 2 महीने का वीजा था मेरे पास. So I just, same night that I said, okay, I'm going for 15 days, I went and took a flight and I landed up in Dubai. My luck, and now it's all, I think, very fortuitous, and the way it has worked out, it's worked out pretty well. But my luck then was that I went like 15 days before Ramzan. And so my visa was like 15 days before Ramzan, 1 month of Ramzan and 15 days after Ramzan. So the thing about Dubai was, once I landed there was, I realized that nothing happens in Dubai for those 2 months.
Yeah.
Because for the first 15 months, they are trying to keep up with, agla 1 mahina kuch kaam nahi hone wala hai, so they don't do hiring and all that. Next 15 days, after Ramzan, they are trying to catch up with whatever they didn't do in Ramzan. So hardly any hiring happens, nothing happens. So I landed up in Dubai at night, or that day. 15 days I realized, अच्छा नौकरी नहीं मिलने वाला है, कुछ तो घटिया सा कुछ नौकरी मिलेगा. सो नाउ आई एम थिंकिंग यार, आई डोंट लाइक माई बॉस, आई डोंट वांट टू डू दिस इन माई लाइफ. तो अभी क्या करूँ? सो जाएगा तो फिर देन यू आर डन फॉर, बिकॉज आई वाज इन अ बैंक. आई लाइक यू कुड गेट at that point I could get a 20 lakh loan for 2% and all that. That was the, तो वो घर एक बार ले लिया तो फिर खत्म, देन तुम उधर रह गया. जाऊंगा तो all these trappings are there and all that. So at 20 days I'm not going back. So मैंने I made made my resignation letter and I just faxed it from Dubai. तो सुबह सुबह करके हो गया. And it was a very small unit. It was not really the bank. It was it was a structured finance. It was a completely independent investment banking unit. तो उधर वो गया सुबह, और वो मैं किसी को फ़ोन किया, उधर आया कि एक बंदा था Sharma, I think, forget his name, Sandeep Sharma or somebody. So he used to come like 8:30, God knows why, but 8:30 in the morning, 9:30 बजे सब लोग आते, 8:30 बजे बैठ जाता था. Okay. तो उसको बोला देख आया क्या, वो सब लोग मतलब डर गए ना थोड़ा सा कि मैंने देख लिया इसका रेजिग्नेशन लेटर. तो ऐसा कुछ हुआ. Then I stayed there, then I came back, and then I just quit, sold my car.
So Dubai is freedom for you, basically.
Yeah, Dubai is freedom. So I'm seeing that in hindsight it all worked out well, because that boss also worked out well. Though उसको कितना भी मैं तभी गाली दिया होगा, because like all bosses हम गाली देते हैं. But because he was, otherwise I wouldn't have quit. ना अच्छा boss होता तो you don't quit because there's a reason to just stay around. So it all worked out well because I'm making films, I'm doing what I want. So okay, I'm sorry, I just shifted to my story.
No, that's a very interesting way. I try to keep that as a perspective all the time. कि whatever is happening, इसका कुछ अच्छा ही होगा आगे जाके. Whatever happens for a reason, kind of thing. So it might not actually happen for that reason, but आगे जाके वो थोड़ा लिंक लगा बोल सकते नहीं ये हुआ इसलिए अच्छा हुआ.
No, but I have arrived at a philosophy.
But that is what keeps you positive in life. लग गई लाइफ में बोला नहीं अच्छा
ही link, Ketan, it's also, I have realized that there's something more to this than this. In the sense that now if I to look at my life in the perspective that am I happy with my life? Yes, am I happy with, but like things have happened in my life and I have really felt कि यार ये क्यों हो रहा है. Then you realize later in life. For example, I'll tell you, when I was in the bank, I had a girlfriend, we almost got married. उसकी मम्मी ने बोला तो अगर she was like some South Indian kind of, बोला इसके साथ शादी करेगा तो मैं suicide, मतलब she had some suicide history. The girl got scared, उसने किया नहीं. Now you think wow superb man. Now you think नहीं हुआ because वो कर लेता है तो फिर दिन तुम नौकरी नहीं छोड़ सकते हैं. तो वो सब.
And you have a crazy mother-in-law also.
That is another thing altogether. So I'm seeing that these are things which I'm seeing. Then I went to FTI. I didn't get direction. And मैं बोला क्या, but I wanted to stay around. So I studied camera, which is a great thing because you are spending government stock. Like that camera का course itself is 30 lakh का course because you are spending government stock. So वैसा सब तो किया वो सब. And then when I came out and I realized that was for something like how one should look at it. What I feel is that there are things in your life which you don't want to change. For example, in your case, it may be your daughter, that you don't want another daughter, you love your daughter and this is the daughter which I want, for example. For me, if I have to look at my life from a film perspective, the film Rewind that I made, and I feel, this is one of my best works. I don't know whether I'm going to match it. All my life I'm going to compete with it, but this is something which I made in 2007. But everything that I did, right from the time that वो MBA किया से लेके जाके वो that boss to whatever that has happened has led to this film. If I change even a little thing there, then the butterfly effect takes, and probably this will not happen. Maybe something better will happen. Maybe something far worse will happen. But do I want this to change? If I don't want this to change, then everything that happened before it is completely valid, and that is a part of the process. That's how I look at
Yeah,
it.
definitely.
More than कि यार अभी इसका कुछ बाद में कुछ
Especially for people like us whose lives went in very strange directions.
Yeah.
In retrospect, जो हुआ अच्छा ही हुआ because you enjoy the weird adventure your life has been.
और एक दिन तो मरना ही है ना, उससे पहले कर लो जो करना है वो, और नहीं तो क्या है. So okay, so let's quickly get back to now you. Okay, so what do you remember of yourself as a child, and how was it? I mean, so you were in Chembur in this
My life
HPCL.
was like a fairy tale because this HPCL colony was a colony. So basically, HPCL used to be American company. कौन सा है American company?
DuPont.
जो भी है जो so and that at that time Chembur was like कुछ नहीं था, पूरा बंजर
So they
था.
taken over HPCL, taken over an American company and called it HPCL.
So when Indira Gandhi was there, she went on a nationalizing spree, right?
Oh, was it Caltex?
No, Caltex was Bharat Petroleum. Burma Shell and Caltex were made into Bharat Petroleum.
Right.
And that is on the tip of my tongue, I can't remember it. But whichever American company it was made into Hindustan Petroleum.
Okay.
So at that time when the colony was built, it was built for expats. Right.
Oh, really?
So
Huge bungalows.
Nice huge bungalow, nice green colony. So both time Chembur was a jungle basically. It was very green. Even today,
It had a golf course, if I'm not mistaken, even then.
no, not the colony. So there's the
but-
Bombay Presidency Golf Course is very ancient course. It's from the turn of the century, 1910 or something like that. And at that time, it was totally outskirts. So Bombay ended at Fort area. That was Bombay. उसके बाहर जो native area था, that was your बेंडी बाजार डोंगरी. उसके आगे कुछ नहीं था. So धीरे धीरे मिल आया तो दादर एरिया बना. फिर उसके बाद सायन, the very word Shiv, which is the name of Sayan, Shiv means boundary.
Okay.
So it was like the complete and utter boundary. So if you
But there was a train which was going to Thana in 1850s.
बहुत बाद में आया.
नहीं, the first train was from Bombay to Thana. So
it was an interstate train, right?
no, but there are lots of bungalows and all that in Thana which are like at least 70, 80 years
so
back.
Thana itself was a city by itself. So Kalyan was a city by itself. These are completely different cities.
Okay.
So these are so Thana is a very ancient city. So Thana ke baju mein there are 3 forts. So there is Thana fort itself, which if you ever see a satellite photo of it, it's a beautiful star-shaped fort. It's a octagonal, six-sided or 8-sided star-shaped fort, which you have never seen. Why? Because today it is Thana jail. So the original Thana fort tha, it is now Thana jail. There is one more fort, which is a very beautiful cliff-side fort, which controls your bandar, Reti Bandar, and that is called Godbandar Fort.
Right, you had been there more recently, I think. Yeah.
So Godbandar Fort was built by the Portuguese. So ये जो पूरा एरिया था ना, from दीव से लेके केरला तक, it was completely controlled by Portuguese. Right, Portuguese controlled all coastal areas.
Right.
And they built a huge chain of forts all the way down. So in Thana itself, so you have got this. So at Sayan you have a fort. So Sayan Fort, if you travel by Sayan Trombay Road, so if you are going towards Dadar, if you look on your right up, you will see one little building on a hill. So that is the last remnants of Sayan Fort. Sayan Fort at that time was a sea fort. Sayan Trombay Road did not exist.
Sea fort as in it was.
Sayan Trombay Road did not exist. वो पूरा खाड़ी था. So they had cannon to attack Portuguese shipping who were trying to enter out there.
Okay.
धारावी में एक फोर्ट है. If you ever heard of it, रेवा फोर्ट
I've not heard, no.
locally called काला किला. तो basically if you so धारावी में जाने का एक straight road है, which now has become a one-way road.
Right,
and so you have to go
right.
थोड़ा सा चक्कर मार के. On one side is Maharashtra Nature Park, and the other side there is a fort, Portuguese fort called Rewa Fort. That was also a seaside fort. You could jump straight from the fort into the water. The whole area in front of it has been reclaimed. Mahim में एक fort है,
Mahim Fort, I think everybody.
which is 1,000 years old, 1,200 years old. It is the oldest structure in Bombay
Really?
after Canary Caves. After all the cave temple,
Yeah,
it is the
yeah,
oldest fort. It was built by उसका नाम भूल गया मैं राजा का. To when he retreated from Rajasthan to Bombay toward this thing.
Okay.
Then उसके आगे you have got Warri Fort, which was built by the British, which is still a seaside road. From it you can see the sea. So that जो वर्ली का ये what do you call it, sea face है. So here you have Worli, or here you have Bandra. So you have the Bandra Worli sea link which connects it. So बांद्रा में एक फोर्ट है, which is Portuguese fort. वो दोनों एक दूसरे को बंदूक दिखा के to fight with each other. So these are all different cities altogether. So Bombay city, there was no city, right? There was all island. So
It's all we look at it from today's perspective.
Reclaim करते करते. So actually my latest book, which will come out after these 3 books, which I told you, my 4th book which is going to come
which
out.
are already written, I guess, half of.
Which is written, more or less is written, was basically explorations of Bombay. So I said इतना दुनिया भर का वर्ल्ड देखा है, बट मैं बॉम्बे नहीं देखा. So I told you my mom got cancer, no?
Yeah.
So I couldn't travel at that time. Obviously, I had to take care of her. So I used to go on micro vacations. So every Sunday, I used to take my cycle and go and explore some place.
So put up pictures on. So if anybody who wants to see those pictures, I think they're on his Facebook profile.
They're on my blog, on my
on
website.
His blog also,
on my
which is like
website.
ketanjoshi.net. Yeah, okay.
तो उसमें so at that time for fitness and all I started cycling. लेकिन वो साइकिल गोल गोल चला के मैं बोर हो गया. व्हाट स्टूपिडिटी है, रोज जाके 4 चक्कर गोल गोल लगाने का. सो आई सेड कि एवरी डे आई गो टू सम फार अवे प्लेस. सो आई यूज्ड टू गो एंड रिसर्च कि व्हाट इज द इंटरेस्टिंग प्लेस टू गो टू एंड गो एंड चेक इट आउट. सो दैट इज हाउ आई एक्सप्लोर्ड ऑल ऑफ दिस फैसिनेटिंग प्लेसेस इन बॉम्बे. सो नॉट अराउंड बॉम्बे, माइंड यू, इन बॉम्बे, which you see every day and you have no idea how fascinating they are.
Right.
So the point I got distracted from was that Chembur was like an outlier place in the middle of nowhere which nobody cared about. The only thing about it was a seaside place. So it was convenient for the refinery to get crude oil from the ship because you could directly pump it from the sea to the refinery, which is on the seaside. So उधर का local villages को then they bought all the land from them and I told them, you sell us your land, we'll give you jobs in the refinery. And we will build refinery. And for our petroleum experts who are expats, we'll build a housing colony. नहीं तो कौन आएगा इधर चेंबूर में रहने के लिए? So build a very fascinating, very lovely housing colony. And वो टाइम में जंगल ही था ना, तो वो जंगल थोड़ा सा ईयर तो वहाँ पे पेड़ वेड़ माउंटेन so and then बड़ा बड़ा घर. Again I told you at that time bungalows was not such a big deal. A lot of people.
Oh, Ketan, it was.
No. For reasonably rich people.
Yeah,
so not obscene. Today, Bangla चाहिए तो you got to like a बड़ा
of course not. Yeah, I mean for reasonably rich people, it was obviously not. Yeah.
No. So okay, I'll tell you another interesting story. So Chembur as an area.
Yeah.
You know when it was developed? It was developed after the plague scare.
Okay.
So plague का पहला epidemic जो हुआ.
This is what year?
Plague कब हुआ था?
1930.
Early 1900 sometime.
Yeah, only 1930 was the plague.
So plague was only one of the epidemics. So cholera epidemic हुआ, typhoid epidemic हुआ, people were dying like anything. So then the administrators said कि ये जो हो रहा है, it is because of unhygienic and unsanitary condition that these buggers live in. So what we should do is we should give them an option to live hygienically. And no option, we'll make it compulsory. So ये झोपड़पट्टी हटाओ, तुम्हारा ये सब साफ करो. So बहुत सारे जो टैंक्स था वो दे सील्ड इट ऑफ. सो ये गोवालियर टैंक रोड, दिस टैंक, दैट टैंक, इतना सारा नाम है. दे आर ऑल एक्चुअली तालाब को टैंक बोलते हैं.
Right.
तो वो बंद कर दिया, सील कर दिया.
But even Bombay was 7 islands, no? I mean, so.
No, by that time वो तो चल ही रहा. That was another organic process that was going on by itself. So basically Bombay fort was broken. So after the Marathas were completely conquered, there was no enemy to fight against. तो जो चार्ल्स ऑंगियर था, he said कि ये चार्ल्स ऑंगियर था, जो भी था, I forget who was it, who said कि अब ये फोर्ट का जरूरत नहीं है and all it is doing is restricting us. तो दीवार तोड़ दो. What a brave statement to make for this guy, ना? दीवार तोड़ दो and use these walls to fill in this water and make it into land, which you can sell for astronomical prices. And more than selling land for astronomical prices, at that time getting from any other was a huge pain. ना, यहाँ जाओ बोट पकड़ो, वहाँ जाओ बोट पकड़ो, तो घोड़ा गाड़ी बर्तन ये बिस्तर लेके कहाँ तो बोट में जाएगा. If you have a straight road, it's much easier. Everything for everybody. So वो रोड बनाया and then वो प्लेग के बाद कि let's spread out the population. We'll give them inducements to move. So at that time there was a train to Devnar. Okay, from Vitu to Devnar. लेकिन वाई वो कचरा गाड़ी था. Its only purpose was to take trash from Bombay and put it in one remote place called Devnar.
हाँ.
तो वो गाड़ी में सिर्फ कचरा था और कुछ नहीं, आदमी नहीं जाता था.
हम्म.
एंड सो दे सेड कि यहाँ पे एक काम करते हैं, ये कचरा गाड़ी बंद कर दो एंड विल डेवलप दिस चेंबूर एरिया एंड विल ऑफर प्लॉट्स फॉर सेल टू whoever wants. So वहाँ पे चेंबूर गावठान तो था ही, बट आजू बाजू में दे ऑफर्ड इट टू, जैसे कि हम चर्च बनाएगा, the church parish will so you'll have a nice church, will make chalk out areas for you to stay in, so you can, all of you can buy land and build your own house. So get away from crowded Bombay and move to this awesome holiday spot of Chembur.
Unbelievable. This is just thought right now. People are living in Bombay right now.
Yeah. So Bandra, move to the remote place which is completely unspoiled और कुछ नहीं वहाँ पे. तो व्हाई डू थिंक अंधेरी में 4 बंगला करके जगह है? एक्चुअली वहाँ पे 4 बंगला था, 4 ही बंगला था.
आगे 7 बंगला भी था.
तो वहाँ पे लाइक देयर नो टार रोड, सो प्रॉब्लम इन दिस काइंड ऑफ दे आर नॉट डेवलप्ड ना. तो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी नहीं था, गैस नहीं था, टार रोड नहीं था, चिक्कल था सब जगह, मच्छर था. बट इट्स योर प्लेस, सस्ता है, यू कैन बिल्ड योर ओन हाउस. सो ऑल दिस कैथलिक्स एंड ऑल हु हैव देयर बंगलोज, इट्स नॉट बिकॉज दे आर वेरी रिच, इट्स बिकॉज दे टुक दैट brave step of moving far away. It's like people today who buy a bungalow in Karjat, Kasara, Ambernath, somewhere like that, and वो 2 घंटा commute
50 years later it becomes a part of Bombay.
And then अरे यार इसके बाद बड़ा बंगला है.
Yeah.
So
our friend Ketan Joshi has a bungalow in Malad, incidentally. So I guess like maybe that's the story.
अगर ancestral होगा तो यही पक्का यही story है.
His father was also a builder and all that. So yeah, so that's it.
So I like my father was in TIS. TIS is in Chembur.
Yeah.
It is just a stone's, not a stone's throw, it is reasonably close from where we stay. So he said कि from in that time, so he would have been in the 67, I think. 66, 67 batch का होगा. So he said at that time there was only one bus that used to go from Chembur to town. अगर वो बस छूट गया तो then वो कहीं तो भी गुरुद्वारा में जाके सो जाओगे ना. तो वैसा वो undeveloped area. Then what happened is that partition happened. Okay, now before partition what happened? Chembur was a big place for British troops going back to England.
All right.
So
I'm fascinated with this, that Chembur was all this place things.
Chembur, so basically any place. If you go deep in
because for me, because I've stayed in Thana already, and and like Thana is not some great shakes, as in you don't talk of it like you talk of town and all that. So Chembur for me is exactly that kind of a place, and then you're talking about Chembur, like this veritable fantasy, which is like, अरे इधर ये भी होता था, इधर garrison भी था और इधर ये भी होता था,
So नासिक के बाद देवलाली करके जगह है.
Yeah, of course. There is an army thing.
Army thing. Now in British slang, if you say someone has gone doolally, it means he's gone mad. पागल हो गया है.
Oh really?
हाँ. So why doolally? Because these British troops, they used to go mad in India because of the heat and the dust and the storms and it's a very unfriendly place to be in, right? If you are in this thing. तो उसको they used to quarter them in Devlali before they can be shipped back home. और वहाँ पे वो उनके पागल होते थे. एंड सो दैट होल इट वाज कॉल्ड इज गॉन डुलाली, कि वो पागल हो गया है.
वाओ.
ओके, सो फ्रॉम देवलाली दे यूज्ड टू बी ट्रांसपोर्टेड टू चेंबूर. तो वहाँ पे बैरक्स बनाया था. ओके, जहाँ पे अभी झामा स्वीट्स है ना, उसके पीछे में दैट एरिया, दैट इज व्हाई इट्स कॉल्ड चेंबूर कैंप. इट वाज अ मिलिट्री कैंप. ओके, तो ये ट्रूप्स 1947 में दे लेफ्ट. वो बैरक्स खाली था. You had a huge amount of Sindhi and Punjabi refugees who are coming in partition. उसको कहाँ रखेंगे? तो बोले बैरक्स खाली है, वहाँ पे रह जाओ.
चेंबूर में रहो.
So that became Chembur camp. So all the partition, the guys who were displaced during partition time, they came and settled in that area. So from being one very quiet village kind of thing, it suddenly became
so the Sindhis started staying there.
And it became a bustling refugee camp. Okay. No, just imagine. No,
that is why Xeroxes were cheap there. Because no, this is a true story.
Because see, all of these guys, they came, they must have come with just the shirt on their back kind of thing. इतना गरीबी होगा, and for them to
losing everything,
to create everything anew and make it into that bustling rich metropolis it is now is quite amazing, and you can see it in front of you. And so अभी इतना नहीं है, but I remember when I was younger, वो गली गली में घूमेंगे ना, it was just like being in a village in Punjab. वहाँ पे कोई एक सरदार बैठा हुआ है, एक वहाँ पे एक चारपाई पे मिर्ची सूख रहा है, and unfortunately they also bring in the lack of hygiene with them. So जो beautiful जो stream में था उसका पूरा गटर बना के रख दिया and stuff like that. But बोले Chembur has got a very interestingly rich history. Some of the first Catholic church was actually built in Chembur,
Okay.
which was built on the hill which is now in restricted area BARC. तो वो it was built in the 1600s. One of the first Catholic churches was built in Bombay. And then वो अभी ruin में है. So then that उसके इसमें it was Saint Sebastian जो school है. I don't know if you heard of it. The school in Chembur. That is supposed to be a वो
उसका church है वो.
उसका हाँ,
का church है.
उसका ruin से ये school बना है.
Wow.
So Chembur is surprisingly ancient.
Because I remember Chembur because I don't know when, maybe when we were doing our ICW or something, was then you had a lot of notes. तो चेंबूर में जाने का और वो जो शायद अभी if it was at 50 पैसा also, चेंबूर में तो वो 10 पैसा पे पर कॉपी मार के एंड वो सिर्फ उतने एग्जाम के लिए टिकता था.
वो जी रमेश इज टू मेक मनी आउट ऑफ इट. वो सबका जेरोक्स करता था और अपना फ्री में होता था.
तो वो कुछ वो मतलब वो बट वो उतना ही टिकता था वो. मतलब वो चेंबूर का जेरोक्स मतलब फोटोकॉपी मतलब वो बराबर वो तेरे को 4 दिन उसके बाद कुछ नहीं देख सकते. It's all gone. It's that he's thinned out the ink and all that.
Luckily, Xerox photocopy many I think gone now. Everybody was just scanning and reading.
Yeah, now it's people can't relate to this. Even this word that you use, Dulali, is because there's this pub in
it's from the same story.
word from the same word. Yeah, because I went to this pub in this Andheri West में near where my next film is starting. So my producer is there. Provoke का building के बगल में ही है ये pub in this near this Cinepolis. उधर है तो बोले डुलाली ये क्या नाम है मतलब it's such a fantastic. I mean,
it's amazing.
I didn't even bother to check it कि ये डुलाली because I just felt that it's a made up word. And it's such a fantastic story to this Dulali and Devlali kind of a thing. It's amazing. Yeah. So tell me. So how was childhood for you around?
So
there?
for me, childhood was that way like, quite privileged. So very nice surroundings, green trees, very very green, very quiet, big house. We had good facilities and good friends. So growing up was idyllic, and so we had library. We had every Friday they used to show a movie.
Oh, they had their own theater.
Their own theater. वो
How many seats were there in this theater? Like
no, मतलब ऐसा ओपन एयर ऑडिटोरियम था. तो वो आके अपना वो रील लेके आया था. वो टाइम में
but you had your own this what you call it, your own projector also.
No वो
they had to hire out.
वो एक स्टैंडिंग कॉन्ट्रैक्ट था. वो बंदा कुछ तो कुछ
हम लोग गणपति में रास्ते पे देखते थे, तुम लोग ऑडिटोरियम में देखते थे.
ऑडिटोरियम में ओपन एयर थिएटर.
Open theater, right.
So that is the advantage of a rich public sector.
Yeah,
they will not pay you salary, but they give you good perks.
Yeah, of course.
वो टाइम में swimming pool was a big thing in Bombay.
No, I'm sure even your father, like because I know somebody, another friend of mine whose father was very big in Raymond here, you know, so a huge house and everything. I'm sure his salary was not that great shakes. Like you can't imagine the salaries today and even compare them with then. But the kind of house he had then and in the Raymond ka society, I mean in Thana below behind JK Singhania, which is like one of the best schools in Bombay. So वो सब मतलब कमाल था यार तभी.
So yeah, I was very lucky that way. I had a very 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 good childhood. So एकदम.
And your friends, all of you used to go to the same school or which school did you go to?
चेंबूर में 3-4 स्कूल थे. So you जहाँ मिलेगा वहाँ घुस जाओ टाइप. So I was in a school called OLPS. एक और स्कूल था सेंट सेबेस्टियन. एक और स्कूल था विवेकानंद. एक और स्कूल था एफएक.
So they were convents basically. All of them?
AFAC, I am not sure.
AFAC seems like Air Force or something.
No, it was. I don't remember क्या था. Vivekanand was obviously Vivekanand Society का this thing. And Saint Sebastian and OLPS were convent schools. And girls schools में हमारा Saint Sebastian का sister whatever associated thing was Saint Anthony's. So actually the original school was a girls school called Saint Anthony's. So the parish is called the parish of Saint Anthony. And then after some years of having the girls school, they requested कि यार एक boys school भी बनाओ. So जब उसके बाजू में same ground को आधा करके और एक building बनाए, they made it into a boys school. So there's a nice church out there and school was okay I suppose. So because my home life was so good. School में I never felt like staying in school. क्या करेगा स्कूल में? चल घर जाते.
So, but you went to an all boys school.
Yeah.
Okay. But there was just a wall dividing the girls' school and the boys' school, I guess.
And
They used to all leave at the same time.
so I suppose so. I don't really remember.
Because you were so interested in going back home that you're not really interested in knowing at
मैं
what time
actually
the girls'
बस में
school
बैठ के सो
lives.
जाता था. So I'm sure girls.
So not much has changed since. सो जाता था.
So I developed the technique of sleeping in buses while I was in school.
Right,
only. बस में बैठ के
right.
सो गया. It's a boring vehicle. If I am not driving it, I sleep.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you can't sit in the front then, I guess.
So yeah, I mean, no, that's
Who
his
cares?
problem.
So what do you remember of otherwise? I mean, what kind of a? But you used to love reading even back then, and what?
Yeah.
Was,
So वो time में तो कुछ TV तो था नहीं.
बराबर.
So it was basically reading, and in my house everybody was a reader.
Oh,
So-
really?
So in fact,
You have one brother, right? You said.
I have one elder brother. So in fact, my lunch meal time, everybody used to sit with one book.
Huh.
So my mom told me a story once. We sat down for food. My brother was reading a book. My father was reading a book. Mom was reading a book. And I told my mom, "अरे तू मला पुस्तक नाही वाढलं."
So just to translate this, what he said was what he said to his mother, because they were sitting on a lunch table, and he said, "Oh, and everybody is reading. Brother is reading, father is reading, mother is," and he said, "Mom, you haven't served me food. You haven't served me your book." That's what you said, right? Instead of saying
Yeah.
food.
And in our colony, we had a nice library. So, so the good reading material there. What time so school libraries were always, our library was actually very good, which I
Then I
discovered.
used to give.
हाँ, but देते नहीं थे साले.
देते नहीं थे,
हाँ, they
बिल्कुल
would not allow you to enter that library only.
Yeah.
In fact, it was after 9th standard that I went and complained bitterly to English teacher. What is this nonsense? ये library और पढ़ने को नहीं, we are not allowed to go inside and choose books.
Yeah.
So then for me, only me.
Only you.
For only me, they gave special dispensation that after school you can stay for 2 hours.
And
You
read.
still can't take books home. You have to read in the library. बोला क्या कमीनाबंदी है, what stupidity है. So this is.
Was it like this? Because I
It's still
remember.
like this today. In my daughter's school, they would not allow children to go inside and choose their books. But teacher will give a stack of 4-5 books, इसमें से ले लो कुछ भी. So then one day I went and collared that librarian कि what is this nonsense? Why don't you allow children to select their own books? So librarian डर गई because no parent ever must ask anything about the library. तो I कुछ तो किया उसने.
Well, only your daughter must have got to take books.
No,
like,
I didn't want to take a panga with my mom, like I told you. At that time she was not there, but I didn't want to.
and you don't know how it affects the kid also now over here.
And then you never know.
Yeah.
But by that time I told her, see, times have changed now with Kindle and.
Nobody's interested in your books and going to spoil
No.
them.
So everything is available at home. तेरे कितना किताब पढ़ना है सब.
Actually, you told your daughter, not the librarian.
No.
Okay.
So the problem is that in school, I don't think there are any professional librarians who have studied library science. जो सबसे useless बंदा है, whom you can't trust with teaching a class, उसको बोलते हो तो library चला. It's what I assume what happens, which is really sad because it just.
I remember my school
if you
library.
have a great library, or
Yeah,
even if you have an
yeah.
average library, why wouldn't you just open the door and say, नहीं किताब खराब हो जाएगा. अरे नया ले ना, मैं देता हूँ पैसा. 10 किताब ले. What nonsense? What are books for? फाड़ने दे उसको, नया ले ले.
No, but I think you're right, because this is, maybe it's a convent thing all over the country. I mean, in my school also.
अरे no convent. I'm telling you, you go to. So I went to David Sassoon Library. You know David Sassoon Library, oldest library in Bombay. Opposite Jahangir Art.
बराबर.
David's library and reading room. तो बोला कि चल जाते हैं. तो वहाँ पे they got like a lot of books, cupboards and cupboards of books. Each cupboard is locked. Each cupboard में each section is locked. तो बोले ये क्या फंडा है कि वो हाउ विल आई गो थ्रू द बुक्स एंड सीधे बोला नहीं यू कॉल और लाइब्रेरियन यू ओपन इट फॉर यू. बोला अरे उसको एक बार बोलेगा 2 बार बोलेगा तो 4 बार बोलेगा उठ के झपट नहीं मारेगा वो. हाउ मेनी टाइम विल यू डिस्टर्ब दैट पर्सन यू ओपन दिस बुक एंड एक बार उसने खोल लिया किसी और ने बुक लेके खराब किया तो फिर मेरा नाम आएगा. कि व्हाट ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा क्या होगा बुक खराब होगा ना बाय न्यू बुक वेल व्हाट नॉनसेंस है. और ऐसा क्या फाड़े यू थिंक दैट किड इज अ साइकोपैथ टू कम एंड टेयर पेजेस आउट ऑफ बुक.
No, but even my school, and it was a lower middle class school, I remember, and it was like still there were these, and I today when I think of it, there was this big room which was full of cupboards, and they had all the Tintins, they had all the Asterix, they had all the famous fives. This is what we used to read back then, and all the famous of this Secret Sevens and all that. कुछ नहीं देते थे, वो सिर्फ उसको एक ताला लगा के, and but their glass this. मतलब the doors were made of glass, so bloody you could see inside and see that all these books are there. And I remember hardly once or twice वो book में वो library class करके कुछ होता था, उसमें उन लोग लाके बांटा था. That is all that I remember of like 10 years, 7-8 years I was in that school. Only once they gave those books out to read, once or twice.
So it's a Tantalus, you know Tantalus. So basically वो England में the rich people, they used to have all दारू, and they used to keep it in one कांच का cupboard and keep it locked. कि इधर servant लोग आके दारू नहीं मार नहीं लगा वो. And that used to be very tantalizing thing. वो servant देखे करता रहे. So that's why that cupboard is called a Tantalus.
So these are Tantalus.
Just to make you feel bad. है लेकिन मैं नहीं देगा.
But तभी थाना में तो libraries, not where I used to stay, but near Thana station, which are more
So
Brahminical
there was
areas.
library. I used to harass my dad into taking me to, you know,
Yeah,
चेंबूर
yeah.
में बहुत एक bookworm library होता और कुछ होता था every week या एक दो
But
तीन
वो स्टेशन के पास होता था.
हाँ.
Because like थाना में भी, because थाना में if you know Naupada and all these areas, these are Brahminical areas. So वहाँ बहुत लोग पढ़ते हैं. So there used to be this Prashant library and there used to be this popular library. They had everything. मतलब वो सब उसके पास वो playboy से लेके सब होता था.
So I used to, so my dad used to take me every week जाके book उठाओ. So एक couple of books from this library, couple of books from that library, couple of books from colony library.
Yeah, superb libraries there used to
So good amount of books we had. And everyone knew I like to read. जो भी घर में आता था मेरे लिए किताब लेके आता.
वाह. तो दिवाली में तेरे घर पे किताब आता था, मिठाई नहीं आता था.
हाँ, when so I had some relatives who were themselves very avid readers, so they were very happy. So, and at that time I remember Russian books was the best deal around. It was very cheap, very good quality paper printing, good quality stories, and
Russian books, I don't know this.
you don't know Russian books? अरे क्या
Like
बात कर रहा है?
Sputnik.
No, not a magazine, books. So basically Russia India भाई चल रहा था ना वो टाइम में.
Uh-huh. But then they used to make that magazine called Sputnik, which you could.
So that's a magazine.
Yeah.
No, these books printed in Russian.
Wow, really?
I still have some of them. So there's this big fat volume, Ukrainian folk tales. I remember
wow.
a very cute book called When Daddy Was a Little Boy. And there's one communist kind of book called The Three Fat Men. And there'll be like a lot of these folk tales, tales of the boyars, tales of the Cossacks. Lots and lots of Russian books.
Yeah.
And they used to be very cheap because Russia used to sell them at...
free almost.
Well, not free, but very reasonable, very reasonable. So today NBT है National Book Trust का जैसा 10-20 रुपए में किताब मिलता है तो वो टाइम में मिलता था. But NBT का books are not nice. Their quality is, they try hard I suppose, but I am not really impressed with them the way I was impressed with those Russian books. तो मतलब मेरे पास तो किताब तो एकदम हमारे घर में तो बाप रे आदमी कम किताब ज़्यादा था. And then when we moved from that big house to the small house which we bought, खुद के पैसे खरीदा उधर छोटा है ना, so I gave away like 500 books or 800 books or something like that.
Yeah. तभी तो वो था भी, मतलब like my father luckily he was in the Times of India to work for Maharashtra Times. I mean it was a blue collar worker, but उनको क्या था कि उसको 50% डिस्काउंट मिलता था on all the इंद्रजाल्स.
अच्छा.
तो मेरे घर पे सब आता था because 50, and he was very, they couldn't read. Like both my parents are not really very well educated, so but they saw to it कि वो बच्चे को जो चाहिए वो मिलेगा, you know. So इंद्रजाल सब आता था.
Mandrake the Magician.
Yeah.
Phantom.
Flash Gordon.
And
Rip Kirby.
And the one and only Indian hero, Bahadur the Brave.
There's also this book I remember where Amitabh Bachchan was a superstar.
Yeah, Shaktiman. No, not.
हाँ. Then even Sunil Gavaskar के ऊपर भी निकला था. It was so
but
terrible.
those are one-off things.
Yeah.
Bahadur and all.
तीन चार किताब निकला था. I had read all of them because that library, because my father was very particular about this कि यार इस बच्चे को पढ़ने को अच्छा लगता है, so I'm going to do this. So popular library थाना में वहाँ था अपना मेंबरशिप, वो छुट्टी में तो मेरे को ही मिलता था. बाकी टाइम my father also very avid reader. मतलब मराठी books, like he used to not do anything, it seems, from a train. थाना में बैठा वो सीधा वीटी तक, he used to finish one book, फिर जाके वापस चेंज करेगा. He was like that. So he understood the love for reading. So वैसा था. Anyway, I mean, so So school was not, school was not really very distant. What kind of a student were you? I mean, if you remember
I was
much.
just average. As in, can do better wala funda hota na. This guy can do such great things, but I don't really have much memory. Basically, my memory sucks. Okay, horrible memory I have. Basically, all my life I was in, or most of my life I was in that one school. So I knew everybody in that school.
Right.
So I am a friendly guy. सबसे मैं हाँ ये करके बात करता हूँ. But then shit, I don't remember anything about them. So it became very embarrassing in later life में जाके बैरिस्टर में बैठा हूँ एक बंदा आया अरे हाय केतन हाउ आर यू एंड ऑल अरे हाय हाउ आर यू ये कैसा है वो कैसा है
हिंदू है कौन?
बाद में कौन था fuck knows. इतना प्यार से मैंने ग्रीट किया I didn't know the heart to tell him that I don't know who you are. इनफैक्ट एक बार तो बहुत गंदा बात हुआ तो एक बंदा आया बात किया एंड आई एम बेसिकली ड्रॉपिंग हिंट्स ये कैसा है वो कैसा है टू ट्राई एंड फाइंड आउट कौन है
कहाँ से?
सो देन ही फाइनली यू डोंट रिमेंबर हु आई एम इतना ब्लंटली पूछा तो बोला नहीं यार आई एम सॉरी आई डोंट रिमेंबर अगर आई वाज इन योर स्कूल अच्छा आई वाज इन योर क्लास अगर आई वाज योर रूम डेस्क पार्टनर
And you still didn't remember.
I still didn't remember. So,
At the end of it, you still didn't remember.
Full blank. मेरा ऐसा कभी पुलिस पकड़े बोला तू कहाँ था ये दिन? No idea.
It's good you have lived most of your life now. So more than half of your life is done with. So because it will still take 30 years, for a case to close in this country.
Yeah,
So if
completely.
you're caught anywhere also.
नहीं उसके बाद बोला तू you don't believe me? Take ट्रूथ सीरम डाल तू कुछ भी कर मशीन में डाल
तो फिर तो वो बेस्ट है ना तू खून कर दिया तेरे को याद नहीं है फिर ट्रूथ सीरम डालेगा तो फिर तो सच्ची बोलेगा कि अरे मेरे को तो पता नहीं है मैं तो था ही नहीं उधर ट्रूथ सीरम का कुछ फायदा नहीं है So school is something which is not very eventful, I guess. I mean, it was like
school was fine. ऐसा कोई problem नहीं था स्कूल में. School में, in fact, I remember I started writing when I was in school.
Okay. Let's talk about that. Yeah.
So actually, I had forgotten this fact until we just started talking about it. So I had written something that published in school magazine, which कुछ तो some this thing, and then in 10th standard I stood for election for.
You stood for election. Even I stood for election. That's why.
So the only reason I stood for election, I had no intention of getting elected, no hopes of getting elected.
Right.
But you're allowed to put up posters.
Okay, so you get to copyright it.
So I used to make one cartoon poster. उसको drawing लिखा है, उसके वो story लिखा है. तो पब्लिक अरे क्या मस्त है, मजा आ गया.
So you won or you didn't win?
No, I didn't win. Obviously not.
Wow. Because I stood for elections and I lost. I mean, that's what it was. And I have no idea why I stood because I was not even popular.
And then with that poster thing, so school में they used to have this softboard kind of thing होता ना, softboard covered with glass window kind of thing. तो उसपे I got this idea कि I will write detective stories, mystery stories. And with I will so बड़ा चार्ट जो था ना, that big chart paper, तो उसके ऊपर वो पूरा stencil लेके I used to write that story and एक with one I used to draw one picture and all, and वो टीचर खुश हो गया, हाँ why not put it up. तो ये अरे इसका whatever किसी का तो खून हुआ कुछ तो I don't remember now. जैसे इसका सोल्यूशन क्या है, ऐसे पता नहीं, ढूंढना पड़ेगा, सोचना पड़ेगा.
अच्छा, so you had written like a half story.
हाँ, and then I put it up on the board. अरे इसके बाद क्या होता है, बोला सोचता हूँ next week तक बनाता हूँ कुछ.
So did you write or you never wrote that further, or you don't remember?
One interesting thing which I remember
You're a
was
very good murderer, I think you'll
one interesting thing that happened in
that
school.
That could have been a career. I mean, you never took it up.
Unique. That was a good idea also. So एक बार so I used to like put a twist on all. So basically writing जो भी assignment होता था, I used to put one twist on that. So I remember एक मराठी में there is one assignment you write to a friend who is injured and sympathize with him. तो प्रिय मित्रा असं ऐकलं की तुला blah 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 blah. So I said boring as shit man this. So I wrote an ulta one. अच्छा हुआ तेरा टांग टूट गया साले. I don't need to see your ugly face kind of thing.
The teacher must have been shocked.
So हमारा वो sir था, he got up, he read out the whole essay and he laughed and he said, "This is good fun, लेकिन फिर से मत लिख ऐसा, fail कर दूंगा तेरे को."
Yeah, because creativity was never really encouraged, no? मतलब it was, but he
Because
laughed.
he is right also. ऐसा जब creativity करेगा बोर्ड एग्जाम में तो एक मिलेगा अंडा.
That's okay. I thought it's.
So I remember in one of the English essays was where I went on my summer vacation. Again, boring as shit. Man. So people wrote मैं यहाँ अंकल गया आंट गया वो. So I wrote one completely fictional one. I went to Jallianwala Bagh and then.
You went to Jallianwala Bagh.
And it was very sentimental. वो कहाँ देखा कि then I started thinking कि इधर कैसा हुआ होगा ये वो, and then नीचे में हाथ डाला तो I found an old bullet and I was so shocked that I ran out of the place and it was like a very moving thing. वो पढ़ के that my English teacher was blown away. She gave me like one comment, meet me very good and all. You must write more. So that was the first public encouragement of writing. And that was the teacher to whom I cribbed bitterly. क्या है तुम्हारा library nonsense and all. इसलिए मेरे for me alone.
Okay, so there was a backstory to this. So she was so impressed with you. She said, "Arey, this guy deserves to read." That's why. Oh my God. And you were not coming first in class, or because in most of schools, all privileges were for the people who came first in class,
No, I was not. I used to have occasional full marks here and there, but I was never first.
Yeah, no, उसको दे रहा है 2 घंटा extra privilege, जो first नहीं आता है. That's a big thing in school. I mean, so कहीं पे तो था, मतलब तेरे में बात तो था कि you were getting there.
So that was good stuff. So वो स्कूल मैगजीन का नाम क्या था, क्लैरियन. तो उसमें कुछ तो छप के आया था. आई डोंट रिमेंबर, कुछ तो था छप के आया था. सो विच वाज आल्सो लाइक नॉट 2-3 लोगों का ही छप के आया था उसमें वो.
But do you remember any other story like this? Because these are very interesting stories. Really like that. You write a sympathy letter to your friend who has broken a leg. अच्छा हुआ तेरा पैर टूट गया. मेरे को तेरा मुंह नहीं देखने का था. Very good, superb. I mean, for a 12-13-year-old boy to write all that is
good stuff that was. So in school time I wrote my first travel story also when I had gone. कहीं तो भी मैं गया था and then I wrote one write up for that. So and I had started writing. School में ही होगा. I started writing lots of stuff. Fiction, non-fiction, ये वो. And my grandfather, my mom's father, was so impressed that he bought me a typewriter.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So he bought me one beautiful Remington portable typewriter, red color का. अभी भी है मेरे पास वो. So then I started. So I never learned typing formally, but just वो typewriter पे type करके I started learning typing.
Wow. Yeah. So you had a Remington typewriter then?
अभी भी है मेरे पास वो. कहीं तो भी है, ऊपर भी निकाल के रखना चाहिए actually. Just
so type all your stories on the typewriter.
हाँ.
Oh wow. And then go to the Chembur station and make Xeroxes.
No Xerox, just for me.
Joking.
वो Xerox फंडा only I came to know in Bajaj time. उसके पहले कभी Xerox निकाला
नहीं यार, बहुत पॉपुलर था इधर. जो मतलब because even
कॉलेज में क्या वे पोदार में क्या Xerox करेगा घंटा.
नहीं, because हम लोग मुलुंड कॉलेज में थे ना, तो तभी भी वो कुर्ला से मतलब अपना चेंबूर का जेरोक्स मतलब सबसे
कॉमर्स करते हैं, जेरोक्स क्या करता था
क्या मालूम यार. भाई आईसीडब्ल्यू भी कर रहा था ना, तो शायद तभी मारते हूँ. बिकॉज उसमें वो सीसी या कुछ तो लिखना पड़ता था. इफ आई एम नॉट, मतलब वेर यू राइट, वेर यू कॉपी फ्रॉम समबडी एंड यू सप्लाई कुछ तो है. फॉरगेट इट. आई मीन इट्स हॉरर स्टोरीज.
आई एवर टुक अ जेरोक्स इन माय लाइफ बिफोर एमबीए.
नहीं वो आईसीडब्ल्यू के लिए करते थे हम लोग, इफ आई रिमेंबर राइट. बट माई पॉइंट वॉज नॉट दैट. माई पॉइंट वॉज दैट कि तभी भी हमको मुलुंड में ये मालूम था कि मतलब चेंबूर में जेरोक्स बहुत सस्ता मिलता है. यू गेट इट एट 1/5 द प्राइस एंड इट वाज लाइक शॉकिंग. एंड देयर यूज्ड टू बी पीपल यूज्ड टू लाइक ट्रैवल टू चेंबूर टू गेट दिस जेरोक्स.
क्या मेमोरी है चेंबूर का. कोई गोल्फ सीखा होगा, कोई यूएस ओपन जीता होगा चेंबूर में खेल के. यू आर स्टक ऑन जेरोक्स.
अपनी औकात में होता है ना सब कुछ. तेरी क्या औकात थी उसके ऊपर होता है. No, for me, Chembur was like this distant, faraway land, you know. Yeah. Like it's. I had never been to Chembur, honestly. For a long time, I never went to Chembur. Even today, I mean.
The Chembur at that time was a very lovely place, especially मेरा जो school
था. It was also off for us. Yeah. So we had to go to Kurla and then change a train and go to this. We used to go to Borivali all the time, but.
It's not exactly a tourist
destination. And I had no relatives there.
It was a very lovely place. So Chembur was as lovely as Bandra used to be.
अच्छा.
So especially जो area जो मेरा school था, so that was called Central Avenue Road. तो वहाँ पे it was on both sides, it was beautiful bungalows of these Christian people, which I told you, no, जिसका history है. And वो इतना area like green, tree lined, beautiful bungalows, like as nice as Bandra. I remember when I went to Bandra, I said, अरे ये तो
चेंबूर जैसा
ही है. So at that time there was a stiff competition between Chembur and Bandra, which is a nicer.
But even now it's like that. A lot of it is
अभी
like.
तो नहीं,
नहीं,
तो
not
सब
Chembur. I'm not
बंगाल
talking about Chembur, but I shot a lot of Vartak Nagar in CVD. So at CVD Fort, and then उधर वो BPCL का कॉलोनी है, तो उसके अंदर I shot the गणपति action sequences, and I used to drive around all the time. You know, I had a girlfriend also, तो हम लोग बहुत जाते थे उस तरफ. Flamingos जहाँ आता है, वहीं पे वो CVD का फोर्ट है, तो वो थोड़ा अभी भी वो एरिया ऐसा मतलब डेजर्टेड टाइप है, वो ऐसा.
शिवड़ी का एरिया जो दैट एरिया वो एकदम इट्स लाइक अ वियर्ड काइंड ऑफ, इट्स अ वेरी वियर्ड एरिया. इट्स लाइक सो बेसिकली ये जो पूरा कोस्टल पैच है ना, फ्रॉम शिवड़ी से लेके माझगांव तक, दैट होल लैंड इज ओन्ड बाय द बॉम्बे पोर्ट ट्रस्ट. So that is why there is no development on that land. और जो पब्लिक बैठा है वो ऐसा 2-5 रुपए का भाड़ा देता होगा, इसलिए they have to get dirty godowns and warehouses.
Squatters, I think.
So and so area पूरा एकदम it's like the area that land forgot.
Right.
That time forgot. And now all these politicians are trying hard to, you know, muscle into it and take
like
it over.
of course. I mean, so that's अभी वही तो है ना जो इन लोग इतना it's like a prime land. So वैसा ही है. Anyway, so from school you went to college, right? You went to Pudar.
Yeah.
I hope you enjoyed part 1 of my conversation with travel writer Ketan Joshi. I published the second of this 4-part informative conversation on Friday next week. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I drop a new episode every Friday night at around 10 p.m. I will also end this and every episode by recommending a film or a web series. But before that, here is a small message on how you can help to keep this podcast alive and growing. This episode is free and we intend to keep it that way. But it does take a lot of time, money and effort to produce the show. We research, write, record and edit before we finally present it to you. So if you wish to support our effort, you can help us produce the show by contributing any amount you wish on our website, conversationswithatul.com. Please note that the word conversations is plural with an S. So do visit conversationswithatul.com. Since we are talking about travel stories, here is my film record. The film I recommend today is the Taika Waititi, Barry Crump and Tere Bakahi written and the Taika Waititi directed film Hunt for the Wilder People. The film is a crazy ride about a foster parent Hector and 12-year-old Ricky Baker on the run from a national manhunt, as they realize that giving themselves up would only get them into more trouble. Hunt for the Wilder People rates a wild 7.8 out of 10 on IMDb. Do watch if you haven't already. Follow me on Twitter by following my Twitter handle Atul Taishete, spelled as ATULTAISHETE. Also, do visit my website Conversations, that is Conversations plural with an S. The complete website address is conversationswithatul.com. In the second of this 4-part episode with prolific travel writer Ketan Joshi, we converse about the history of Vitthal Malia, who will go down in history as the original takeover king, the inner workings of the liquor industry, the fascinating backstory of the corporate marigold, and finally, a class on the difference between sales and marketing. So please welcome Ketan Joshi, a writer who is close to publishing almost 24 travel books and who, in this episode, will enrich us with his experiences on how he got over his fear of travel, how he got his first taste of rural India, his first backpacking trip, and finally, his personal philosophy of why anybody with an ambition to write should have both a thin skin and a thick skin. Hi, I'm Atul Taishete and welcome to my podcast, Conversations with Atul. But before we begin, please do check out my not to miss film recommendation that I make at the end of every episode. Also, here is a small message on a book I have written, which is easily available on Amazon worldwide and which can help you to write screenplays, novels, and much more. Have you ever watched a film or a series or read a novel and felt, I can write better than this? Except you didn't really know how to. But now you can try your hand at writing screenplays, web series or novels with a little help from my book called Anybody Can Write a Film. Devoid of film jargon and loaded with examples from popular films, my book simplifies the process to write films, series or even a novel. Available on Amazon worldwide under the title Anybody Can Write a Film, Demystifying the Screenwriting Process by Atul. Visit Amazon.in to buy the book in India and Amazon in your respective countries to buy the Kindle version. Anybody can write a film. Now with my book, anybody actually can.
So from school, you went to college, right? You went to Pudar.
Yeah.
From when you were like 16. Like, abhi to everybody does it because people don't understand the concept of college. The generation today, because for them, college starts when they are after their 12th. For us.
So that is for North Indian. SSC mein to it was always +1, +10, +2, +3.
No, even in right now in all schools, most schools and have
That
up
is
to
CBSE. SSC is 10 +2 +3.
Okay.
So 2 +3 is college. Junior college is +2 and +3 is senior college. It is only the CBSE model which used to be North Indian, but now a lot of schools here are.
Yeah. Most schools I think have adopted that. So we go to college when you were like 16.
Yeah.
You know. So how was college for you?
College is again great. So I didn't score well in my 10th because.
How did you get into Pudar?
So it was very interesting. Again, luck. I told you, luck drives a
How
lot
much
of
did
my
you
life. I got 72%.
Oh really?
Yeah.
72 was. I mean, 72 was really low for Pudar.
72 was really low, and you know why it was low? It was because of English. So I scored almost full marks in science and maths, and languages में I got 60%. तो पूरा ले लिया
I'll
basically
tell you one
उसको.
story after this about English. Yeah, tell me. Yeah.
So then I got admission into SIS College of Commerce, which is in Sion. तो नया खुला था. Earlier SIS was Arts and Science,
उधर मिल जाता था
और
72.
उधर Commerce मिला.
Yeah.
And then what happened is after all the admissions are over, the one girl I knew who was my senior, she said, go to Pudar and see. Many times what happens is that they always keep some seats in hand for any last minute
Right.
VIP request. And generally एक दो सीट रह जाता है. So go and check, होगा तो मिलेगा. And at that time we went, I mentioned it to my dad. So we went and met the principal. And it so happened that there was one seat left. And I got it.
Because somebody told you and you went and
Yeah,
tried. Otherwise, you wouldn't have got it actually.
I wouldn't have bothered.
Yeah. Superb, no?
Yeah. And Pudar was again very, very active kind of college. Lots of associations, lots of groups. So,
Really?
So Pudar mein, planning forum, economics association, this association, that association, NCC, college magazine. We used to have a intra-college festival called RAPO. So in which all the divisions, so there were like 7 or 8 divisions per year. So they used to fight for winning rapport among themselves. So
Okay.
they used to have like 40-50 events in that. तो उसमें जो हर events का marks है, if you win that, then you. So because of that, lots of action used to be happening all the time. We had a trekkers club. We had lots of stuff, and I was in almost all of them.
Oh. I didn't go to Pudar because one, it was far from Thana. I mean, Mulund College was also as good in terms of academics, but I felt it Pudar or then we wanted to go to Sydenham, you know, but Sydenham was like fucking really far. बाद में किया गया अपन सब लोग Bajaj. It was like, but it was really far, really far from Thana. So उधर नहीं गए, फिर बोला अरे पुदर में क्या जाने का, उधर से मुलुंड कॉलेज में जाते हैं.
Pudar was like a humming with activity all the time.
Okay, I didn't know all this. Otherwise, I would have definitely gone there.
It was great fun. Right? So basically 11th standard में, so basically जो हमारा प्रिंसिपल है, he was a very young and dynamic principal at time, R.R. शाहू राजा करके था.
Okay.
So उसका he was a very pragmatic guy. So what happens is that for 11th standard admission, there's a lot of pressure from every Tom, Dick and Harry. शिवसेना वाला आएगा, कांग्रेस वाला आएगा, कॉर्पोरेटर आएगा, IAS वाला आएगा, पुलिस वाला आएगा, मिनिस्टर आएगा. Everybody will come with one letter. Please give my ward admission. तो वो बोला आओ, सब आओ, तेरे चाहिए तू भी आ, तेरे चाहिए तू भी आ. So 11th standard is packed. Okay. Now what happens is that a lot of these guys are undeserving, number one. Number two, a lot of them are from Marathi medium. To shift at this level, at 11th standard level, from one language to another is really tough. You need to study hard. These buggers will not study. बैठ के time pass करेंगे. Or even if they do study, they don't make it, many of them. And so he'll say कि सब आ जाओ, you're all there. Okay, now pass the exams. 11th standard exam में 50% will fail. Get out.
Fail 50%.
So it's a proper exam, get out. So कोई आके बोलेगा तो मेरा आदमी को फेल क्यों, ये ले पेपर, तू ही देख, इसको कुछ आता ही नहीं है. एंड देन द मिनिस्टर विल नॉट हेल्प यू सेकंड टाइम अराउंड. तो एक बार हेल्प किया बोला उसके बाद बॉस तेरा काम है पढ़ाई करना है, तू पढ़ाई नहीं करता मैं क्या करूँ टाइम्स. So in 12th standard again you have got like proper amount of people in the classes and this thing. And then by 12th standard you're a little used to college life when you start taking part in activities and stuff like that. And it's entirely up to you. Some people just come and go and some people have fun.
Oh.
So I was joint secretary of this forum. I was editor of college magazine. I was elected representative of the class. I was under officer of NCC. I was like हर एक चीज में उंगली कर रहा था मैं. I was like in everything.
You were in NCC.
हाँ.
It's really difficult to believe that because from the time that I know you, like which was like you must be 20, right? When we went because you didn't take a break.
In Bajaj I was not fat. I became fat after I started working actually.
Okay. No, I mean, but you still didn't seem like you were in NCC at Bajaj. That's all. So, okay. But why? You were interested in the army or because your brother was in the Air Force? So, you had
I
that.
just wanted to see what it is like.
Okay.
तो
But you didn't really want to be in the armed forces, yeah. Okay. Because it's terrible. Because when I was in around, I think 10th ke baad, I went to this 1 month course, summer course to Bhosla Military School.
After 10th it's very tough. You should not.
No, ऐसा नहीं है. अपन ऐसे ही बाप का वो same thing letter वाला because I didn't deserve to be there honestly speaking. I mean because my father was in Maharashtra Times. वो some editor gave a letter. वो letter लेके भोसला मिलिट्री स्कूल में गया. उसने बोला आ जाओ. वैसे था वो. And then you go.
भोसला मिलिट्री पैसा दे के आओ. There is no admission procedure.
No. For that there's it's a limited number of seats.
हाँ, true.
And
but
a lot of people apply because all the NCC kids who want to plan to join the army, they want to go to Bhosla Military School because it looks good on their CV. So it was obviously I was completely undeserving, but my father had a letter from from some editor of Maharashtra Times probably, and they got me in here, and I was like, what the hell is this? 5:30 बजे उठो और तुम अगर एक ऐसा गलत एक स्टेप मार दो टॉप करके this to hit you on your calf muscles. It's terrible यार. मैं बोला ये अपने से नहीं होने वाला है.
Yeah, the NCC we used to have every Sunday this thing. In fact, I did pretty well in NCC. I was sent for some various. So basically, NCC में they send you for various camps and stuff like that. So I went for a couple of camps. In fact, I went for one camp to Devlali, I think. हाँ देवलाली गया था ना RT Center. And one friend of mine, he went all the way to Republic Day parade.
हाँ वो उनके लिए बहुत बड़ा होता था.
That's a big thing, very big
for the NCC kids because I remember all these conversations there and I couldn't relate to this.
RD parade के लिए गया मतलब तू बहुत
RD parade करके आया. What the hell is this RD parade? And I mean, for those kids who are actually doing those more in the NCC,
in fact,
it was a huge thing.
I cleared my C certificate. So NCC में there is a B and C. So if in school you get A certificate, and in college you get a B and C certificate. So actually I cleared my C certificate. So if I had gone for CDSC, I would not have to sit for the exams. I would directly have gone for the SSB.
Oh my God!
By showing that C certificate.
Wow.
So I was just not interested, so I didn't try.
Is it the loss or is it their gain that didn't hire you? I mean,
probably their gain.
Yeah, even I think so. No, I mean, I think you've done much better. I mean, you've written like 20 books. I've always been fascinated with your. I mean, I was like, ये कितना prolific है. So, 20 किताब लिखने का मतलब क्या है? It's not a small thing, na. So
yeah, so it's easier when you're writing travel books because
whatever you're writing, yeah.
Plotting fiction is.
No,
independent.
For me, it's about sitting in a place and like I've written a book on screenwriting and I always tell whatever because I also went to film school for like 4 or 5 years and I used to see in film school in a school like FTI half the kids don't write. You know, और they are filmmakers. तो सब पिक्चर बना रहे हैं. बोला क्या पिक्चर बनाएगा, तुमको लिखने को पसंद नहीं है तो तुम क्या फिल्म मेकर है, क्या पिक्चर बनाने वाले, और अभी नहीं लिख रहा है बाद में क्या लिखेगा बाहर जाके जब भाड़ा भरने का है. बिकॉज देन यू आर स्ट्रगलिंग टू मेक रेंट ना. FTI इज लाइक कुछ नहीं होता है उधर. मतलब तुम यार पूरी चिल माहौल है.
राइटिंग is partly a habit. It is partly habit as in practice.
Right.
It is partly the gift of the gods. If you are not getting inspiration, तू बैठ के तू कुछ भी कर ले, तेरा कुछ नहीं होने वाला.
हाँ, but अगर तुम्हारा वो करियर है, if you are going to be a film director, for example, then you need to write.
You need to know it's specialty stuff like film writing. तो you need to know the nuts and bolts.
But you need to write. तुमको एक जगह पे बैठ के 4 घंटा सुबह वो आदत जो है, that whole idea, वो अगर तुम में नहीं है, तो तुम film direction भी मत करो. That's all that I'm saying.
Yeah, and especially for something which is little specific, you need to It's a very different kind of writing. I have never done such a thing. So I have
No,
written all
film
kinds of
writing is
stuff.
very
but film
different.
writing is
Film
totally
writing is
different.
definitely, because in film writing you don't need to explain everything. You know, like if I
You are coming from a different mindset actually. वो brain को एक वो. So like how
like
is to
I
write?
can't write what fiction writers write, because like if I've come into a room and I have to explain the room, I mean I can do it, I'm sure, but I don't enjoy doing it.
No, the point is you should not do it also unless it is essential. मैं रूम में है, इधर ये कपाट है, इधर who cares? I mean only if it is germane to the story or if you want to set a mood or something, वो बात अलग है. But the point
But it
being
still
कि,
takes
it
a-
is something
but it's-
very
it's not a
special.
visual thing,
It's
you
a
know, so-
technical skill. You need to have that technical skill and
absolutely,
practice.
absolutely. No, and it's also important in book writing, in any kind of book writing, where because for the simple reason that you're not going to see anything, so you're always going to have. It's like setting up a shot, for example.
But the interesting thing is you can only. So the fun of writing is that you can mention only what you want to mention. So like अगर तू एक camera shot ले गया room का, so then everything is visible.
Not necessary. Again, you can shoot what you want. I mean, so
Again तू ये angle लेगा तो you cannot say कि ये मैं blur out करूँगा. It's there and an observant viewer can notice कि let's say वहाँ पे कुछ bag में कुछ full types है. Maybe it is germane to a story आगे जाएंगे. Who knows? So you are not zooming in on it, but
we're
it's
talking
there.
about bad directors. I won't do it, but I mean,
No, I'm just trying to make a point. But when you're writing a book, I'll not even mention it. बाद में पता चलेगा अच्छा डिटेक्टिव से when I came वो यहाँ पे एक बैग था, अब मुझे क्या पता चले.
No, but what I meant was basically is that in films, for example, I mean, since we're discussing this difference, I feel that you don't need to, what happens is like मैंने लिख दिया, like what you write at the beginning of a scene, scene 2, interior day, Atul's room, for example, then there will be later what you call a production designer or an art director who will come and give you 100 options of Atul's room. तो तेरे को वो सब उतना दिमाग नहीं लगाना पड़ता है. But somebody is reading a book, they need to actually see it somewhere, कि एक रूम है, अगर उसमें कुछ important है जैसे तू बोल रहा है, वो important explain करने का भी एक skill है ना. वो skill मेरे में मुझे लगता है कि I can't do it for a book, but I can do it for a film.
नहीं, actually क्या होता है, a writer is completely alone. जो भी कर रहा है वो अकेला ही कर रहा है. While a filmmaker works in a group. So there are lots of people helping him.
After the writing. After the writing.
So, but to convert the writing into so basically I'm saying what comes in the hands of the receiver is something which has been made by a team. While what comes
The final, right?
Final is made by an individual guy. So that is the essential difference.
That is a huge difference. And then everybody adds and that's why I feel that films have to make money. इतना लोग तो जो 10 लोग ऐड करेगा तो 10 लोग पैसा लेता है. फ्री में नहीं होता है. It's not like a book कि अपन कर दिया तो 30,000 का लॉस है, उससे ज़्यादा क्या है. तो ये फर्क है. So were you writing a lot in college then?
No, not a lot. I used to write chota mota stuff, but not that much. So not a lot. No.
Not a lot at all. मतलब not much, as in because in school you were writing.
In school also I was writing. Again we are back to my memory.
No, but
I remember since I was editor of the magazine, I became editor because I had contributed couple of articles and the professor was impressed. And I was not even the main editor, I was the assistant editor. In fact, the editor tha, he went on to become a journalist.
Okay.
A journalist for ET or something like that. Then he became a lawyer.
तो अपने जैसा ही लाइफ था.
Then he worked with Sucheta Dalal. Now I remember. Then he worked with Sucheta Dalal. So yeah, so बाकी writing, so वही I think actually I was doing a lot of writing, correct. So मैंने actually हमारा colony जो था, HP colony, I made a magazine for the colony.
अच्छा.
So I used to call it Colony Collage.
Colony Collage.
That was when I discovered the magic of Xerox.
That is when it discussed Chembur station.
So then what time DTP software वगैरह कुछ नहीं था. So we used to make a paste up magazine. So so basically our colony, so the company used to give the colony office some money for personal development kind of thing. So I told them कि मेरा idea, we'll make a colony magazine and we'll get whoever wants to do a write up can send a write up. We'll make a nice magazine and distribute it. For no reason apart from the fact कि ऐसा time pass, something to do types. तो उसमें I used to write for that and edit it and produce it and do everything for it basically. so that kind of stuff I used to do. Then कॉलेज का भी मैगजीन था. बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम दैट एज आर्टिकल्स फॉर माई ओन जस्ट टू राइट इन अ बुक वो भी चलता हुआ थोड़ा बहुत बट नॉट इन अ बिग वे. आई एक्चुअली डिड मोर फिक्शन राइटिंग आफ्टर आई स्टार्टेड वर्किंग. वो बोला ना कि वो इट्स अ गिफ्ट फ्रॉम द गॉड्स. वो अगर वो इंस्पिरेशन आ रहा है तो झपाझप आता है.
बराबर है, बराबर
नहीं आ रहा है तो नहीं आ रहा है बस.
But it's also, see, with writers, I feel like, at least in my case, I feel that way, is that it keeps marinating somewhere. You know, it's like, मतलब तुम्हारे अंदर वो मैरिनेट करता रहता है तुमको. वो हम लोग जो बोलते हैं कि झपाझप आता है, वो झपाझप नहीं है. वो बेसिकली ये है कि इट्स बीन मैरिनेटिंग इनसाइड यू फॉर इयर्स.
एंड यू इट्स लाइक अ मसल यू आर डेवलपिंग. तो रोज जिम में जाके मसल डेवलप करेगा तो यू नो one day you will become muscular. वैसा है कि if you have the idea of writing stuff, then one day you will graduate from short form to long form. Right. You will graduate from 1 pager to a 3 pager to a 5 pager to so on and so forth.
You're right. It's a lot about discipline also ना. मतलब तुम में अगर वो बात है, perseverance है, discipline है, तो तुम लिखेगा.
And essentially what is required for a writer is a curious mixture of a thin skin and a thick skin. So you should be thin-skinned enough to be open to suggestions, and this thing, and you should be thick-skinned enough to ignore the haters. So it's a so that's a writer that will be a combination of I don't know, sociopath and a psychopath.
No, for me it is, for me personally, even in terms of writing or even in terms of, because I give my scripts out to a lot of friends who I think can contribute, and for me it's like till I say action I have time to change something. I am like that. Most people don't like it like that, but मेरे लिए ये है कि तू मेरे को कुछ भी बोलेगा, like, see, the thing is very simple for me. Once it's out in the market, then some random guy from bloody Jharkhand is going to come and tell me your film's sucked. You know, उससे पहले मैं सुन लूँ किसी का, and it's my job whether I like it or dislike it. That's it. You know, so that whole open-mindedness towards whatever your writing is, that's extremely important. That's very, very important. Then you take a choice, and eventually that choice is yours. Whether it hits a 6 or I mean you get out. I mean that's entirely your choice. So one should not get so worked up or worried about what somebody else is criticizing you for, because it's irrelevant. You know, मतलब वो तेरे लिए irrelevant है ना. तुम यार तुमको सुनना है सुनो, नहीं सुनना है मत सुनो, क्या फर्क पड़ता है.
तेरे अच्छा नहीं लगा,
तो you know, but वो
if you have a valid criticism, then I'll take it to heart कि हाँ ठीक है ये point है. Next time I'll write. So for a writer, unlike a filmmaker,
it's also a lot of things for somebody, you know, to go through your script. I think it's a huge thing. I'm talking about script, sorry, but I'm generally talking about writing.
Yeah, correct.
Is that like, I mean, my
for
book
someone
went to a lot of people.
To invest that time.
To invest that time, like this book and screenwriting, I went to 20 people.
Yeah.
They fucking put their time in it. Sent me, half of them sent me like this, you know, अपना पूरा एक करके कि ये नहीं है, ये नहीं है, ये नहीं. I don't have to agree with everything, but I have to respect the fact that person put in like hours of his life, and he could have spent that looking at Netflix and Amazon and maybe just scratching his balls or whatever else that one could have been doing, and they invested in my book and said, okay, let me give this person feedback. I think that's a very, very important thing.
And when you write so many books, I have to find people who
You're writing them faster than they can read them, actually. So, no, I'm fascinated with your writing. It's even whatever the kind of book it is, though you say that it's a travel book and it's probably easier in your head. I think that it's fascinating that you're writing so much. I mean, and you're getting them published, you're trying. That is what gives you, then it becomes a body of work, no? Then it becomes volume, that's what it is all about. For everybody. Yeah. For everybody. Like, it's like, for me also, as a filmmaker, it's like when I make 10 films, then I have a body of work.
Correct.
2 film बनाएगा तो थोड़ी body of work होता है. यही तो
for it to even qualify for the word oeuvre, it has कुछ तो minimum होना चाहिए.
बराबर. नहीं, 100%. My point is that for anybody who's listening to it, it has nothing to do with this. You know, if somebody tells you you're writing good English, bad English, you need to have the discipline and the perseverance to sit and write. That is the most important. You need to have great ideas and you need to sit and write. And तुम लिखते रहेगा, तुम improve करेगा. और तुम किताब लिखेगा, you know, और
yeah, I have a slightly different take. To become a good writer, you first need to read.
Absolutely.
If you are not a reader, then you will struggle in writing, because you read all kinds of stuff. Ideally, you read stuff which has good quality language, and from a variety of authors, so अलग-अलग type का
बराबर.
kind of plotting.
Styles, basically.
All of that will go inside your head, and then it will marinate somewhere, and then you'll be. So it's not possible to read a grammar textbook and learn grammar.
Absolutely.
Maybe it is, but I don't know. I don't think
No,
it's
that's
practical.
good for exams, but उसके आगे whatever it is.
हाँ, तो applied grammar and applied writing and
Yeah,
the right
yeah.
word and
Yeah.
this thing, that will come from reading. If you don't invest a lot of time in reading, and invest is possibly a misleading word, because it's if you read something with this thing कि मैं ये पढ़ के सीखूंगा and then I'll become a good writer, वो थोड़ा सा fight है, because you'll become a clone. But if you want to become your own writer, you should read just because you enjoy reading. For no reason. Read ideally better quality of writing. Don't read I don't know, Amish and Chetan Bhagat and all these guys. Don't read them. Stay away from them. Read some good quality stuff.
No, but they are popular. They are a
No,
certain kind of.
I have no quarrel with their popularity, but I am saying if you want to become a better writer, then read better readers. I mean, better.
You can aim for the
authors.
success, if not for their
Yeah.
quality of writing in your case. But I'm saying that,
Yeah. So, so if you do, and if you enjoy reading, you will become a better writer.
बराबर.
If you do it like ये homework है, तो I don't know. Then it might still work. Who knows? But it will not be a fun way to do it.
Yeah. No, I agree entirely with this, because I feel that it's unless तुम because all of us I know who are writers right now, they really enjoyed reading as kids. Otherwise you don't become writers. मतलब otherwise you can always become anything you want. बट वो एक जनरल स्टाइल रहता है, फिर तुम्हारा कुछ इन्फ्लुएंसेस रहता है बचपन में, वो बचपन से लेके कॉलेज से लेके जो भी, एंड दोज इन्फ्लुएंसेस आर हाउ यू स्टार्ट थिंक, अरे मैं इसके जैसा लिखने का कोशिश करता हूँ, एंड देन इवेंचुअली योर ओन स्टाइल इवॉल्व्स एंड whatever that happens from there on, I guess, you know. So college was generally non-eventful, or was pretty eventful for you.
College was extremely eventful, fully action packed, hardly an empty day, and so basically मेरा फंडा when I was in school, 10th standard types, 9th 10th standard, मेरा तू करना क्या चाहता है लाइफ में. तो at that time I said कि what am I good at? So I am good at languages, right? And I am reasonably good at art, drawing and stuff like that. So first I thought, I am art पे तोफ हूँ, I'll join JJ School of Arts. तो मैं JJ School of Art एडमिशन के लिए गया एग्जाम, तो उधर एडमिशन एग्जाम होता है. तो वहाँ जाके देखा कि मेरा अवकाश 0 है. Completely -1 है compared to the artist.
Could you draw? I mean,
I could draw. I was a reasonably good drawer.
Okay.
I don't know. Artist is the right word, but the sketching and all was pretty good. But painting and all. So these guys who
very
come from
difficult to
JJ
get
School of
into
Arts, so these guys
they've been studying for years to get into JJ.
एक तो they are extremely talented.
Yeah.
And they are extremely well trained.
Yeah.
वो JJ में सबसे पहले बोला कि ये दुकान में जाके ये पेपर लेके आओ और ये करो. ऐसा पेपर होता है, मैं बोला पता नहीं. तो वो पेपर सुनते ही बोला अच्छा ये तो छोड़ो, ये तो क्या. Then I saw the other side work, they were like spectacular. Wow, it's shameful for me to even stand in the same room as these guys. They're very good guys.
Yeah.
And I said कि मेरे को करना भी नहीं है. This is like very hardcore stuff. I enjoy sketching as a hobby, but as a profession, though, no. I'm not good enough is one thing, and I don't want to do it. It sounds like a dumb thing to do. Said कि अच्छा, then. But I still enjoy, artistic stuff, let's put it that way. I may not be good at it, but I am okay at sketching and I am okay at writing. So, क्या करें? So, then somehow I fixated on advertising, which is like applied art.
Copywriting basically.
हाँ, applied. So, no, copywriting ये सब पता नहीं था वो टाइम में.
No, but were you interested in copywriting or becoming the मतलब?
ये दोनों का difference हमको पता नहीं था. Ad बनता है इतना पता था.
बराबर.
And I said, this sounds like fun. Because that was the time of English language ads with lots of text and this thing. तो बोला ये बनाएंगे, तो advertising में जाएंगे. Advertising में कैसे जाते हैं?
A lot of actually directors who were making those and creative directors were all South Bombay guys.
Yeah.
A lot of them who used to head these agencies were South Bombay guys.
Yeah. And that was the time of English language advertising, because the only magazine you should sell was English. So by the time we graduated, it was when Piyush Pandey and all these guys burst into the scene and they changed the language. बट एट कि कैसे जाते हैं एडवर्टाइजिंग में, बोला कि MBA करके. बोला MBA कैसे करते हैं? बोला कि कुछ नहीं, एनीथिंग करके जा सकते हैं. बोला हाँ अच्छा है, गुड, मेरे को साइंस नहीं करना है. I thought briefly of taking arts, but then the thought of dissecting a beautiful story and answering questions on it, वो thought से मेरे को गंदा लगा. Why did the protagonist do this? बोलो, oh my god, ये नहीं करना. So the simplest way to do it was commerce. So I said my path was very clear from day one. I had no soul searching thing. I will do my BCom, then I will do my MBA. I was clear from 10th standard
And then get into advertising. That was the idea.
So at that time advertising. Then while I was doing my BCom, I realized advertising is a very very sort of restricted field. So what I actually wanted to do was marketing. So from about FY BCom, I was clear that not advertising, I want to do marketing, and therefore so for me, I had no soul searching and stuff like that to do. I was like comfortable in my path, and वो करते करते I used to take part in this ad competitions and कॉलेज में होता था ना ad बनाने का competition.
Intercollegiate festivals.
इंटर कॉलेजिएट में बहुत केला होता था, अवकाश नहीं था, बट इंट्रा कॉलेजिएट देन वो ऐसा करते करते वो कॉलेज के आगे एंड वी स्टार्ट अप्लाइंग फॉर कैट एंड ऑल. वो IMS ज्वाइन किया. IMS तो एट द स्टार्ट
IMS गया था क्या?
हाँ, तो एट द स्टार्ट ऑफ IMS ना आई वाज द लीडर अक्रॉस आई थिंक ऑल बॉम्बे, टॉप मार्क्स. तो अनफॉर्चुनेटली उसके बाद मैं मार्क्स नोज डाउन एंड बोला कि यार मैं टेंशन में आ गई, क्या यार ये कुछ मेरे आई एम नॉट हैप्पी विद दिस मार्क्स दैट फॉलिंग. सो एट दैट
Now I remember, honestly, because you just said it, now I remember why I used to go to Chembur for Xeroxes for this, because I didn't join IMS. Okay, मतलब I didn't even know how to get in or whatever. But हम लोग दे रहे थे कैट वैट. तो वो एग्जाम्स का उसका जो मटेरियल था IMS का, वो कोई तो दोस्त, कोई तो शायद अमित बाकरे ही था, चिन्मय का दोस्त था, तो उसके पास किसी के पास तो मटेरियल था, तो उसका जेरोक्स मारने हम लोग चेंबूर जाते थे. Now I remember. I'm sorry I interrupted you, but I was thinking, why was I going to Chembur before going to Bajaj?
So there's actually an interesting story about English. So that's why I'm telling so the first exam was I think CAT only ना, दिसंबर में CAT होता है.
Yeah, I think
एंड
so.
कैट में मैं हक दिया बुरी तरह से. while I gave it only, वो बाहर फटाके वटाके फूट रहे थे, कुछ शादी वादी हो रहा था, I couldn't concentrate, so I messed up that exam. बोला ये तो गया है, इसका कुछ नहीं होने वाला है. तो अब टेंशन, what to do now, because I was fully wanting to get into IM. So next exam was FMS, Delhi. So I went for FMS exam. And the full format was totally different. So there was like the English part of it was a whole bunch of words which I had never really heard of. इसका मतलब बताओ. तो मैं दो ये क्या है? So then I said कि अच्छा ये word का root क्या है? So इसका Latin root is this. So therefore this word probably means, so the Latin word means this. So therefore this word probably means this. तो ऐसे करते करते just on base. So basically, rather कि
लॉजिक लगा के इंग्लिश सॉल्व किया.
To be a writer, you need to be a reader, because you have been reading for so long. And one of my hobbies was reading word etymology.
अच्छा, oh,
ये word बना कैसे? So there's a writer called Wilfred Funk who used to have readers digest में एक end में आता था know your words kind of thing.
right.
तो उसका एक किताब था all about words.
अच्छा.
Which is very good. If anybody is interested, they should hunt it out. All about words.
Okay.
अभी भी कहाँ मिलेगा भगवान जाने, but it gave the story of words. So now it's freely available on the internet to all etymologies and stuff like that. But it's a very entertaining way. He said story of word, how this word developed and all. So because I had a wide reading and because I enjoyed word etymology, because of that I knew a bit of Latin. I never studied Latin, but because I knew the word roots, so like I probably can't pronounce the Latin word correctly, but I know the spelling and stuff. Because of that, उसका extrapolate करके I was able to figure out, इसका meaning क्या होगा,
क्या हो सकता है,
क्या हो सकता है, and there are only 4 options, so
it becomes easier. Yeah.
So because of that, I topped in that FMS exam.
You topped in the FMS.
Maybe I didn't top, but I was selected.
Okay.
But so FMS.
You were selected for the interview.
For the interview. तो उसके लिए मैं दिल्ली गया.
अच्छा, उसका इंटरव्यू दिल्ली में होता है, because I didn't crack
दिल्ली
it.
दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी ना, तो दिल्ली में इंटरव्यू, तो उसके लिए इंटरव्यू के लिए मैं दिल्ली गया. तो दिल्ली में समर when was this? This would have been Feb March kind of thing. तो दिल्ली यूनिवर्सिटी में लाइक गया, तो इंटरव्यू पैनल में 6 सरदार देखे एक तो मैं डर गया. और वहाँ पे they had a panel of already some 4-5 ACs. तो इतना AC ठंडा था कि एंड देन दे स्टार्टेड आस्किंग मी क्वेश्चंस, एक क्वेश्चन, दूसरा क्वेश्चन, तीसरा क्वेश्चन, फुल बाउंसर, मेरे को कुछ नहीं आया उसमें.
मतलब what you had studied in BCom.
सो हाँ, आई एम कमिंग टू दैट. सो कुछ तो पूछा, मेरे को कुछ नहीं आया, तो तो बोले ये भी गया, वापस आया. सो देन आई मेड अ फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन इन पुदर, एंड देन वेरी बिटरली सेड टू मी, यार कैसे सवाल पूछते, हाउ कैन एनीवन नो दिस क्वेश्चन. अच्छा क्या पूछा? सो आई सेड कि व्हाट आर A B C ये सब पूछा. सो ही गेव मी अ वेरी स्ट्रेंज लुक. क्या है भाई, ये सब सिलेबस में है. तो ऐसे शिट, फॉरगेट MBA में बीकॉम फेल हो जाऊंगा. MBA सब साइड में रखो, लेकिन बीकॉम का पढ़ाई करते हैं.
नहीं ये सब ऐसे ही होता है. इट्स आई रिमेंबर हाउ आई क्लियर्ड माय FY/SY is because 12th I was because in commerce you know that you get only 10 ranks. So unofficially you get ranks, but I don't know whether you know. So I was 21st in Bombay board.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So I was 20. I had 82% in 12th, and I was 21st in Bombay board unofficially because they take 50 to science, commerce and arts they give only 10. So मैं था उसमें. फिर उसके बाद मैंने पढ़ाई कभी झाटा का पढ़ाई नहीं किया. सीधा MBA एंट्रेंसेस के लिए पढ़ाई किया डायरेक्ट. ICW में ऐसे ही क्लियर किया. I don't know how. बट तो ऐसा करता था. तो इधर क्या था, अभी माँ बाप पैसा देते थे, बोलते थे भाई अपने घर पे खाने को नहीं है, लेकिन तेरे को, मतलब ऐसा कभी प्रॉब्लम नहीं था. प्रीटी मतलब यू वर नेवर पुअर ऑनेस्टली. आई मीन बट देयर वाज ऑलवेज मनी फॉर बुक्स. बट पेरेंट्स यूज्ड टू गिव मनी एट द बिगिनिंग ऑफ द ईयर कि जा जाके किताब खरीद. तो उसका अपन पिक्चर देख लिया, खाना खा लिया, कुछ तो वो आदमी किताब नहीं है, क्लास में बैठा नहीं. मुलुंड कॉलेज वाज वेरी कूल लाइफ में. सो FY/SY में कभी बैठा नहीं. देन आई शिफ्टेड टू दिस हाउस हियर एंड देयर वाज दिस गर्ल called Sucheta Joshi in my group. Okay, so she used to stay in Srirang Society. This is a Vrindavan Society. Just about half a kilometer away. She used to stay there. तो अभी कल एग्जाम है, साल भर पढ़ा नहीं, कुछ मालूम नहीं, क्लास में कभी बैठा नहीं, कुछ मालूम नहीं अभी क्या है, आने वाला है, कल एग्जाम है. मैं उसको पूछता था तू कितने बजे तक पढ़ाई. शी एंड हर फ्रेंड जूही करके थे, दे यूज्ड टू स्टडी. मतलब तुम लोग दोनों कितने बजे तक पढ़ाई करेगा. तो बोलता है हम लोग 10 बजे 9 बजे हम लोग किताब बंद कर देता है, फिर हम लोग खोलता नहीं, फिर सुबह हम लोग सीधा एग्जाम के लिए जाता है. मैं बोला सुपर्ब. 9:01 I used to be at her house. every all the 6 exams. 9:01 I used to be at her house. I used to take the book. फिर मैं रात भर वो पढ़ के अपना नोट्स बनाता था. वो क्या इतना सा किताब होता 200 पेज का, वो अपने को पढ़ने का आदत है, तो बैठ के टक टुक 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 नोट्स बनाता था उसका रात भर. फिर सुबह उसको जाके 6 बजे उन लोग उठते थे, तो उनको एक किताब वापस दे दो, अपना नोट्स पढ़ो 8 बजे तक, फिर जाके एग्जाम दो. ऐसा मैं क्लियर किया पूरे FY और SY थैंक्स टू Sucheta Joshi and Sui Raje. Thank you very much. Open acknowledgement on this on my show. Now I cleared my FY and SY. So how was Bajaj? So MBA, how was that? Those 2 years of your life. What do you make of them in hindsight?
MBA थोड़ा weird था because for me I had come straight from college. While the vast majority of them had at least
engineers had come from this, but all of us commerce graduates had come directly from college. There was no commerce graduate who had come
and I had come from Podar. So I had no experience of sitting in a class.
Yeah, same.
So Bajaj में मैं bunk मारता था, and then by the time I realized कि ऐसा नहीं करना चाहिए, it was a little too late also.
नहीं वही होता है, बिकॉज आई हैड नो आइडिया अबाउट दिस कि हाउ इम्पोर्टेंट दिस रैंकिंग एंड ऑल दैट इज. कोई आइडिया नहीं था उसके बारे में, तो आता था.
So that is, I think actually it's a good idea to work, but then साला बीकॉम का जॉब क्या मिलेगा साला. But I mean it would be a good idea for someone to sit everyone down and say कि भाई bunk मत मारो, take this very seriously, it's your life.
No, but that happens even in IITs, that a lot of, because I have somebody else, because I have a lot of friends from IITs now, because wherever I was, तो उनका वही बोलता है कि वो जितना उन लोग 2 साल वो रगड़ा मारते हैं to get into नहीं IITs also to get into the GRE क्रैक करने में, कि वो जैसे वो IIT में घुसता है वो बोलता है बस हो गया मेरा अभी. तो वो उसमें भी almost about 60-70% people just give up. मतलब उनको सिर्फ वो 4 साल निकालने का है उधर. वो मैं IIT का टैग लेके निकल रहा हूँ. सो दैट इज व्हाट हैपेंस एवरीवेयर कि यार हो गया अभी बस.
You have got 4 years to catch your breath and refocus kind of thing. But here it is basically 1 साल का खेल है ना. you're doing your placement at the end of your first year essentially.
But ये सब मालूम था कि मेरे को तो नहीं मालूम था. When I was
I'm saying
I'm sure at least मतलब मेरे को नहीं मालूम था.
So like I found some years back I found my 4th sem mark sheet. Okay, बजाज का. तो उसमें तो Acha, forget who taught this thing, which I don't remember. Forget what was taught, that also I don't remember. I didn't remember the names of the courses. ये सब सिखाया, ये कौन सा? I don't remember any of this. How did I clear this?
I was really proud of my 4th or 3rd semester mark sheet. I don't know which that was because econometrics जिसमें था. I don't remember what that year was. But I was so proud of that mark sheet because so many people had flunked, and I think there was 6 or 8 subjects, and I had 50 was passing. I had like 5 out of 8. I had 50. I didn't fail or anything. तो वो वैसे था. So it was amazing. So that was not, I mean, Bajaj was not something that. How do you remember that those 2 years of doing an MBA, which was like, I think all both of us were there at the same time.
It took me a while to actually to adjust. एक तो I was the youngest person I think ever to join Bajaj because I went to school also 1 year early.
Oh, really? So you were 19 years old when you came to Bajaj?
Yeah.
You were 19 years old?
I was born in 74.
Oh my God.
So August 74.
And you came in 93. 94 we went.
94. So I was.
So you were 19. Actually you were 19.
Yeah, I was 19.
Wow.
So I was एक तो extremely young. And secondly, I was quite stupid, I think. So I did not.
Yeah, everybody is stupid at 19.
So I did not. And everybody was much.
Kachi Kali. You were like this Kachi Kali.
So everybody was at least 2 to 3 years older. And
the engineers, I mean, most of them are engineers, so they have come from somewhere. They already have passed through this placement process in engineering, so they were far better idea than commerce guys.
And a lot of guys that come from working. And I remember Jaideep saying in the first class, okay, only MBA is allowed to think and others are not allowed to think. See,
who's Jaideep, by the way?
Copy kar rahe हैं. And somebody, I remember listening to Ripujit on the phone. वो बजाज के सामने एक पे फोन था, ₹1 डालने वाला. तो he was sitting and I was also waiting to make a call and he was having a very long conversation with someone. तो उसमें I realized he's got 4 years of experience working with some steel plant, and when he told them that he was going to quit, they offered to keep him, to pay for his education and give him a job, but he said no. ये वो लंबा सब किसी को सुना रहा था. इसका उम्र कितना है सर? He's my classmate.
No, because there were people who were far elder to us also. And I think that's
so
amazing.
Because of that, they knew the value of
that
what
course,
they were doing. Yeah.
That course, yeah. I think, yeah.
So, like for example, in placements, I was in the final list for all this HLL, PNG and all, but I didn't get through.
Barabar.
And it was largely my own fault, I think, because अपना एक से एक idiot lecturers भी था, so they also left bad taste in the mouth. So I never could take them seriously, I couldn't take them. बोले एक से एक महान लोग था वो.
नहीं, but वो होता होगा ना.
But I think a guy who's been to office and worked there, he understands that you have to tolerate these guys and go past them to do well in career, which we did not know.
Yeah, but you have to go through all this. I'll tell you why, because I told you that HSBC example earlier, and then what happened with me was when I came back from Dubai, because I didn't get a job छोड़ दिया था, गाड़ी भेज दिया दिल्ली से, बोला अभी फिल्म बनाएगा, सीधा बॉम्बे से थाना में, दिल्ली से सीधा थाना में, and in 3 months I got fucking scared because I realized I don't know anybody, पिक्चर कैसे बनाएगा, क्या करने का, कुछ मालूम नहीं. So I started applying everywhere. And then I got a call from HSBC again. Achha. I remember this because I got a call from HSBC again. Again, they fuckers gave me the English and the maths exam. And that time when I sat there, I really read each and every question. In maths I was never worried about, but I mean English मैंने इतना मतलब कहीं गलत तो नहीं करा. I'm sure I got 100 out of 100 in that exam. Because if I'm not mistaken, they almost offered me a job in Calcutta or somewhere without a job. मतलब just ABN छोड़ के आया था. So ये प्रोसेस था ना कि वो मैं तभी वो सीरियसली नहीं लिया. आफ्टर CET कौन सीरियसली लेता है, मुझे लगा क्लियर करेगा. But when I applied again, and when that almost was happening, where they said, okay, there is an offer or there is an opening in Calcutta, would you like to go? मैंने रियलाइज किया, बॉस अगर मैंने ये जॉब ले लिया तो मैं लाइफ में कभी भी पिक्चर नहीं बना सकेगा. दैट इज मैंने कॉल्ड अप ऑल द वो प्लेसमेंट कंसल्टेंट कुछ होता था, उनको बोला भाई ये सब बंद करो, आई एम नॉट इंटरेस्टेड, आई वांट टू डू समथिंग एल्स. एंड देन सिंस वी मेंशन जयदीप कोपिकर कॉल्ड मी आफ्टर 6 months एंड सेड तू क्या कर रहा है तेरे लाइफ में, तेरे को क्या करने का क्या है. बोला पिक्चर बनाने का ऐसा घर पे बैठ के थोड़ी पिक्चर बनता है. सो ही न्यू सम जर्नलिस्ट Bharatans, they were called Raju Bharathan, used to write for Filmfare, and those Bharatans knew Amol Palekar very well. So Jaideep Kopikar actually, and it's such a nice thing because I'm sure a lot of our Bajaj batchmates are going to listen to this. So Jaideep Kopikar called up the Bharatans and made them call up Amol Palekar, and Amol Palekar obviously didn't want to take the responsibility of some delinquent जिसका कोई फोकस नहीं है लाइफ में. So he said जा पृथ्वी में जा और मकरंद देशपांडे से को बोल मैंने भेजा और उसके साथ थिएटर कर. So that is how I landed up in Prithvi, and I started doing backstage with Makaran, and from there I came to know I didn't know of FTI. So I met Sudhir Pandey, who was a acting student from FTI. So I mean, I'm saying that this is how the links go, you know, and then so a lot of it, and somewhere it comes from Jaideep Kopikar.
Amazing.
You know, and
small kindnesses go
such a big thing. I have always been very grateful to Jaideep for that. Otherwise क्या करता मतलब, how do you know?
What a story. That's an amazing story.
Yeah, तुम क्या कर, तुमको कैसे मालूम इंडस्ट्री में कैसे जाने?
So like I know a little bit of a very little bit of the drama world, because Podar में there was a thriving drama circle, this thing. So they used to, and friend of mine, couple of friends were deeply into drama. And so I used to go with them to, you know, not IPTA, कौन सा था वो? There was one very prestigious inter-college drama, this thing.
Karandak. It ends with Karandak. Yeah, I know.
So whatever. So I used to go with them. So I was little aware of the drama world, how it, you know, it's how specialized it is and how hard it is and stuff like that.
Very tough.
And I know. So I used to fancy myself a bit as an actor. वो गया बोला ये नहीं करना है, मतलब बहुत काम है.
That I can tell you, like everybody.
तो बोला ये बहुत काम है, not my cup of tea it is. So in fact I met this guy, क्या नाम था उसका, this short fair guy who curly haired guy,
Sachin Tendulkar. Yeah, whoever, I mean, so.
he एक दो पिक्चर में आया था वो.
Okay.
So उसका the quality of acting and direction is out of this world, man, at this place. Man, I said it's a shame that the world doesn't come to see this. It is spectacular. In Podar there's a guy called
Ninad Kamath.
Ninad Kamath.
You're talking Ninad Kamath. Yeah, of course.
So I saw
Ninad Kamath is the biggest voiceover artist in the country.
Really?
Yeah,
so I didn't know that. I saw Ninad Kamath do some role. Now I don't remember the role, but I was like blown away. फिर उसको जाके मिला मैं कि क्या फंटास्टिक रोल है, मजा आ गया टाइप्स. तो वो भी आई थिंक सेम है ना, तो वो भी खुश हो गया. हाँ ये. And then say in our college there's a guy called Tarun Darvi. What Darvi? Tushar Darvi, who was from Podar, and he used to do direct play. So he was like the god of Podar drama circle.
Right.
So I know a little bit of this drama world, little bit, not much. But yeah, I appreciate how difficult it is to break into it also at a late age.
No, it's very tough. Very tough. I mean, to make it from theatre to films or to TV serials also, because theatre does not pay.
So, but then you need some 5 plays or something before you can apply for FTI. ऐसा कुछ फंडा.
Not for FTI, for NSD, National School of Drama in Delhi. उसका भी story है, but it seems like my interview. That's why I'm not getting into it. After I quit ABN AMRO, मेरे को पता ही नहीं कि NSD करके होता है. I was like completely a dumb fuck. I had no idea. Then I realized I used to stay in Panchil Enclave. So मेरा गाड़ी जहाँ से रोज जाता था, I used to actually pass bloody NSD every day. नौकरी छोड़ने के बाद, दुबई से आने के बाद फिर मैं एक दिन गया उधर, और वो कोई मिला था, क्या बात हुआ, I don't remember anything. He said हाँ तुम करो तो हो जाएगा, तुम तो. He was like very impressed कि मैं बैंक का नौकरी छोड़ के आया है and all that. He said हाँ हो जाएगा तुम्हारा, तुम जाके दो चार play करो.
Sometimes it is just a matter of going and asking. So I was listening to this podcast of Amit Verma, वो Seen and Unseen.
Seen and Unseen.
So he was doing an episode with Roshan Abbas. And Roshan Abbas was telling one story कि उसको कुछ तो करना था टीवी में, तो ऐसे ही वो घुस गया मंडी हाउस में. एंड बोला वनडे हाउस में के पास चला गया, बोला अंदर कैसे घुसे. सो ही स्टूड आउटसाइड द पान वाला. और कोई मंडी से उधर चाय सिगरेट पीने के लिए आया तो उससे इंट्रोडक्शन पान वाले ने कराया कि ये अच्छा लड़का है, इसको कुछ करना है. तो बोला अच्छा चलो मेरे साथ अंदर.
But ऐसे ही होता. That's what I liked about what you said was that little kindnesses, no? From people who don't even, you will probably never meet them in your life, you know, or whatever. That it's amazing how long it can, how far it can take you. I mean,
completely, yeah.
You know, and people just do it for you. They don't think about it too much, and it's an amazing thing. And you
and my fun is कि there are some people who are always kind for no reason. And there are some people who are always bastards for no reason.
absolutely true.
कुछ भी कारण नहीं, तेरे उंगली करने के लिए एक उंगली कर देगा. बोले क्या मजा आता है तेरे को. इसमें be a nice person. No, you are in the world only for some 70-80 years. Do good things and go.
Barabar. So from there you got into what company in Bajaj? Do you remember going to the library or were you writing at that point in time? I mean, because
No, Bajaj में time ही नहीं था. First year में तो ऐसा choose के लेते थे.
हाँ.
एंड सेकेंड ईयर में तो हम लोग कुछ कर ही नहीं रहते.
Do you remember anything where it seemed like this, like in hindsight now, where this could have been the seed or the germ for doing what you're doing now, which is like you've been a writer for almost like 15, 20 years now? Because I remember you wrote your first book immediately after like 2-3 years after Bajaj.
No, I वो बुक का एक अलग स्टोरी है.
Yeah, we'll come to that.
But that book was published in 2009, I think, 2008 or 2009. So which is a very long.
Oh my
time
God!
later.
So in the last 13 years, you have written around 20 books.
In the last 4 years, I have written 13 books, which will hopefully cross 20 by the end of this year. I started out by writing short stories when I was in, I think, Marico.
Okay.
Yeah, in Marico. And then when I was in Balsara, I continued writing short stories.
Which were not getting published. You're just writing for yourself.
Just for myself. So वो टाइम में एक वेबसाइट होता था sulekha.com करके.
हाँ.
So at that time it was a nice literary magazine for online.
I remember this. Yeah.
Then some dumb fuck, pretty PE fellow took it over and tried to convert it into some kind of e-commerce
Paid
site.
platform kind of.
E-commerce site.
हाँ, it became an e-commerce. You're right. I remember this.
गधे बेवकूफ तू writing site लेके why you want to make it e-commerce? Make a fresh site and make it an e-commerce site.
MBA होगा.
Destroyed already sulekha.com and.
So.
तो ऐसे टाइम पास में. It was not for any commercial reason at all. Just because I enjoyed it, I used to write. And. Then.
But in Bajaj, there was no sign
Bajaj.
that you would become a writer or you would wanted to be a writer.
No, in Bajaj 2 years, I don't think I wrote anything. Went back to writing, I think, in Marico.
Okay. What do you remember of those 2 years? I mean, generally, if you.
It was largely enjoyable 2 years. ऐसा कोई problem नहीं था. But I thought I underachieved actually in Bajaj. I could have done far better.
But that's what I told you, na, ki if you're thinking of the way your life is, and if you had maybe overachieved or even achieved according to whatever your potential was, maybe your life wouldn't have been this. Do you want to change your life today?
No. If see, it all depends. There are. If you remember our junior who, I will not take names, I don't want to make it a star-studded episode, but who got into PNG and then got into filmmaking. They joined.
Okay, Siddharth. Okay.
So for him, going to PNG did not prevent him from following a creative path. Right? He left.
No, but
PNG.
he was always doing theatre. Even earlier, he comes from that kind of a background and comes from that kind. I know.
Achha,
he comes from that kind of a family.
Okay, I didn't know that.
So yeah. He comes from that kind of a family.
Okay, the point I was making, in spite of joining PNG and all, he still got into a creative career.
But
So
it's
it
a different.
can happen.
I think, yeah. I mean, of course, you still need to stick to it and leave that and go to.
I have no
UTV and all
regrets
that.
in the sense of what happened in my life, but I'm saying in that 2 years I could have done better perhaps. But it was good fun. I quite enjoyed it.
And then you got into UB,
I went to UB. Yeah.
United Breweries, which was basically Kingfisher, right?
No, so UB was split into two parts: beer and hard liquor.
Okay.
So the beer part was called United Breweries, and the hard liquor part was split into further two companies, so McDowell's and Herbertsons, and together they all formed the UB Group, which also had various other things. So they had one export.
Yeah, McDowell's and the whiskey, I remember. Yeah.
So they had everything. So basically, क्या था कि pre-independence and post-independence India, there were lots and lots of the chota distillers and brewers all over India, all of whom produced, reasonably decent stuff. And जो विजय माल्या का डैड था, विट्ठल माल्या, he was the original takeover king. So he went around buying out all these companies. So a lot of them had, either European owners who ran away, who sold out for a fire sale price and went to. So there was one Carius, which was taken over, Phipson, which merged to become Carew Phipson, which was then bought by McDowell's.
Oh, really?
So all of this, so Vittal Malla went and bought over a lot of these companies and merged them together as the UB Group. So Herbertson was a different company, which which he had sold a stake in it to Kishore Chhabdia. And then he was afraid then Kishore Chhabdia, harami fellow, he was trying to take over the company. So they didn't want to amalgamate that into McDowell's totally. So वो अलग रखा. And so on and so on. So basically they had each of these companies had a complete portfolio of all hard liquor, all IMFL, Indian made foreign liquor. That was before liberalization. Liberalization happened in 95 with the entry of what is now Diageo.
IDV.
Which is now Diageo, at that time it was called IDV.
Right.
International Distillers and Vintners.
Yeah.
So which sponsored our first alumni dinner, at which I got smashed
was
drunk.
there, no? Aparna Bhosle was there.
At which I got smashed drunk. वो Radio Club में the grandest alumni dinner we had. Do you remember Radio Club?
Yeah, I
अरे
remember
क्या
that.
beautiful था वो.
A lot of alumni dinners, Bajaj alumni dinners used to happen in Radio Club before that.
हाँ, but that is ours was the last.
Last,
उसके
I
बाद
think,
हुआ
yeah,
नहीं.
that's what-
Because our batch size became so big it couldn't be
Yeah.
handled.
It was an amazing place.
अरे क्या जगह था.
What I remember is basically after the placements, there was this party on the boat. And inside we were in the sea, in the gateway, and I think people who hadn't got placed well were sitting on the edge, and I don't want to take names right now. And I was really worried for this one particular guy. तभी भी रो रहा था, फिर वो बैठा हुआ है edge
Wow, I
में.
don't remember this at all.
Yeah, it was in the boat.
Was I there?
Yeah, I have no idea whether you were there. I mean, I have no idea.
I don't remember that at all.
So that is what, everybody remembers this, I'm sure, because it was an amazing party and people who didn't get through well were sitting at the edge of the boat in the middle of the sea. And it was like, ये क्या है, ये कब कूदेगा? Maybe others will, दो लोग इधर साइड में बैठ भी ले रहे होंगे, कूदेगा नहीं कूदेगा. But yeah, I'm sure nobody, because at last count I don't think anybody jumped. That's how it was. So we're still on our MBA, and what do you remember generally about placements? Because that's almost like 15 months after that. And you went to UB, right? You went to United Breweries. So what exactly happened? Placements is among the most intense experiences you could ever have in your life. I'm normally a guy who's very chilled in all circumstances, but placement was one thing that really got me all worked up. So placement season is obviously, your life decided in those 4, 5, 6 days, whatever of placements. And you're all, that is the culmination of whatever the reason you joined MBA for, to get a good job. Which we didn't know. I mean, like the engineers knew, but which we didn't know. No.
So, I mean, we didn't know for maybe a day.
I honestly didn't know what it was.
And then obviously we had a dry run for it because of the summer training placement season. So we are extremely clear about it.
No, how it affects careers and all that. I meant it from that perspective, not really from...
Basically, नौकरी अच्छा मिलना चाहिए, उसके आगे भगवान जाने क्या होगा, something will happen, something will not happen.
Right.
But yeah, that was a really intense period. And the nerve-wracking part about it is, like for me, I kept getting shortlisted for all the big jobs. So I got shortlisted. I got to the, so like like in PNG, I got to, I think they are going to take 4 people. So I was the 4th person on the list, and they said, no, we are going to take only 3 people.
They decided they'll take only 3. They were going to take 4. And they said, let's...
Yeah, possibly. Yeah. And ऐसा करते whatever, on the second day, it so happened that UB group was on the second day. And the place I had done my summer training, they were Marico. They were so traumatized by seeing me that they didn't come only for placements. They didn't go to Bajaj. They didn't go to IIM Lucknow. So anyway, so I got placed in the UB group. Which was fine. Any job is fine. And then, but yeah, it was. So at least I got placed on the second day. For people who were on hold till the fourth and fifth day, it must have been really, really tough. I mean, it's like the tension just overtakes you, because if you are left behind, so it's very difficult. But though I remember what happened was that all the guys who were left behind all got snapped up by software companies. At that time, software कुछ पता नहीं था ना, तो I remember Ramco आया था, and some maybe Tata's had just started coming.
HP had come, if I remember.
And we are very sorry for this guy. यार कहाँ फंस गया? And then all of us guys went to US and probably made millions in stocks, stock options and stuff like that. So you never know how life turns out. So
Yeah. And then how was joining UB and
So UB was in Bangalore. So I was very excited about going to. I remember it was June 10th, our joining date, and we were ordered to report to a hotel Atria. I wonder if the hotel is still there. And UB had a big batch, so it was like a very 15-20 लोगों का batch था. So it was like a very campus kind of atmosphere. And in that same hotel, Wipro management trainers had also joined. So the whole hotel was full of fresh joining. So it was,
people who were in a 5-star for the first time, probably most of them.
yeah, I don't think it was a 5-star, but it was a nice hotel, fancy
Okay.
hotel. And then first few days, so you're treated like kings. So UB Group had a lot of group companies. So all their CEOs will come and present to us, and we'd sit like kings out there. And the group chairman will come and will say, can I ask you a question, sir? This, that. Well, Sale, within 2 months you'll be like growling like a worm when that fellow comes. But that week was good fun. We met all. I am still in touch with a lot of the people who joined along with me. And then they said, okay, out of this batch of 10-15 people, some people will go to breweries, some people will go to McDowell, some people will go to Herbertson's. So the Herbertson's office was based in Bombay. So all my dreams of living in another city got dashed once again. I was sent back to Bombay, back to live at home.
Because they didn't want to give you chamri.
No, ऐसा कुछ नहीं. It was just randomly.
Random. Okay.
And like I said, Vittal Mallya was among the first takeover kings of independent India, and he took over a lot of these chota companies. So, and he took over a lot of iconic brands. So Carrios, there's a company called Carrios who had a brand called Blue Ribbon Gin, which was a leading gin brand. Then they merged with Fipson to become Carew Fipson, and then they were bought over by McDowell. So you had Herbertson's had a brand called Bagpiper Whiskey, which is the world's largest selling whiskey.
Even today.
Even today. In terms of sheer tonnage, you cannot compete with it.
Right.
So I remember the year I joined, there was a competition to hit. The aim was to hit 4 million cases. This number I had no idea, is it good, bad? 4 million, ठीक है, for मुझे क्या पता है? 10 million बिकता होगा, 2 million बिकता मुझे क्या? So whatever, but it was like a big thing, stuff like that. And so then I learned about liquor in general. And what are the various products and what are the price ranges and stuff like that. So liquor is sort of like FMCG and sort of not. So in India, liquor is quite fascinating because every state has its own policies. So in states like Maharashtra, West Bengal, and some other places, it's like a normal free market. Your distributor is also a private guy, your retailer is also a private guy. In states like Delhi, the distributor is private, but the retailer is government. So they only government-owned retail shops can sell. In states like Tamil Nadu, the retailer is private, but the distributor is government. So there's an organ body called TASMAC, to which all the companies have to go and sell to them, and then the retailer will line up in front of TASMAC to buy.
Wow.
In North, the retailers are sold at an auction. तो उसका
अच्छा.
बोली लगता है. So whoever wants that ठेका,
हाँ.
he controls the retail in
That area.
the entire district or whatever. So then you have to go and stand in front of that ठेका वाला. Will be some local strongman goon kind of guy. वो इधर चड्डी पहन के पड़ा रहेगा and all सब बड़ा रीजनल मैनेजर टाई वाई पहन के उसके सामने खड़ा रहेगा. So that way it's quite a fascinating market because it has so much variety. And the difference between joining a marketing job and joining a non-marketing job is that in marketing you have to travel a lot. So in the management training process, they send you out to have the life of to see. So you have to start off as the lowest guy, the salesman, what we call a territory sales executive. And then there's the area sales executive who has got 2 or 3 TACs reporting to him. And then you have the area sales manager who has the state all things reporting to him. So obviously at every level the role is different, the challenges are different. So as a management trainee, you start off as a TAC, so you spend 3 months as a TAC. So they sent me to Nagpur. No, I did my first TAC role in Bombay. And then for second stage, I went to Nagpur for 3 months. And where I had to cover half of Maharashtra. And there I discovered, first of all, the experience of traveling on, this buses, overnight buses, public transport. So Maharashtra is strangely poorly connected by train. So all the bulk of travel happens by bus.
ST buses will be.
ST is undercut and overcut. So either you have the cheaper quality of private buses or you have the better quality of private buses. So अभी Volvo bus and वो सब है. So Volvo is the cream. उसके नीचे आता है semi luxury. So it is not Volvo but it is still fancy and stuff like that. So the funda was that you take an overnight bus from your base to whatever place you are going. There you just freshen up, do your sales call. So basically you have to meet distributor and do some time pass basically. Meet retailers and stuff like that. Time pass, it's not time pass, it's a sales call. But since you are a sales trainee, no one knows that. They know that you are not a permanent person. But you get a view of the job, how it's done and stuff like that. And then you're supposed to take that overnight bus back or forward to the next thing. So एक बार निकला तो एक हफ्ता you are out. So every night you are doing all night travel in a bus, work, all night travel in a bus, work, all night travel. It's horrible life. And so what time I did a lot of this. So basically got over the fear of travel. You can go anywhere and travel. So travel by public transport. So या तो travel in luxurious public transport or धक्का मुक्की public transport. You're over the fear of travel. So what it really does is shows you rural India, semi-rural India, all parts of India. You see it at first hand, and you're no longer just a city person. And then after all is done, you come back to that office and then you do your brand stint. So and at the end of that thing, they will then decide whether to put you in sales or in marketing.
Brand. Yeah, okay.
So ideally, like in a lever or something, your career progression varies between sales. So you'll do a sales role and then a marketing role, then a sales role, then a marketing role. So at increasing level of seniority, so you are in touch with both. So it is very important to do both. So what happens many times, sales people are content for marketing people कि ivory tower में बैठता है, उसको कुछ पता नहीं है. Marketing है, the content for sales guy, all he understands is माल ठोको और कुछ उसको आता नहीं है.
Numbers.
So what is required is sales or business is about creating demand and fulfilling demand. And sometimes just by pushing stock into the market, the sheer availability of stock in the display shelves, that creates its own brand loyalty. So it's a question of doing both. You have to create demand as well as service that demand. So both are equally important. And it takes people a long time to understand this fact. And in liquor marketing, it is also difficult because legally you are not allowed to advertise liquor on TV and stuff like that. So you have to get around by using glasses and surrogates like soda, water, glasses, that kind of thing. Because it's a really silly rule, because if it's legal to sell it, it should be legal to advertise it. What is the problem on that? So at the max you can say कि ये time slot डालो, उसके आगे kids should not be watching TV at 11 o'clock in the night. It's a parent's fault. But yeah, whatever. So these are
No, you can anyway see the bottle from the road. I mean, so अभी if somebody is selling it, I mean, वो बच्चा अगर रास्ते से जा भी रहा है तो उसको दुकान में तो दिख रहा है ना.
So
what's the
India
sense
has
of?
got a strange mixture of थोड़ा Gandhian values, थोड़ा socialist values, थोड़ा progressive values. So
थोड़ा चुतियापा.
हाँ थोड़ा बहुत
It's all mixed up in this.
nice hypocrisy mixed into it, and religion comes into it. So it's a fairly क्या कहते हैं complicated situation you have to
Esoteric mix.
walk through. हाँ.
Yeah.
And till that time liquor marketing was fairly simple, as in liquor was available only in 3 or 4 categories. So we used to call it economy, semi premium, premium, super premium. So वगैरह हर एक इसमें एक brand leader होता था. And then it's like a gentlemanly shove and push between that. But then when liberalization happened and all the international brands came in, then it became more complicated because you had international appeal, you had better quality, you had more money sloshing in the market, which made the retailers more greedy, and more or less happens in all markets after liberalization. So for 2 years I was in that. So I after doing my sales stint, I was confirmed in a marketing role. So for some time I was in some sales support kind of role. Then I threatened to quit unless they gave me a brand role. So they confirmed me as a brand manager. And it so happened, it was, you remember that 4 million cases thing I was telling you. So they had just achieved that 4 million cases. And the reward for that was that they would send anybody who fulfilled this target to America.
Oh.
As a junket.
Okay.
So that was the deal with Herbertson specifically. They pay not much, but every year or every a couple of years you will go abroad. Company will take you abroad, all expenses paid. So they said कि अच्छा ये ऐसा है. I said कि I have just joined the brand team. I am obviously not eligible for it. So you go, I don't mind, I'll stay here. But my boss felt bad for me. He said, no, we'll take you also. Very good, take me. It just so happened that I had got my passport made on a whim. And it just so happened I have a passport. लेके जाओ नेकी और पूछ. And at that time, getting this visas was such a humiliating process. Oh my God, you have to line up at 3 o'clock in the night in front of the UK embassy and US embassy, and then the line will go around and around for kilometers.
Even now it goes around and around.
No, now though it is very well managed. At least
No,
in
it's
US,
managed, but the line is a long line. I mean,
line, but it is beautifully managed. So you don't stand outside on the road like one bhikari. At that time, though, it was like total बाहर मंदिर के सामने भिख मंगे खड़े रहते वैसे we used to stand. So at that point, I said, I am never coming back to this place. I am never going to take this visa again. So I went there and they said, how long a visa you want? Give as much as you want. And my boss, my general manager marketing, उस बेचारे को 6 महीने का वीजा दिया, मेरे को 10 साल का वीजा दिया. It was very strange because I was actually in the red list as far as they are concerned. Young, unmarried, no money, most likely to run off. लेकिन मेरे को 10 साल का दिया. And every time I got a visa, now this is my third US visa.
maybe they thought you wouldn't run far.
पकड़ लेंगे साले को, दूर से देखेंगे.
So yeah.
So that was my first international trip, and that too fantastic. New York, Atlantic City, सरकारी खर्चे पे मस्त. वहाँ पे सरकारी खर्चे पे गया तो इसलिए फालतू का काम कराया कुछ तो some nonsense presentation ये वो we had to do, but on the whole it was junket.
Right.
And at that time going to foreign was like one very big thing, right? It's not like today. Today though it's commonplace, but at that time it was unique. So UK, US वगैरह मस्त घूम के.
अच्छा UK भी गया था तू?
Just passing through for a day.
अच्छा. Okay.
And in fact the top brass went to Europe also, I think, and they came on Concorde. No, they didn't go to Europe, but they came on Concorde from UK to US. The last flights of the Concorde from London to New York.
Wow.
So yeah, that's cool.
Concorde because it was the fastest plane,
supersonic
right?
plane. No, the only supersonic passenger plane. वो बंद हो गया because it was not economical after this.
Oh really? Okay.
So, but that was like the unique experience to go by Concorde. So that was the first this
travel thing that you had.
So it was great fun. यहाँ पे तो मैं साला इचल करंजी, सोलापुर, कोल्हापुर, कहाँ घूम रहा था बस. And यहाँ पे डायरेक्ट न्यूयॉर्क.
कितना दिन था उधर?
I think 4-5 दिन था. It was a week's
Okay.
trip, I think, overall.
Okay.
But also it was a very, it had a very campus feel because everybody from your office and
everybody's young.
stuff. And what time as a young person, going to office is like great fun because you have a lot of people of your own age, of your own rank, and there is no problem making friends. Like, as you become older, it becomes a little sticky because it's not good. It's not good for manager to make friends with subordinates because you'll be friendly with one guy and not with the other guy. That is not correct to the other guy. So you're better off that you keep a distance for the good of the organization and for good of everything basically. So but as a young person, junior person, you have lots of people of your own rank and you can make friends without any fear. So it was, and basically पहला जॉब है, फुल एंथू रहता है, काम करने का मूड होता है, सीखने का वो थ्रिल होता है. So it was like the organization was old and fuddy-duddy. It was still great fun as the first working experience. So those guys whom I met there working there are still my friends.
Acha.
Yeah, I'm still in touch with them.
Wow.
Then after a couple of years, I
I'll
quit.
just stop you here. I just wanted to, because this is something which I think would be interesting because you also wrote a book later, What They Don't Teach You in Business School, right? That was the name of the book.
Yeah.
So what is, because, and a lot of our audience may not know this, because you kept on saying marketing and sales, marketing and sales. So what is this difference between marketing and sales? What is the essential difference between
The
them?
essential difference is marketing is the guy who creates demand. So, and the sales guy is the guy who services demand.
it,
So,
yeah.
sales guy is the person who is responsible for having your product available at your nearest retail outlet.
So more of a logistical and this role.
It's a business role. So basically, he's the guy who sells stuff and brings in the money. He's the guy who brings money into the organization. So what Coke calls, at arm's reach of desire. Okay, anytime you want something, it should be like in front of you. So that is the role of sales. So a sales guy basically works with various types of people who sell his products. So you've got a guy called a super distributor. A super distributor does not lay claim to your product. He doesn't take ownership of your product. But what he does is that, or he's called a stockist, he's called a CFA, clearing and forwarding agent, depends on what names you want. So many times a super distributor is different from a CFA. So a CFA does not own your product. So what he does is that when he will hold your product for you. So when your stock comes from the factory obviously cannot send out one case to each shop. So factory can send out truckloads, train loads, that kind of thing. So ऐसे 2-4 ट्रक वो CFA को भेजे. So from a CFA then the stock is sold to a distributor. So a distributor is a guy who buys in bulk. So he is laying claim to a product. He has to pay you.
Okay.
So he buys your product and he pays you. And he will then sell to retailers. So you can have big distributor, small distributor, stuff like that. But he will then sell to retailers. So and then he'll take money from the retailer. As far as the company is concerned, once you have got money from distributor, you have got your money. You don't care any longer. But the distributor will not support you unless you have your own sales force also, which is supporting them to sell your products to the retailers. So a distributor has his own sales force, you have your own, the company has their own sales force, and they cover the retail shops and ensure that your product is being sold, it is being displayed properly, it is being kept in sufficient stock, your entire range is being bought and displayed. So you have got various lines per day, stock per day, वगैरह. So that kind of, so basically it's a sales target. So they get money for the company. But a distributor or a retailer will not buy your product at all unless there is a consumer want for it. तो सर्फ एक्सेल वो खरीदेगा, लेकिन तू कल राजा छाप डिटर्जेंट लाएगा तो he'll say कि nobody wants it, so I'm not keeping it. So to create demand in the consumer's mind is what the marketing does. So he will make advertisements, he will run those ads on TV, on print, on radio, on internet, whatever. So he is the voice of the consumer. So what he does, he speaks to consumers, he does market research, finds out what they want, what are their problems, how we can solve them. Then he'll create a product and say, is this product good? Again, he'll talk to the consumer. So he'll work with market research companies to do the market research. And then he'll say, okay, now I got this product in mind, which is I have finalized. So then he will speak to an advertising agency. and tell the advertising agency कि ऐसा ऐसा मेरा product है, you make one nice label for it, make a nice packaging design, and this is come out with a positioning this thing कि, you know, this Raja Chhap detergent is good for taking out, I don't know, pan stains from kurta, for example. Right. So some very nice, very specific, very actionable kind of positioning statement, and then at each point you keep on checking back with customers using the market research. And ये सब करके finally you have got a complete package in hand. You have got your product, you have got your advertising message, you have got your advertising commercial which you have made. So you might make one for TV, one for internet, one for radio, one for print, and whatever other, you know, shop में लगाने के लिए बैनर, रास्ते पे वो ये होर्डिंग लगाते हैं, whatever XYZ stuff. And he will action that and ensure that you as a housewife or as a person say कि हाँ मेरा ये problem है, I eat pan, I got stains on my shirt, and this product is going to solve it for me. Therefore, I will go to the shop and ask for it.
बरोबर.
Right. So marketing guy is voice of consumer, sales guy is voice of retail. And so marketing guy creates demand and sales guy services demand. Sales guy brings in money to the company, and a little bit of the money marketing guy spends to ensure that the money keeps coming in. So that is essentially the difference between sales and marketing. This is normally not appreciated by anybody outside the sales and marketing profession. So as in marketing, बोला अच्छा दुकान में जाके खरीदी कर रहे हो, अबे वाला वो मार्केटिंग नहीं.
मतलब they confuse it with shopping basically. फिर marketing कर दो.
And their only experience with the sales and marketing profession is this salesman वो झोला लगा के साहब कितना माल दूं types.
बराबर. हाँ. So yeah, continue. Yeah.
So yeah, that's it. So so from liquor I didn't want to get typecast as a liquor person. I didn't want to become a liquor professional because वो एक अलग ही ये हो जाता है. So I wanted to join FMCG. And then my summer trainee company Marico, they were looking for people. They got in touch with me. But they didn't get with me. Headhunter got in touch with me, and then I went and met Marico, and they gave me an offer. So
they remembered you from summers.
Yeah,
maybe they didn't. That's why you got.
But it was too late. साला वही था क्या?
जो सारा साबुन लेके भागा था उस कंपनी से.
So marketing head मेरे को देख के बोला अबे इसको क्यों लिया? So then I joined Marico as brand manager, and I was on the Saffola brand.
How long were you with UB?
For 2.5 years.
That's all. Okay.
All my companies is 2.5 years. So either I got sick of them or they got sick of me. So Marico was an interesting company because while it was known as a very happening company, it was a very young company. It was started. The Marico as a company was
a lot of people were ex-leavers, I think, at Marico, right? I mean,
no, one or two perhaps.
Okay.
So basically, क्या हुआ? It used to be one trading kind of company called the Bombay Oil Company. So they were into basically wholesaling.
Wasn't that a Tata company?
No. So it was a family called the Mariwalas. Mariwalas Gujaratis who were into selling.
But they also had Hammam, right?
No, Hammam is Tata.
Okay. No, I always thought that a Bombay Oil company, the earlier product was Hammam. I don't know. I mean, I may be wrong. Yeah.
So these guys used to be wholesalers in spices. So Mari, Kali Miri. So then they moved into into selling oil.
Okay.
And then I said time pass में they made a brand called Parachute. And वो Parachute brand बिकता था. तो ऐसा बहुत सारा बिकता था, वो भी बिकता था. So Harsh Mariwala was the second or third generation person in that trading company. He says कि मेरे को ये मोहम्मद अली रोड में बैठ के ये नहीं करने का. I want to start a proper consumer marketing company. And Harsh, very interesting, he is not an MBA. He is, I think, just a graduate, or maybe not even a graduate. I am not sure. But he is a very smart, open-minded guy. And so he said कि I want to start off a new division which will do wholesaling, which will not do wholesaling, which will do brand selling. And so वो मरीवाला family के नाम से Marico बना.
अच्छा, okay.
So lots of people thought we sell Mari biscuits, but no. So, very very common. Oh, Marico biscuit वाला. No, not. So Marico's main product was, जैसा Herbertson's का main product was bagpiper, and all the company 95% of focus was there. इसका main product was Parachute, and 99% focus was there. But what happened is he had hired some very good marketing people. So there's a guy called Raj Agarwal
Acha.
who was I think he was ex-Leo's guy. He did some very groundbreaking work on all brands. So one of the most hard-hitting ads was Saffola ad. Saffola, you remember that heart attack hota hai wo bande ko, and that woman is very tense and wo hospital ka and all. So Saffola is basically made from safflower seeds. Safflower what Marathi मध्ये करडी म्हणतात, करडीचं तेल.
बरोबर.
So somebody came out with some research somewhere that safflower oil has high PUFA or high MUFA. So PUFA is
Fufa, I remember this.
polyunsaturated fatty acids and monounsaturated fatty acids. So
Yeah.
Saffola is high in one of them. I forget which one.
Yeah.
And that some research at that time said it is good for heart health. And they said, "Achha, heart health will advertise this as being good for the heart." And they made that super hard-hitting ad, which convinced people कि ये तो दवाई है. So people were desperate to have Saffola. Desperate मतलब अगर Saffola नहीं मिला तो तोड़-फोड़ कर देगा, दुकान जला देगा. ऐसा brand loyalty.
Yeah.
So amazing brand building. But then the Indian Institute for the guy who monitor the ads, they stepped on it and said, boss, are you a medicine? You're not a medicine, you cannot advertise this. Which is right, it was very unethical.
Unless you're Baba Ramdev, of course. I mean,
so it was very unethical advertising. I looked at it today. It is because you don't deliver, right? So शाम फालतू तेल तुम बेच रहे तो उससे हार्ट ठीक होता है. That is not correct. It is one of the many million changes you need to do in your lifestyle. But वो brand बन गया. And at that time, they expanded the Saffola range to more products. So the safflower oil, there was a worldwide shortage. So they used to import from all over the world, जहाँ मिलेगा वहाँ से. पर उसका shortage था. बोला कि how do we solve this shortage? So we'll mix it with some other oil, जो easily available है. And so we'll sell it at Saffola blended oil.
okay.
So they blended it with various other oils and they gave it some other fancy name. And बोले Saffola blended oil. So इसमें फ़र्क क्या है? ग्रीन कलर का पैक इज ब्लेंडेड विद सनफ्लावर ऑयल, वन इज ब्लेंडेड विद राइस ब्रान ऑयल, वन इज ब्लेंडेड विद समथिंग ऑयल. एसेंशियली सनफ्लावर ऑयल नहीं है. यू आर कटिंग इन समथिंग एल्स एंड सेलिंग.
Because there was a shortage worldwide. That's all. Okay.
Then they also had a sunflower oil brand. क्या नाम था उसका? सनड्रॉप नहीं, सनड्रॉप वाज ITC. इसका क्या था? जो भी था, something which was the one driving volumes because sunflower oil is a cheap oil, frying oil के लिए यूज करते हैं. And they launched Saffola salt, which was a low sodium salt, and ऐसा दो चार product. And so at that time they split the company into two parts, foods and non-foods. So they called it healthcare and nature care. So essentially it was non-foods and foods. So
right.
At that time कोई तो भी कंसल्टेंट नहीं आया कि उसको क्या सर के ऊपर हाथ घुमाया पता नहीं. इसे कि all of your CXOs need to have experience of handling other responsibilities. So
What is a CXO?
CFO, CMO, financial officer, marketing officer.
Okay, chief executive officers, all your, okay.
So not executive. See, X as in variable.
Okay, X is a, okay, got it, yeah, okay.
So he switched them all around. जो head of HR था, one of India's leading HR expert, Jaswant, he was made head of sales.
Head of sales?
हाँ, तो बेचारे को कुछ आता नहीं था. The sales guys used to like walk all over him, poor guy. Then जो head of finance था, they made him head of healthcare. So business responsibility, so responsible for marketing, sales, everything. वो उसको भी बेचारे को कुछ आता नहीं था. they probably उसको मस्त टोपी लगाता था. जो head of marketing था, he was made head of nature care. He was at least business guy. He knew what so like he didn't know much about sales, but he was a marketing guy, so he knew sales and marketing both, but he didn't know finance and factory and stuff like that. So head of production tha, they made him head of HR.
Acha.
So
but this was a role for like 3 months, 6 months, or it
no,
was?
it was a permanent position.
Oh my God.
So that caused carnage. So I think it was Harsh's प्लॉट ऑल्सो कि ऑल द डीपली एंट्रेंच पीपल को अनकंफर्टेबल करके उसको बाहर फेंक दो तो खर्चा कम हो जाए. So that happened. Jaswant left, and then but everybody else was there. Then obviously with retirements and all they went off. But it caused a lot of upheaval in the organization. because lot of restructuring for no particular reason. Okay, I say it.
Who was the consultant? No idea. Okay.
And then also what happened is that Raj had put together a very, very strong or a very loyal, very, very long-term marketing team. And those guys also then split up into two teams. जो तो head of marketing था राजेश, he became head of marketing for nature care, and उसका जो deputy था he was made head of marketing of health care. So now they are at the same level. तो दोनों का जमता नहीं था कि and so ऐसा बहुत सारा उसमें ये हुआ. And then for the first few months it was very difficult for me because all of these guys were there, hardcore, and so to integrate into that thing was very difficult. But then a lot of new people joined. So the amount of new people outnumbered the old people. So and we formed our own clique between ourselves. So then Marico was actually the best time in my working career because again same thing, a good company, good people. So all of them like from the best institutes, all IITs and IIMs and whatever good quality institutes, smart people. वो उसका लोकेशन भी बहुत बढ़िया था in बांद्रा in reclamation. And after 6 months so वो टाइम में साइन फ्लाईओवर बन रहा था. So it used to be epic traffic to go to Chembur. Epic, मतलब 2 घंटा लगता था. And then I got finally tired of struggling with auto rickshaws and I decided to buy a car. So I used to come at least, अब मुझे मरना ही है तो at least air conditioned comfort में मरेंगे. So and once you reach office, so then you are mobile, so you can शाम को बांद्रा घूमने जा सकते हो, कुछ भी करते हो. So that was the best time in my working life because there are lots of young people, lots of friends, good work, very very strong developmental work in marketing, and great camaraderie. And it was so वहाँ पे also marketing guy has to tour a lot, travel a lot, go to all kind of places. And that was the time when I went for my first backpacking travel.
Okay.
With Chinmay, with our common friend, our classmate,
Yeah,
Chinmay.
right.
So Chinmay called us, let's go backpacking. Backpacking क्या होता है? So he said, I bought this book, Lonely Planet.
I bought a backpack.
So that backpacking is essentially traveling with just a backpack. That's
Yeah,
it.
that's
No
it.
suitcase, no nothing.
Nothing, yeah.
Very, very light travel. Well, I bought this guidebook, Lonely Planet, and it's amazing.
But because I was with Chinmay from 11th, like 5 years in college, we were in the same. I'm sure he bought that Lonely Planet was lying there.
No, he bought it quite recently because it was a new Lonely Planet.
No, but there were other Lonely Planets. It's not only Lonely Planet.
No, I don't think so. I think he discovered it for the first time. That is why you are so full of enthusiasm.
I doubt. But yeah.
And so I said, chalo, why not? Let's go. I have not been on holiday since I started working. 3 साल हो गए. So says कि let's go to Calcutta. Why Calcutta? Why not? Okay, why not? Chalo.
Maybe to complete that trip which we had in college.
Possibly. So we'll go to Calcutta, and from Calcutta I said कि good idea. From Calcutta let's go. So my brother was based in Assam that time, place called Tezpur. I said कि from Calcutta we'll make our way to Assam. Then from there we'll go to Tezpur. You fly out from there. I'll hang out there for a day or for about 3-4 days, and then I'll come back. So that was the first backpacking trip. So Chinmay booked tickets for us, Ketan Joshi Express, Bombay to Calcutta. And he faxed me the ticket. ठीक है? So वो टाइम में fax चलता था ना, forward था नहीं. और वो fax में it came out a bit garbled. So I thought the train is at 6:30.
Okay, in the morning.
In the morning, VT से. तो मैं बोला चलो जल्दी पहुंचते, थोड़ा चाय वाय पीएंगे. तो मैं 6 बजे पहुंचा. 6 बजे पहुंचा, and then I walked. There was one train was moving out. So I asked fellow, ये गीतांजलि एक्सप्रेस कहाँ आती है? कहाँ आती है? वो तो जा रही है. बोले जा रही है? अरे ये तो 6:30 बजे थी. बोले नहीं 6 बजे. Oh shit! I thought of running behind it, but there's no point. It was already out of the platform.
Oh, it had left. Oh my God.
I just saw the guard डब्बा going. तो लग गई, अब क्या करें? तो he said कि एक काम करो, you go to the local train and catch a train and try and catch it at where कल्याण करता जाए में जाता है वो. अच्छा ठीक है, ट्राई करते हैं. तो मैं भाग के गया उधर, एक फास्ट ट्रेन मिला and I tried to chase it, but local train can't keep up with the express. निकल गया. यार ये तो केला हो गया बहुत बुरी तरह से. So I said कि चलो घर जाते हैं. So then I said कि नहीं यार, this I can't.
I bought this backpack. How can I go?
This I
What
can't
is
do.
new backpack?
So I went, told the taxi, चलो एयरपोर्ट. So एयरपोर्ट गया, उधर का उधर टिकट लिया, and I flew to Calcutta.
Okay. But Chinmay was in that train.
चिन्मय होता है ट्रेन, वो थाना में चढ़ गया होगा. तो बोला आया नहीं आदमी, तो बोला हाँ पता नहीं हगने गया होगा पता. And then by the time I realized I am not there, तो उसकी फट ली, मैं अकेला क्या करूँ. So I reached Calcutta a day early.
But this was in 2000.
This would have been 99, I think.
So Chinmay had a mobile in 2000.
हाँ, this was before the age of mobile. So
No, he had a mobile.
No, at that time mobile था ही नहीं, मतलब there was no mobile.
Then it must be before that.
98, 99 कुछ होगा.
No, because my boss had a mobile I was in ABN AMRO in 97 and he had a mobile and that mobile was incoming charging. That's how I remember that. So,
No, at that time both of us didn't
and
have
why
mobile.
Chinmay
So
had a
whatever.
mobile also, I'll tell you why I remember that is because I applied to FTI in 2000. Okay, and my name was not there in the list, and I realized I'm not there. So I was like all
That's correct. This
depressed.
was before mobile. So it was 98 possibly. I don't
probably,
remember
yeah.
exactly. It must have been 98.
Yeah.
So, I went to Calcutta, and then मेरा UB का एक दोस्त, he was posted in Calcutta. So I went to his house. So I was planning to stay with him. So I told him I'm coming on the next day because Gitanjali takes
Of
24
course,
hours.
yeah.
तो मैं एक दिन पहले पहुंच गया, वो घर पे ही नहीं था, दरवाजे पे ताला. बोला अब क्या करें. तो आई कि आएगा कभी ना कभी तो आएगा. सो आई वेंट आउटसाइड, एट वन पुचका एंड केम. तब तक वो आ गया. बोला भाई साले तू अभी आया. तो बोला यार क्या बताऊँ, मेरा दुख भरी कहानी. आई हैड टू स्पेंड हाफ अ मंथ सैलरी ऑन बाइंग एयर टिकट. सो नेक्स्ट डे आई वेंट, बोला कि यार ये तो आई नीड टू गो एंड कैच चिन्मय देयर. नहीं तो उसको पता नहीं मैं कहाँ हूँ, ही डजंट नो वेयर माय फ्रेंड लिव्स. So I went there and I stood outside when that Gitanjali came waiting to grab him when he comes. तो चिन्मय आया तो पूरा भिखारी मोड में आया था. एक फटा हुआ कुर्ता है, फटा हुआ पैंट, रबर चप्पल. बोला ये क्या है. भाई साले तू किधर था. बोला अरे तो वो सब छोड़, ये क्या है, तू भिखारी बन के क्यों घूम रहा है. No, I am dressed like a backpacker. Backpacker.
Chappals.
You look like a backpacker who has been robbed and beaten. So anyway, so all's well that ends well. So we caught him, and then we had one awesome back. So basically, backpack. So the only ticket we had was a train ticket from Calcutta to
Dibrugarh.
no, to New Jalpaiguri.
New Jalpaiguri.
And from New Jalpaiguri, we had another ticket to Guwahati. सो उसके पहले कुछ नहीं था. सो हम लोग ऐसा पूरा घूम घाम के बस में जाके वी एक्सप्लोर्ड रूरल वेस्ट बंगाल एंड देन वी रीच न्यू जलपाईगुड़ी, सिलीगुड़ी. बेसिकली सिलीगुड़ी इज द गेटवे टू सिक्किम एंड टू भूटान.
Okay.
सो देन वी वेंट टू सिक्किम. सिक्किम एट दैट टाइम टोटली अनटच्ड, अनस्पॉइल्ड, ब्यूटीफुल प्लेस. तो वहाँ थोड़ा बहुत घूमे, वापस आए. देन वी सेड कि चले इतना दूर है, भूटान भी जाते हैं. So Bhutan, you don't need any documents to go there, but we didn't have those also. वो जो basic चाहिए वो भी नहीं था. But ठीक है. So basically जो border town है, Funchiling. So Funchiling में you can go without any documentation. तो वहाँ गए, and the minute you cross out of India into Bhutan, it's like a sea change. So beautiful, everything, no कचरा, well planned, nice streets है वो. सही है यार, चलो तू सा भूटान इतना अच्छा है और अपना इंडिया देख फुल कचरा. एंड देन वी केम आउट फ्रॉम भूटान एंड देन वी वर एट देन चिन्मय सेठ की लेट्स गो टू जल्लापाड़ा. जल्लापाड़ा क्या है, मतलब वहाँ पे एलिफेंट सेंचुरी है या राइनो सेंचुरी, कुछ तो सेंचुरी है.
Okay.
अच्छा चलो. तो बस में बैठ के जल्लापाड़ा गए. And actually, you out there you can't get a room without prior booking. तो उसको थोड़ा समझाया, वी आर टूरिस्ट फ्रॉम बॉम्बे वगैरह. वो बोला अच्छा मेरे पास एक हट है एक रात के लिए. हाँ ठीक है दे दो. एंड देन वी वेंट, वी डिड वन एलिफेंट सफारी एंड केम. एंड देन वहाँ पे चिन्मय सॉ अ पोस्टर ऑफ अ प्लेस कॉल्ड कूच बिहार. तो वहाँ पे एक बढ़िया एकदम पैलेस वैलेस का फोटो था. लुक्स गुड यार, लेट्स चेक इट आउट. बोले कि हाँ चेक इट आउट तो ठीक है, बट कैसे करें, अपने पास रेल टिकट है, टिकट नहीं है. बोला सी दिस ट्रेन, इट गोज फ्रॉम सिलीगुड़ी टू गुवाहाटी वाया कूच बिहार. सो विल बोर्ड एट कूच बिहार, उसमें क्या है. आई श्योर? बोला हाँ आई एम श्योर. ठीक है चलो. तो वेंट टू कूच बिहार. कूच बिहार जाके वो इट्स अ ब्यूटीफुल पैलेस. वो बेसिकली राजा ऑफ कूच बिहार वॉज अ वेरी इन्फ्लुएंशियल थिंग बिकॉज हिज डॉटर वॉज रानी गायत्री देवी, Rani of Jaipur.
Yeah, okay.
So basically all the royals were interconnected
Connected,
at
of
that
course,
time. And then उसके बाद बेचारों का जमीन भी छीन लिया, प्राइवेट पर्स भी खा गए तो they
इंदिरा गांधी ने.
हाँ. तो basically the poor guys got a very bad deal. तो anyway, so he couldn't afford to keep up the palace, वो rot कर रहा था. So then he gave it to the country. So ASI धीरे धीरे उसको renovate कर रहा था, पता नहीं क्या कर रहे थे. So from there he said कि we'll go now catch the train. ट्रेन पकड़ेंगे. तो स्टेशन गए. That was very cool. We went in a cycle rickshaw to the station. And Chinmay, as you know, is a good singer. तो it was beautiful बंगाल का एकदम इवनिंग, एकदम नाइस वेदर, नो साउंड. तो ये बंदा मस्त गाना गा रहा है. वो साइकिल रिक्शा वाला भी क्या खुश हो गया, बोला गान बोलून. तो वहाँ पहुँच गए एकदम खुश, वाला गाना भी सुना है, ट्रिप भी अच्छा हो गया. ट्रेन में बैठेंगे. ट्रेन आया, हम लोग घुसे तो हमारे बर्थ पे कोई सो रहा था. बोला अरे ये हमारा बर्थ है, उठो. बोला नहीं ये टीसी ने दिया है, टीसी से बात करो. तो टीसी आया, बोला अच्छा आप लोग आए नहीं तो आपका टिकट मैंने कैंसिल कर दिया. अरे कैंसिल कर दिया, हमारा टिकट है. बोला दैट्स टू बैड, यू हैव टू शो फॉर द टिकट. तो हम कैसे जाएंगे. बोला कि खड़े रहो साइड में अंटिल यू गेट अ बर्थ. एंड देन इट स्टार्टेड रेनिंग आउटसाइड. एंड वो बेसिकली ईस्ट पे ना दे सेंड द वर्स्ट ऑफ द ट्रेन टू ऑन ईस्टर्न रेलवे. तो एकदम वो ट्रेन स्टार्टेड लीकिंग. ट्रेन स्टार्टेड लीकिंग. ऊपर से वो छत पे से पानी गिर रहा था. एक इनफैक्ट वो जो टॉप बर्थ पे बंदा जो सो रहा था, ही हैड ब्रॉट अ प्लास्टिक शीट अलॉन्ग. ही वाज दैट एक्सपीरियंस्ड. तो वो मस्त उसे प्लास्टिक शीट बांधा था. एट दैट टाइम वंडरिंग ये कर क्या रहा है. उसके बाद बारिश चलो पूरा नीचे पूरा पानी. हम लोग नीचे बैठे थे पूरा गिले होके उठ गए. बोले ये क्या है. फाइनली 2-3 बजे रात को हमको एक बर्थ मिला. एंड देन वी रीच गुवाहाटी. गुवाहाटी से बाहर निकले, वी स्टेड इन द फर्स्ट स्टेशन. सबसे पहले टॉयलेट जाने का. तो फर्स्ट स्टेशन होटल में गए, बहुत गंदा डिस्गस्टिंग होटल. तो वहाँ गए, नहा धो के ठीक हो गए. गिर के यार थोड़ा सोते. बोलो बेड दिखा यार, ये बेड में या तो खून हुआ है या तो बहुत गंदा है. इसमें सोना पॉसिबल ही नहीं है, निकलते हैं. एंड देन वी वेंट टू सी कामाख्या टेम्पल. तो कामाख्या टेम्पल इज द मोस्ट फेमस शक्तिपीठ टेम्पल इन इंडिया. तो वहाँ पे यू नो द स्टोरी ऑफ सती. सो शिवा और सती. सो बेसिकली सती वॉज डॉटर ऑफ दक्ष, हु वॉज द प्रजापति, हु वॉज द हेड ऑफ ऑल ह्यूमैनिटी. एंड शी फेल इन लव विथ शिवा. शिवा वॉज अ माउंटेन ड्वेलिंग हर्मिट, बेसिकली नंगा घूमता था, दाढ़ी बढ़ा के, गांजा पी के. सो प्रजापति दक्ष सेड कि दिस फेलो माइट बी अ गॉड बट ही इज वन वेरी भिखारी गंजेडी फेलो, आई डोंट वांट हिम. बट सती सेड नो, आई विल मैरी ओनली हिम. सो प्रजापति दक्ष सेड इफ यू मैरी देन यू आर आउट ऑफ माई हाउस, ओके गेट आउट. सो ही सेड ओके. शी वेंट and they lived happily. And then Prajapati Daksh held one very big yajna in his house. And he did not call Shiva or Sati. So Sati said ki arey dad must have forgotten, I'll go. So Shiva said don't go, na, why be an uninvited guest. So Sati said no I'll go. When she went there, Daksh looked at her and said कि अरे क्या है, बुलाया नहीं फिर भी आ गए, क्या खाने को नहीं मिलता क्या, अच्छा इधर बैठ को खाना खाओ, तुम्हारा पति की तरह भिखारी ये वो. सो बहुत गाली वाली दिया. So Sati was so insulted by that whole this thing that she committed suicide. She jumped into that yajna fire and
which your father had.
And when Shiva got to know of this, he went bonkers. He went ballistic. So he basically tore out some of his hair and threw it on the ground, and it became one fearful being called Rudra. बोला वहाँ जाके सबको मार दो, सबका सर काट दो, पूरा कार्नेज कर दो वहाँ पे. And when he reached there, he was so angry, he was going to destroy the world and all by doing that कौन सा dance, Tandav dance. But then after the other gods came and calmed him down and all. And she said कि यार इस तू सबको मार दिया, this is not correct what you have done, you have destroyed the leadership of humanity. So he said अच्छा ठीक है, I'll give them back their life. बट ये प्रजापति को किधर है, सर काट दिया, अच्छा सर लेके आओ, I'll reattach. तो रुद्र बोला अरे I stepped on it, it become now one चटनी. बोला अच्छा ठीक है, क्या है इधर, बकरा, सो बकरे का सर उसको लगा दिया. सो प्रजापति दक्ष
already doing this before he did it with Ganpati.
So Prajapati Daksh is always shown as the head of a goat.
Oh, really? Okay.
So then Shiva took the body of Sati and he is just traveling the heavens with that dead body, burnt body on his shoulders. And the depth of his sadness was destroying creation. Like sab, all the currents of creation are going, stars are crashing into each other, everything is going to be destroyed. Like as long as so everybody went rushing to Vishnu कि बॉस कुछ करो, ये तो पूरा creation destroy कर देगा. He is so sad. So Vishnu said कि अच्छा the body of his wife is the locus of his sadness. तो अगर वो निकाल दिया तो then he will not have a point to focus his sadness on and he will recover. So he sent his chakra, Sudarshan chakra, and chopped the body of Sati into pieces. And bits and pieces of her body fell all over the island, the subcontinent of India. And wherever they fell, that place became imbued with her power, and that is called a Shakti Pit. Okay. So basically, जहाँ पे उसका आँख गिरा, that is Nainital, Naini, where her arms fell, that is somewhere else, where her breast fell is somewhere else, and Kamakhya is where her yoni fell, her genitals.
Okay.
So that is the essence of her femininity. So that is the most powerful Shakti Pit temple. So जो भी देवी वर्शिप करता है, जो तंत्रिक वर्शिप करता है, for them Kamakhya is the most important place in India.
Okay.
So that is the history of that temple. तो हम लोग गए तो बोले जाएंगे. So that वहाँ पे अभी भी बलि चढ़ता है, animals are sacrificed and stuff like that. हम लोग गए तो वहाँ पे 10 किलोमीटर लंबा लाइन ऑफ वीमेन वेयरिंग रेड क्लोथ्स. ये क्या है? No, today is a special day. अच्छा क्या डे आज? Today is the menstrual cycle of the earth. So that's why all the women have come to pray here. अच्छा ठीक है, फिर हम बाहर ही खड़े रहते, मैं लाइन में नहीं खड़ा रहने वाला. And then from there we went to Guwahati. From Guwahati we took a bus to Tezpur. And then we went to my brother's place. And so that was my first backpacking trip with Mr. Divekar.
Wow. I had this anecdote actually when you said Bhutan. It was such an innocent time in my life because it must have been like around 11, 12. And my friend Nilesh Nandoskar, who is also the writer of Vartak Nagar and my next film Monkey Hill and all that. So we write together even now. I mean, from 3rd standard we went together. So one day, and my route was to school was generally, there was another route which was a shortcut, but I used to go to his house, call him out from down, like I used to stay in the 2nd floor of a Maharashtra housing colony building. And then we used to go together, and then once I called him down, he came down, and his uncle had just come from Bhutan. And I didn't understand this, okay? This Bhutan concept I didn't understand. So he said, and he came to me, he didn't say that. Arey Habak, he came to me, now it's a Marathi joke, so I'll explain it in English later, but I think I'll say it in Marathi first for people who will understand it better. He said, and he came, he said, Habak, Bhutan's rupee, Bhutan's rupee. So it got money. That time we used to collect this, coins and currency notes from Bhutan. So it was like Bhutan's rupee. So that is like Bhutan ka paisa, so he's saying Bhutan's rupee. I thought.
Ghost bane.
And you won't believe this. I believed this for almost 3-4 years after that. He said, "ये भूतान सा रुपया." I said, "अरे ये तो भूतों का पैसा है, घोस्ट लोगों का पैसा है." And I was like fascinated, ये घोस्ट लोगों का पैसा है, ये घोस्ट लोगों का पैसा है, घोस्ट लोगों का पैसा लेके आया. कहाँ से लाया होगा ये घोस्ट लोगों का पैसा? और इस अंकल का भी कुछ फैंसी स्टोरीज थे, मतलब he had some फैंसी स्टोरीज था उस अंकल का. I don't remember exactly. पर उसने उसको भूतान सा पैसा दिया था, तो मतलब भूतान सा रुपया, भूतान सा रुपया. Of course, I grew up and I realized that it's just a currency from the country of Bhutan. So that's how it was. So this was your first backpacking trip, and from then you have not stopped.
I hope you enjoyed part 2 of my conversation with travel writer Ketan Joshi. I published the 3rd of this 4-part informative conversation on Friday next week. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I drop a new episode every Friday night at around 10 p.m. I will also end this and every episode by recommending a film or a web series. But before that, here is a small message on how you can help to keep this podcast alive and growing. This episode is free and we intend to keep it that way. But it does take a lot of time, money and effort to produce the show. We research, write, record and edit before we finally present it to you. So if you wish to support our effort, you can help us produce the show by contributing any amount you wish on our website, conversationswithatul.com. Please note that the word conversations is plural with an S. So do visit conversationswithatul.com. Since we are talking about travel stories, here is my film reco. The film I recommend today is the Matt Ross written and directed film, Captain Fantastic. Captain Fantastic is a travel film in a completely different sense, as it follows the journey of a father who is raising his children in a forest, but is forced to enter the commercial world and face an upheaval to his set ideas of what it means to be a parent. Captain Fantastic rates a more than fantastic 7.8 out of 10 on IMDb. Do watch if you haven't already. Follow me on Twitter by following my Twitter handle Atul Taishete, spelled as ATULTAISHETE. Also, do visit my website, Conversations, that is, Conversations plural with an S. The complete website address is conversationswithatul.com. In the third of this 4-part episode with prolific travel writer Ketan Joshi, we converse about the backstory of the Kumbh Mela, his enduring love story with his travel partner, and how he looks forward to cannibalizing all his life experiences into published written material. So please welcome Ketan Joshi, a writer who is close to publishing almost 24 travel books and who, in this episode, will educate us on the difference between publishing with established book houses and self-publishing, his take on how Amazon democratized book publishing in India, and finally, a profile of all his books with the interesting tale of how he became a full-time writer and traveler. Hi, I'm Atul Taishete and welcome to my podcast, Conversations with Atul. But before we begin, please do check out my not to miss film recommendation that I make at the end of every episode. Also, here is a small message on a book I have written, which is easily available on Amazon worldwide and which can help you to write screenplays, novels, and much more. Have you ever watched a film or a series or read a novel and felt, I can write better than this? Except you didn't really know how to. But now you can try your hand at writing screenplays, web series or novels with a little help from my book called Anybody Can Write a Film. Devoid of film jargon and loaded with examples from popular films, my book simplifies the process to write films, series or even a novel. Available on Amazon worldwide under the title Anybody Can Write a Film, Demystifying the Screenwriting Process by Atul Taishete. Visit Amazon.in to buy the book in India and Amazon in your respective countries to buy the Kindle version. Anybody can write a film. Now with my book, anybody actually can.
So this was your first backpacking trip, and from then you have not stopped. From then you've been traveling like crazy.
So that was also Chinmay's last backpacking trip. He never traveled.
Incidentally, in Marico also, I think your wife, with whom we have an episode 6, Bharti Rajaram, she also was in Marico around that time.
She was in Marico, but she was in the Goa factory. So we are never together as such.
Okay.
So what happened after that was, when I was in Marico, there was Kumbh Mela happened at Allahabad. So it was the Maha Kumbh Mela. Now Kumbh Mela, you know what's the Kumbh Mela? The origin story.
That's supposed to be an experience of a lifetime.
No, you know the story of the Kumbh Mela, right?
No, I don't know.
The story of the Kumbh Mela is there was a time in which the gods and demons decided to collaborate. Okay. They said कि ये समुंदर के अंदर there is अमृत. So let us get together to get the अमृत. बोला get together का मतलब जैसे कि अगर वो सागर को अगर घुसेलेंगे, so the way you make छाछ something, so then उसमें से we can find अमृत. So सागर का मंथन करेंगे. तो कैसे करेंगे? तो anyway, long and short is that they said कि we will use Mount Meru as the pestle.
Yeah.
And says कि pestle तो ठीक है. So the Mount Meru को बहुत request किया, तो he agreed to be lifted and put into the sea. Sea में डाला तो mountain obviously decided to sink. बोला अब क्या करें? तो they said कि यार वो only one person can help, that is Vishnu. तो विष्णु को प्रे किया. So then he manifested as a big turtle, giant turtle. So that's Kurma avatar.
Yeah.
Okay, and so he
Lifted the mountain.
So he came under the mountain, so it prevented it from sinking. बोला कि अब now how do you move it? So then they requested the services of the endless snake अनंतनाग कि उसको ये करो. तो एक साइड में ऑल दानव, एक साइड में एक देव, तो लेफ्ट राइट करके देवर पुलिंग फ्रॉम ईच साइड एंड दे स्टार्टेड एजिटेटिंग द ओशन. अब तो ओशन में से पहले सबसे पहले पॉइजन निकला हल विच वॉज किलिंग एवरीबडी अंटिल शिवा केम एंड ड्रैंक इट. देन उसमें से वेरियस गिफ्ट्स केम, ज्वेल्स केम, अश्विनी कुमार वर बॉर्न, Sayamantak gem came, many things came, and then finally that Amrit came. And then that same story, somebody came, so basically Vishnu came and told the gods कि अगर ये राक्षस लोगों ने अगर अमृत पी लिया तो they'll be unkillable. So then you know, so Mohini came and seduced the Rakshas and gave the this thing, all the Amrit to the gods, and there's one Rakshas who saw through it and he tried to disguise as a god, and then they cut his head off. So his head became Rahu and the tail became Ketu. So ये सब चक्कर में 4 drops of Amrit fell from the pot, from that pot of that the Kumbh, and they fell at 4 spots in India. So Haridwar, Allahabad, नासिक एंड उज्जैन. एंड सो जहाँ पे वो पॉट गिरा, सो एट दैट पर्टिकुलर टाइम ऑफ द एस्ट्रोनॉमिकल ईयर, सो बेसिकली एट दैट टाइम नक्षत्र, वहाँ पे अगेन इट बिकम्स फुल ऑफ अमृत. दैट इज द बिलीफ. सो दैट इज वाई वो अमृत पीने के लिए
लोग जाते हैं.
So basically first only the holy people used to go, then the laity followed them, then it became late. इतना लोग जा रहे हैं तो सब दुकानदार भी पहुंच गए, इतने सब जा रहे हैं तो all the decision makers also went, so it became a very big event. So that is the origin of Kumbh Mela. Now Kumbh Mela happens once in Purna Kumbh और Ardha Kumbh, दो होता है. So Purna Kumbh जो होता है that's once in 12 years. और Mahakumbh जो होता है once in 144 years. So one cycle of 12 years वाला. So that was the Mahakumbh which was happening, 144 years old in Allahabad, or Mahaprayag as they call it now. And it was a very big event, and I was reading about it for the more time में social media news वगैरह पहली बार आ रहा था. So I kept reading about it कि बोला यार पूरा दुनिया जा रहा है, दुनिया भर के फिरंग जा रहे हैं, साला एज ए इंडियन आई एम नॉट एबल टू गो, व्हाट नॉनसेंस, मुझे जाना है. सो आई कॉल्ड चिन्मय, तू आएगा? बोला हट मैं नहीं आएगा. उसका शादी हो गया था या नहीं, व्हाट इज इट, मैं नहीं आएगा. पागल है, कुंभ मेला कौन जाएगा, कितना भीड़ होता है पता है. सेट कि हाँ ठीक है मत जा. सो देन आई आस्क्ड वेरियस पीपल, नोबडी इज इंटरेस्टेड. स्क्रू देम ऑल, आई विल गो अलोन. बट मैं कैसे जाऊँ, पैसा नहीं है, एयर फेयर वेरी हाई. एंड कि हाउ विल आई गो, आई विल गो. आई वाज जस्ट थिंकिंग ऑफ दैट एंड आई गॉट अ कॉल फ्रॉम नेस्ले. दे वांटेड टू इंटरव्यू मी फॉर अ मार्केटिंग जॉब.
ओके.
नेस्ले वाज बेस्ड इन गुड़गांव. And they were paying air ticket for me to come. तो बोला अरे वाह ये तो बहुत बढ़िया है. फुकट का एयर टिकट. बोला चलो. तो आई पैक माई बैकपैक. एंड मैरिको में एट दैट टाइम द रूल वाज दैट इफ इट वाज वेरी प्रोग्रेसिव रूल कि इफ यू आर टेकिंग अ छुट्टी ऑफ 3 days और लेस, यू डोंट नीड टू गिव एनी एक्सप्लेनेशन. जैसे कि वी बिलीव यू आर एन एडल्ट एंड यू विल मैनेज योर वर्क एंड मैनेज. नो अप्रूवल रिक्वायर्ड, नो एक्सप्लेनेशन रिक्वायर्ड, नथिंग. So I just packed up and left कि मैं जा रहा हूँ, बाय टिप्स. एंड सो आई वोर फॉर्मल एंड ऑल, बट बोला कि यार काला जूता कहाँ से पहनेगा, तो मैं लाल कलर का नाइकीज पहन के गया
फॉर द इंटरव्यू.
तो ऐसे कि एनीवे लेने नहीं वाला है, तो व्हाई नॉट, लेट्स गो देयर.
व्हाई वुड दे सेंड यू अ टिकट अगर लेने वाला नहीं है?
अरे ऐसे बहुत होते हैं. आई गिव लॉट्स ऑफ इंटरव्यू वेयर दे कॉल यू फॉर ऑल द वे फॉर सम स्ट्रेंज रीजन एंड देन इट फॉर जस्ट टू everybody has a tick mark in there.
बराबर. We interviewed so many people. Okay.
तो वहाँ पहुँचा. सो मेरा इंटरव्यू ले स्विस ने. तो मैं बोला कि जॉब है क्या, व्हाट इज यू वांट. वी आर लुकिंग टू लॉन्च बॉटल्ड वाटर. तो बोला शिट मैन. तो बिकॉज आई हैड जस्ट टेकन अप द चैलेंज ऑफ सेलिंग सफोला सॉल्ट. तो सफोला का ये हुआ था, तो उसमें ऐसे कि चलो नया प्रोडक्ट, आई विल हैंडल सॉल्ट. And there I realized that if you want to sell a low value हाई बल्क कमोडिटी, उसका चैलेंज एकदम इज ऑल इन द लॉजिस्टिक्स. सो बेसिकली 1 kilo ऑफ लेट्स से पैराशूट ऑयल कॉस्ट मे बी $500.
Okay. Selling price.
हाँ 200 रुपये तो हो गए. आई डोंट रिमेंबर द एग्जैक्ट नंबर बट इजीली, बिकॉज 200 ml का छोटा बॉटल कुछ तो 80 रुपये का आता है आजकल.
Okay.
तो वो टाइम में कम होगा. बट
400 हो गया. हाँ, ठीक.
लेट्स से यू नो
Whatever,
200 500 रुपये का
Yeah,
व्हाट बिग अमाउंट ऑफ मनी.
Yeah.
1 kilo ऑफ सॉल्ट कॉस्ट ₹10. ठीक है.
बराबर.
200 रुपये उसके ऊपर मार्जिन अच्छा है, 10 रुपये में मार्जिन मिलता है कुछ नहीं. ओके. तो दैट वो CFA अपना ही इज बिल्ट हिज गोडाउन साइज विथ सम काइंड ऑफ मनी इन माइंड. इज बिल्ट हिज
बराबर.
यू नो डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम. उसका ऑटो में कितना पैसा है उसका. इफ इज सेलिंग तेल एंड ऑल, उसका ऑटो का वैल्यू होगा 1.5 लाख रुपए. अगर वो सॉल्ट बेच रहा है तो पूरा भर के जाएगा, उसमें तो 1,000-1,500 रुपये मिलेगा. सो दे आर नॉट इंटरेस्टेड. So this is the point I grasped after, you know, which is what actually company should grasp first of all. But this is the point first we are treated as a marketing problem, you know, demand कैसे बनाते हैं. And then बाद में I did the back end and I said कि boss ये तू कुछ भी कर ले unless you are selling in tons,
Bulk.
in hundreds
Yeah.
of tons, this
Yeah.
thing doesn't work only. You should just
Barabar.
stop doing it. And I said कि this is exactly the same issue that applies to water. Water is equally high value, cost the same. 1 kilo 1 liter of water cost $10 at that time.
बराबर.
बोले नहीं हम 20 रुपये में बेचेंगे. नहीं 20 रुपये में क्यों बेचे, कौन लेगा 20 रुपये में. अगर बिस्लरी 10 रुपये में, तेरा 20 रुपये में, वाई विल एनीवन पे डबल प्रीमियम फॉर यू. एंड बोला कि योर प्रॉब्लम इज इवन वर्स देन मैरिको बिकॉज योर प्रोडक्ट्स आर इवन मोर हाई वैल्यू. तेरा मैगी सॉस और तेरा यू नो मैगी नूडल और ये और वो तेल बटर जो
So
भी
distribution channels are like that.
हाँ, yeah, distribution channels are geared towards high value products.
बराबर.
They cannot handle water.
बराबर.
उसके लिए रिक्वायर, आर यू गोइंग टू बिल्ड एंटायरली न्यू डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन चैनल. तो स्विस वाले भी एकदम शॉक हो गया कि नॉर्मली
इंटरव्यू कौन ले रहा है?
इंटरव्यू कमेंट सेल हिमसेल्फ फॉर द जॉब. हियर आई एम टेलिंग यू तुम्हारा प्रोडक्ट बिक ही नहीं सकता. तो ये सब करके वो बोला अच्छा ठीक है जाओ बाबा. बोला पैसा दे टिकट का. तो मस्त मेरे को 15,000 रुपये दिया कैश.
कैश दिया.
हाँ. बोला वाह, बोला ऐसा आदमी मिलना चाहिए लाइफ में.
Yeah.
थैंक यू. बोला अब क्या करें. तो एट दैट टाइम गुड़गांव में था रोड हाईवे कुछ अभी इतना फैंसी है ना, वो टाइम में कुछ नहीं था, ये मट्टी का रास्ता था. तो वहाँ से एक शेयर बस लेके मैं पहुँच गया रेलवे स्टेशन. अच्छा रेलवे स्टेशन पहुँचा, फिर बोला यार यहाँ से इलाहाबाद कैसे जाते हैं. नो टिकट नथिंग. तो बोला कौन सी ट्रेन इलाहाबाद जाएगी. बोला हाँ ये यहाँ से सब ट्रेन इलाहाबाद जाएंगे, कौन से भी इसमें घुस जाओ. सो आई वेंट एंड बॉट ऑन ओपन टिकट. और वहाँ गया तो बोला कि थर्ड अनरिजर्व में चले जाएंगे. इट्स नॉट वेरी लॉन्ग जर्नी. नहीं इट्स लॉन्ग जर्नी, ओवरनाइट जर्नी.
राइट.
तो वहाँ पहुँचा थर्ड क्लास. आया तो साला इट्स फुल टू द ब्रिम. लोकल बॉम्बे लोकल होता है ना रश आवर में वैसा. और अंदर सब बाबा लोग ऐसा त्रिशूल विशूल लेके. बोलो बाप रे इसमें मैं नहीं जाएगा. तो एक ट्रेन आया, दूसरा ट्रेन आया, तीसरा ट्रेन आया. वो तो आई सिटिंग देयर वंडरिंग व्हाट टू डू. तो उधर जो स्टॉल वाला था पूछा कि तेरे जाना कहाँ है, तू इधर बैठा है तब से. तो आई टोल्ड हिम ऐसा ऐसा सीन है. तो एक काम करो ना रिजॉर्ट में घुस जाओ. घुस जाओ मतलब हाँ घुस जाओ, बैठ जाओ कहीं भी. बोलो मैं नहीं उतरने वाला, वो TC आएगा ज़्यादा से ज़्यादा फाइन मारेगा.
बराबर.
तो भर दो फाइन. बोला हाँ ये आइडिया अच्छा है. तो ट्रेन आया, उसमें रिजॉर्ट में घुस गया और बाहर वेस्टिबल में खड़ा रहा. तो देन आई हैड नथिंग. ओके आई हैड नो स्वेटर जैकेट कुछ नहीं. एक स्वेटर था शायद मैं पतला सा. तो आई बॉट सम न्यूज़पेपर कि नीचे बैठने के लिए न्यूज़पेपर चाहिए. एंड दैट वाज विंटर इन नॉर्थ इंडिया. तो आया, मैं बाहर बैठा था. TC आया, टिकट दिखाओ. बोले टिकट दिखाया. बोले ये नहीं चलेगा यहाँ पे. अच्छा. तो आई लुक्ड एट हिम, ही लुक्ड एट मी. फिर चला गया. बोला अरे क्या हुआ टिकट नहीं. तो एक्चुअली में और भी पब्लिक बैठा था. बोला क्या हुआ. अरे वो चला गया, उसने फाइन वाइन नहीं मारा. बोला है काय का फाइन, झापड़ लगेंगे. कुछ नहीं, चला बैठो इधर. तो उधर रात भर में उधर टॉयलेट के बाहर बैठा रहा. एंड बड़ी हेल इट बिकेम सो कोल्ड. में आई फ्रोज. आई हैड नथिंग, नो शॉल, नो जैकेट, नथिंग. वो न्यूज़पेपर जिसके ऊपर बैठा था वो उठा के मैंने कपड़े के अंदर घुसाया टू एक्ट एज इंसुलेशन. सो बाय द टाइम आई रीच इलाहाबाद अर्ली मॉर्निंग आई लाइक हाफ डेड. तो मैं उतरा. बोले चलो पहुँच तो गए. बोले पहले चाय पी लो गर्मा गर्म. तो बाहर गया साइकिल रिक्शा वाला
इलाहाबाद में.
हाँ. तो बोला साहब होटल चाहिए. हाँ होटल तो चाहिए, बिकॉज एवरीवन टोल्ड मी कि हिलने को जगह नहीं, होटल रूम कहाँ मिलेगा टाइप्स, होटल चाहिए। मतलब हाँ होटल तो चाहिए, लेकिन यू विल चार्ज मी सम कमीशन नो। तो नहीं हम आपको जितने चाहे उतना होटल दिखाएंगे,
हाँ।
आप हमको 5 रुपये दे दो।
ओ
5 रुपये? हाँ ओके। तो पहला ही होटल दिखाया वो अच्छा था, इट इंडियन टॉयलेट बट दैट्स फाइन, नाइस रूम, सिंगल रूम, हाइजीनिक। हाँ भाई ये ले पैसा, ये ले 5 रुपये, चल तू 10 रुपये ले, 20 रुपये ले, एंड मेरे को सोने दे थोड़ा देर।
हाँ
तो देन वहाँ से मैं बस चल के आई वेंट टू, तो इज इट कि वो संगम किधर है, बोला संगम है इधर से 7-8 किलोमीटर, तो चल के जाओ ना। चलो, तो ऑटो रिक्शा भी जाता है लेकिन ट्रैफिक है, आप चल के जाओ। तो मैं चल के गया, आई स्पेंड द होल डे एट संगम, नहाया वाया थोड़ा, सॉ द होल प्लेस, इट्स एन अमेजिंग एक्सपीरियंस टू बी दैट कुंभ मेला। घूम घाम के आया, बाबा लोगों से मिला, आई स्पोक टू, आई ऑब्जर्व लॉट ऑफ थिंग्स, बोट लेके संगम तक गया, एंड वॉट एवर राइड अ पूल, एंड ऑल द कॉक दैट पीपल आर टेलिंग मी ना कि इसमें स्टैम्पीड होता है, बहुत भीड़ है, मारा मारी है, कुछ नहीं। इट वॉज द मोस्ट ब्यूटिफुली अरेंज्ड इवेंट। इंडियन गवर्नमेंट व्हेन इट वांट्स टू ना डज एन awesome job of organization. I have been to now 5 or 6 Kumbh Melas, and especially the one that Allahabad are fantastically well organized. मैं अभी लास्ट ईयर भी गया था कुंभ मेला, वेरी वेल ऑर्गेनाइज्ड, एब्सोल्युटली कुछ भी प्रॉब्लम नहीं है। एंड इवन हाइजीन एंड ऑल, दे पुट अप मेनी टॉयलेट्स, कि जैसे कोई सुसु पॉटी का कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, very heavily अपना वो क्लोरीन वोरीन मार के, so there is no chance of any disease, anything like that. Lots of police presence, so no भगदड़, no, maybe on the big day there is मारामारी, but on the whole कोई problem नहीं, it's very well organized. And then फिर मैं वापस आ गया, then from there बोला इलाहाबाद तो हो गया, then I went and saw इलाहाबाद सिटी। बोला अब क्या करें, where is the nearest airport, बोला बनारस। बोला हाँ मेरे को बनारस भी देखना है, so I took a bus and went to बनारस। सो बनारस में आई वेंट, बोला बनारस में कौन सा कूल जगह है, तो लगे वहाँ पे घाट से, तो दशाश्वमेध घाट करके, सो आई वेंट वॉकिंग टू दैट घाट, और वहाँ पे ढूंढते ढूंढते एक होटल में घुस गया। इट इज़ अ वेरी कूल होटल, वो बंदा भी एकदम कूल था, तो मेरे को उसमें रूम दिया। बोला हमारे यहाँ बहुत बैकपैकर आते हैं, फॉरेनर ज़्यादा करके हम इंडियंस को लेते नहीं, लेकिन यू लुक लाइक अ कूल काइंड ऑफ गए, तो आ जाओ टाइप्स। तो बाद में मेड फ्रेंड्स विद हिम, बस बंदा था। जैसे कि ये हमारा एंसिस्ट्रल हाउस था, वो जो रूम में आप सोते हैं ना, वो रूम में हमारे गाय होती थी। उसके मैं 500 रुपये लेता हूँ। उसके बाजू वाले रूम में हम उसका चारा रखते थे, उसके लिए मैं 400 रुपये लेता। एंड ही हैड मैरिड ऑन वन स्पेनिश वुमन, सो इधर की समर में मैं स्पेन जाता हूँ और विंटर में मैं यहाँ आता हूँ। सही है, और क्या चाहिए, स्टार्ट है तू तो। एंड फिर वहाँ पे गए, फिर देन आई वेंट टू सारनाथ। उसी का उसका कोई दोस्त, तो आई टोल्ड हिम क्या है देखने के लिए, तो बोला इधर जाओ उधर। आई वेंट टू सारनाथ वाज वेयर बुद्धा डिड हिज फर्स्ट सरमन। तो फिर वहाँ से वापस आया, देन आई फ्लू बैक टू बॉम्बे। So that was my first solo trip.
All at Nestle's expense.
All at Nestle's expense and with Marico's leave generosity. तो मेरा बॉस था एट दैट टाइम, नया आया था, बहुत कमीना बंदा था, बहुत भयंकर कमीना, जतिन करके, वेरी वेरी कमीना फेलो. सो ही ट्राइड इज बेस्ट कि तू लीव एप्लीकेशन डाल. हाउ डिड यू गो? इसके रूल में लिखा है कि 3 दिन के लिए लीव एप्लीकेशन डालने की जरूरत नहीं है, तो एचआर वाले से बात कर, मेरा दिमाग मत चाट टिप्स. एंड देन आई रोट अ ट्रैवलॉग ऑन दिस. ट्रैवलॉग मतलब आई रोट अ ईमेल ऑन दिस के एट दैट टाइम आई डिडंट नो ट्रैवलॉग जस्ट डिस्क्राइबिंग दिस. And that email became very popular. A lot of people were very thrilled and they forwarded it to many people. And one of the people it got forwarded to was Bharti.
Yeah, right.
And Bharti herself, by that time she had left her job and she was on her backpacking holiday around the world. She used to write her own emails and all. So their common friend used to forward her emails to me. So then I wrote to her saying कि नारे वाह बहुत मजा आया ये पढ़ के तुम्हारा email.
ये बीच का एजेंट निकालते हैं.
हाँ. So then she wrote to me, हाँ तेरा भी ये पढ़ के very impressed, बहुत मजा आया ये वो. So then by that time I left Marico and I joined Balsara. And Balsara में was when she came to meet me. So we met for the first time when I was in Balsara.
Okay.
So she was going for her स्विट्जरलैंड वीसा इंटरव्यू आई थिंक.
Okay.
So she came to my office because वही टाउन में ही था वो भी. So that Kumbh Mela solo backpacking trip was the reason that I met Bharti.
So that was when you went to Kumbh?
Probably 99, 2000.
Okay.
So then I wrote a book about this. So One Man Goes Backpacking करके. So which is the story of my first backpacking adventure. This Chinmay wala trip and ये Kumbh wala trip.
Right. Oh, so that book is one. Oh, so that's, yeah. So you wrote that in 2009, right?
No, I wrote that just now, 2018 or 19.
Wow. So and then you traveled largely with Bharti, or you traveled alone? I mean,
No, that was my
because
last
we met in
solo.
Goa, if you remember right.
Yeah, so that was my first. That was my first and last solo trip. After that, I did a lot of traveling with Bharti. So, so then, she tells me कि अच्छा ये वो. Then we are corresponding on mail. Says कि would you like to go for a trek? तो मुझे लगा इधर उधर. बोला हाँ कहाँ जाना है? बोला एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप. एवरेस्ट माउंट एवरेस्ट. बोला माउंट एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप. चलो, why not? At that time I was very fit. I had just lost a lot of weight and I was like, I used to run 6 kilometers a day and I was like quite fit. So I said, why not? Chalo. So my mom went ballistic. Where we are going? Where? With whom? I said, I have no idea where I am going, but I am bored of my life, so I am going somewhere. So then I landed up in Kathmandu, and then she came to Kathmandu from wherever she was. And I said, I'm not even sure whether I'll remember what she looks like. And never went except for that. I know, before we went for a trek to this place called Harishchandragarh.
Where you stayed overnight.
That was not intentional at all. She said, let's go for a trek to Harishchandragarh. बोला ठीक है, wherever is fine. I didn't know anything about Harishchandragarh. And वो रात को मेरा कोई तो ब्रांड का लॉन्च पार्टी था. No, launch party goes on till late night because all the sales guys they get into the full फुकट का दारू मोड, so नाचना गाना ये वो. So I must have slept around 4 o'clock. तो सुबह उठा मैं 11 बजे तो देखा कुछ 25 मिस्ड कॉल. कौन है क्या है? फिर ऑल उसका कॉल आया, भारती. वेयर आर यू? आई बीन वेटिंग हियर सिंस 7 o'clock. हु इज दिस एंड हु इज? तो ऐसा अच्छा वो. बोला नहीं यार मैं किधर भी जाने की हालत में नहीं था, सो अभी उठा हूँ मैं. बोला ओके कम नाउ. नाउ? हाँ नाउ. ओके. तो मैं पहुँच गया. ऐसा 1 बजे उसको मिला. ट्रेन वैन पकड़ के बाय द टाइम वी रीच्ड कौन सा लोकल स्टेशन, विच एवर सम कल्याण करजत वट एवर वन ऑफ द स्टेशन. वहाँ से उतरा, वो ऑलरेडी 4 बज गया था. वहाँ से बस लेके वी वेंट टू मालशेज, तो विच इज़ द स्टार्टिंग पॉइंट ऑफ द ट्रैक. तो 4-5 बज गए. एंड देन मतलब दिन भर कुछ खाया नहीं, तो पहले कुछ खाते हैं तो पोहा वोहा खाया. एंड देन वी स्टार्टेड क्लाइंबिंग
In the evening.
नाउ हरिश्चंद्रगढ़ इज एक्चुअली अ वेरी टफ ट्रैक. आई हैड नो क्लू अबाउट एट दैट टाइम. बोले चढ़ते जा रहे हैं एंड इट वाज लाइक मिडल ऑफ मानसून. तो इट बिकेम सो डार्क के यू कुडंट सी लाइक 1 inch इन फ्रंट ऑफ यू. मैं ऐसा हाथ रखा इन फ्रंट ऑफ योर फेस, यू कैंट सी योर हैंड. लोग कुछ कर ही नहीं सकते, उधर ही बैठ गए रास्ते पे कीचड़ में. एंड रात भर भी सैट. तो फाइनली जब डॉन हुआ वी कैन गेट अप. अच्छा नाउ वी कैन सी समथिंग, सो वी आर वॉकिंग. एंड देन लाइक इट्स अ वेरी टफ दिस थिंग. यू आर पार्ट ऑफ द ट्रैक इज वॉकिंग अलॉन्ग वन शेयर क्लिफ. ओके, उसमें से लाइक 1-2 मीटर का रास्ता होगा विच इज ऑल्सो स्टोन. एंड बारिश की वजह से इट्स वेट एंड इट्स मॉसी एंड यू हैव टू लाइक बी वेरी केयरफुल व्हाइल वॉकिंग. अभी वहाँ पे रस्सा वस्सा लगा है, वो टाइम में कुछ नहीं ऐसा. And then at some point it is so steep that they have put one metal ladder there. वो भी ऐसा पूरा ऐसा हिला डुला वाला ladder and all. And so we climbed up that. And when we reached this thing, तो वहाँ पे before they all startled कि इतने जल्दी कैसे आ गए तुम? Normally people come like at lunch time kind of thing. So she was impressed that I did moan and crib through all of these experiences. So अच्छा चलो एवरेस्ट बेस कैंप जाते हैं. काठमांडू में मिले. बोला हाँ येस नाउ आई रिमेंबर यू. आई वाज रेसिडुअली ड्रंक एट दैट टाइम, सो आई एम नॉट श्योर.
That can't be a nice thing to say, but yeah.
And she got a nasty shock because मैं काठमांडू पहुंचा, so I suddenly said कि चलो let me shave my head, bald. Why? I said just I always wanted to shave my head to see what it feels like. So instead of a handsome, good-looking fellow, you got a bald, villain-looking taklus. And so, and again my first long trek ना, तो we had just done छोटा मोटा 2-3 ट्रैक टाइप्स. तो एक बड़ा बैग लेके आया था. She said इसमें से आधा चीज़ उठा के फेंक दो, you can't carry it. Because this is like we are talking about like a 20-day trek, 20 days of walking.
बराबर.
So then we did that trek, and that was the start of that story basically. So we reached the base camp, and then नीचे आते हुए बोला यार बोर हो रहा है डायरेक्टली नीचे जाने को, और कुछ करते हैं. So we crossed one crazy pass and we ended up in one another road. वहाँ पे गोक्यो करके एक जगह है, तो वहाँ से ऐसे गोल घूम के आ गए. And then by that time we were in love and also I didn't feel like leaving, so I missed the flight from Kathmandu to Bombay. क्यों बोला ऐसे ही नेक्स्ट 2-3 दिन बाद जाते हैं.
And then you traveled, I think.
Then at that time she was just looking for a job. She had just finished her sabbatical, so she joined Dr. Reddy's in Hyderabad. So she used to come every weekend. She used to take a train and come to Lonavala, and I used to drive down to Lonavala, and then we used to go roaming around Sahyadris.
Oh wow! So you did that for how long?
For a year or so, and then she said कि let's go on the next trip. बोला हाँ चलो. बोला where? बोला स्पीति वैली. बोला वो किधर है? बोला चुपचाप चलना, तेरे को कुछ आता है क्या? हाँ ठीक है चलो, मेरे को क्या है, चलो. तो we went to Spiti Valley by public transport. The whole trip was on bus.
Right.
So we went to Delhi से शिमला से whatever करते करते घूम के आए. And then then we went to Leh, basically all the way to Leh by bus, and then flew back from Leh. And then when I came back, my immediate boss had left, and उसका जो बॉस था he wanted to make a clean sweep, तो उसको मेरे को भी हकल दिया.
अच्छा, बलसारा से
हकल दिया, get out tips.
Okay.
And then
so you fired.
हाँ, I was fired. And then it so happened that I couldn't get another job only.
Yeah.
I was unemployed for 2.5 years.
2.5 years?
Yeah.
Wow.
So that was like a very tough time, extremely tough. So actually I written books about all of the experience. So about the Spiti Valley trip, I wrote a book called One Man Goes on a Bus. About that whole adventure. About this unemployment time, I wrote a book called One Man Gets the Sack.
Achha.
Which is about the unemployment time. So Bharti is unemployed. चलो very good. Very good क्या है? Now you can travel more. हाँ वो भी है. So the same thing. So one company called me for an interview to Chennai. तो वहाँ गया, बोला अब चेन्नई तो आ गया, अब चलो कहाँ जा सकते हैं, तो पौंडीचेरी जाते हैं. So I went to Pondicherry and came. महाबलीपुरम, Pondicherry and back. Then one company called me to Chandigarh. बोला हाँ चंडीगढ़, हाँ वेरी गुड. चंडीगढ़ से कहाँ जा सकते हैं? So from there I went, कहीं तो भी जाए, कहाँ जाके हरिद्वार जाके आया. So then ऐसे करते करते वो
नॉर्थ हो गया काफी.
हाँ नॉर्थ कवर हो गया. Then me and Bharti went to Sri Lanka, I went to Thailand, I went to Kashmir. जनरली जो भी पैसा था, so basically मेरा सब पैसा खत्म हो गया. तो Bharti said don't worry, I will support you. You can pay me back after you get a job. So she said कि for travel I will support you, दारू पीने के लिए support नहीं. So then I finally got a job with in a completely new industry, which was telecom.
Go.
On mobile करके company.
On mobile. That is when you came to my house in Santa Cruz, I remember.
On mobile में नहीं होगा. It would have been when I was not working.
Okay. This was in 2004.
2004 I was not working. From 2003 to 2005 end. 2005 December.
I just passed out. I was just in Santa Cruz. At FTI से pass out होके at Santa Cruz station के पास. That's when we had come. And you said something कि तेरा हालत तो मेरे से ज़्यादा खराब है तो मैं दारू लाता हूँ. Something like that I remember. To premier school management graduates. sitting and talking like that. तेरा तो मेरे से, I had just passed out of FTA. I had no work. I didn't want to do camera because I had passed out. On camera, you can make a lot of money. I wanted to be a writer, a director. तो बैठा था उधर न्यूज़ से, तेरा तो हालत मेरे से ज़्यादा खराब है. ठीक है, so I'll pay for the दारू. I remember this conversation. So that's how it was.
So during the unemployed period, I did a lot of writing. So I had started writing short stories. In I think Maricom, I wrote my first one, that Blood Bank wala one.
Right.
And then after that in Balsara, I kept writing. So I had a big collection of short stories. And then कोई तो भी मेरे को, it was a strange kind of encouragement. When is this getting published? So till then I never even thought about it. अरे वाह, ये तो publish होना चाहिए. So I applied to all the
Regulars.
All the regulars. सब लोगों ने reject कर दिया. Short story एक तो is a difficult sell. Unemployed person is unknown person is a very difficult sell. And anyway, talking to any of these publishers is a horrible experience by itself. So, but then I kept writing. And at that point मेरे बीच में झटका आया and I wrote the book on marketing, what they don't teach you about marketing, which was
That was your first book which got published, right?
that was, yeah, so it was not the first book I wrote, but it was the first book. So that was the first book I wrote, one complete book.
So kind of a fictional thing, right? Or
So it was basically
like The Goal.
It was like The Goal. It was inspired by The Goal.
What's the name of the writer of that film, book, The Goal?
Eliyahu Goldratt.
Right. So that book was basically about operations research, but it was written as a more of a
So I
fictional
was
story.
inspired by that. A textbook should be readable and identifiable. So it is not a textbook. It is a
Experiential.
it is a para textbook. It is not a textbook at all. Actually, it is sort of advice. It is not the fault of the MBA college because their job is to teach you concepts. But when you go to a marketing organization, specifically a FMCG marketing organization, but in any marketing organization, your job is something different. And a lot of something that are very specific to FMCG marketing. So the book was sort of a hand-holding ki once you join a company as a management trainee, what happens? तो पहले सबसे पहले
What to expect?
हाँ सबसे पहले they try to kick the ego out of you, so they treat you like dirt and they put you through sales training. Then you start feeling sales is a thing and marketing is bullshit. Then you come to do marketing training where you understand how business works. फिर marketing if you join marketing as a trainee, then उसमें काम क्या होता है, ये डिपार्टमेंट होता है, एडवर्टाइजिंग एजेंसी होता है, एमआर एजेंसी होता है, पीआर एजेंसी होता है, ये क्या करता है, वो क्या करता है, हाउ एवरीथिंग वर्क्स. सो इट्स बेसिकली स्टोरी ऑफ one management trainee who joins marketing department and is finally confirmed as a brand manager. And each of the characters was based on my friends.
Okay.
So who will give advice on each thing. So which happened to be the first book of mine to get published, but which was not the field I wanted to enter or anything like that. It just so happened that I combined my skill at storytelling with my experiences which I wanted to share. So that was published many years later by Pan Macmillan.
Okay.
So not Pan Macmillan, Macmillan and Company. Pan Macmillan was their fiction division and Macmillan Company was their professional books division.
So it had a proper release and a launch and all that.
It did have launch party and all, but it was a formal,
it
properly
didn't
released
do a party,
thing.
but yeah.
That whole experience actually it biased me against traditional publishing because I found it to be a very unprofessional kind of setup. Okay. So publishing, like we discussed, publishing.
But can you? Yeah. Okay. You were explaining that. Yeah.
So basically, how the submission process happens is used to happen. I don't know how it is now, but is that you have to send your first introduction letter and first 2 or 3 chapters of your manuscript printed in. So उसका भी बहुत rule है. It has to be printed in A4 size with double spacing and loose leaf. It should not be bound in any manner.
Okay.
And you send it out and then you wait basically. And then if they're interested, they'll ask you to send the full manuscript. Then you send the full manuscript. And then if they're still happy about it, they'll say, okay, we are willing to print. So then you sign a contract. Then you send it to edit karega. And then once that is done, they'll do cover design. And then they will launch and they will not tell you how many copies they're printing. first of all. So they'll give you some 10 free copies, but they'll not tell you how many copies they printed. Is it 500, 1000, 2000 or just 20? You don't know. And then they will say we have launched it. Now, how a publishing company's business model works is they will launch, let's say 500 authors and not support any of them. And then whichever one is hits, they will put all their
resources behind that.
So, and the other 499, they'll leave it to die. But they own
the rights.
Not the rights, but they have got a contract with them. So, you can't go anywhere else. Unless
So
they...
that's the rights only.
No, rights are with you.
Okay.
Copyright is with you. So if they don't publish your book for 2 years or 3 years, something like that, then you can say, I am cancelling the contract and I am going to another publisher. Assuming somebody else is willing to take you. Why will anyone take a failed book?
Barabar. Oh, but that is in perpetuity that you can't do it? I mean, like if they...
So if they don't print your book, if they are not doing anything with your book, then after 2-3 years, jo bhi hai, you can just ask them to break the contract and release you.
Which happened with you?
Which... more or less. वो basically they lost interest completely, and then वो cover भी कुछ तो एक फालतू cover पर I went to I was in the field, I went to an ad agency and I got one very nice cover made. तो they refused to use that cover. Why? तू कौन है बनाने वाला? मैं बनाएगा. So they made some फालतू cover. And overall that whole launch experience I was not impressed. And then money wise also, they will give you a statement after 1.5 years. Saying that this is your royalty, and then they'll say that we will give you royalty at 10%, 8%, 10% जो भी है of net. So your MRP is 100 rupees. He'll say that I sold it to the distributor at 50 rupees.
Right.
So your royalty is only 5 rupees. And that they'll tell you that this is only a statement. This is not money. They will pay you after another 6 months, 1 year. So ऐसा 2.5 साल बाद तेरे को 5,000 रुपए का चेक मिलेगा. So it's not really fun to deal with these guys.
But it's very similar to what happens in because one of our batchmates, Ketan Joshi and me, we made a film. I directed it. It's called Rewind, and it was an extremely successful film worldwide. But what we realized was, I think it's the first Indian film to be taken over by iTunes in the US. I don't think before that any Indian film had been taken over by iTunes, if I'm not mistaken. So the thing was that every 6 months they're supposed to send us a statement, and the deal on paper was 50-50. So and the film was getting sold. So on paper, because it's a corporate, so they had to tell you ki boss kahan gaya. So you suddenly see that HBO Czechoslovakia has bought it, or some known places had bought the film. And maybe it's not sold for a lot of money because it's only a 9-minute film. So supposing your total sales are $1,500. So ideally it should be like 750 mera, 750 tera. तो वैसे नहीं होता है. So $1,500 में से then they start cutting overheads. Marketing overhead, sale overhead. ये वो करते करते it comes to bloody $400. फिर उसमें से फिर $200 फिर केतन को आएगा. Which is like ridiculous. तुम 750 लिया, उसमें से तुम करो तुमको जो करने का है. वैसा नहीं होता है. And you don't really know whether वो 750 में से वो जो marketing overhead बोल रहा है वो marketing पे है, because there are thousands of films. So every time a film is doing that, they are actually doing it something like that. So every time we used to get a statement. Not these are just I'm not telling you the exact figures, but this is how it used to work out eventually. There used to be a lot of other expenses which used to be loaded onto the 1,500 or 1,000 or whatever that was, and then job cut ke, then some money used to come up to you, and usme se fir they used to do it, which is like a ridiculous way to that is why films don't make money. I mean, that is why you just go and sell it. I mean, anyway, this is something else, but yeah,
I don't know about iTunes, but so Amazon is not like that, at least for books. So actually, at that time kya tha, there's no option for authors, right? You have to go through a publisher or nothing.
Yeah.
So there is another funda called vanity publishing, in which
you publish yourself.
You pay for it, you publish it yourself, and then you do what? You throw it in the river, or you sell it, or you distribute it for free. It makes a lot of sense for people who want to build a brand for themselves. Let's say consultants or anything like that. वो बोलेगा ये मेरा book ले लो types. But as a commercial thing, it is absolutely useless. It's just it's a vanity project. You accept it.
Even now,
vanity self.
I don't think so, because I do that, and the book sells and it makes money. That's why I'm asking you.
So क्या होता है ना,
But I get particularly in the prints, I'm saying, not on the
so
digital copies. I
print
don't
में
know.
क्या होता है, he'll tell you कि अच्छा you want printed, I'll give you how many you want, 500, 1000, 2000, he'll give you, so at what your money you're contracted to. उसके बाद डूइंग इट योरसेल्फ, यू नो, मैं खुद पैसा लेगा, खुद पोस्ट में डालेगा, ये वो, दैट इज अ बिग लॉजिस्टिकल वर्क. इफ यू आर विलिंग टू डू दैट, इट्स फाइन.
No, but you don't have to do that with Amazon, no? So what you do is you print a copy.
So that is different. That's a different deal altogether.
Yeah. What I do is I've printed, let's say, 200 books. So 100 I've kept with Amazon. The thing is that there is 1 or 2 days of back-breaking work because you need to put the stickers on everything. It's like to be scanned and all that, the QR codes and all that. वो सब करने में time लगता है. But otherwise, after once that is done, like my 100.
So if you are willing to do that, logistics is okay, but it is not at all.
But that is the only way to make money. Otherwise,
no. So that is for printed books.
Yeah.
So what Amazon did was to break that market wide open by introducing Kindle.
right.
So so digital books became a real thing when Kindle launched, whenever it launched. I really don't remember now. And they launched Kindle, and in which they are offering digital books by publishing houses, because obviously people want, you know, the good quality books, the well-known books in there. And then they opened the Kindle direct publishing platform.
KDP.
So that was like a killer. That really opened up the market for small authors, independent authors like myself, who did not want to go through publisher route, because I had lost all faith in the publishers. And well, to be fair, no publisher wanted to publish me. But I did not want to try also. After that, for one experience, I said, "Okay, pointless." So with KDP, you upload your book. So सब काम तेरे को करना है. You get the cover developed yourself. You put everything up yourself. You do the marketing yourself. But you are available instantly all over the world, and Amazon pays you either 35% royalty if you are wide, and if you agree to be exclusive to Amazon, they give you 70% royalty. 70%. A publishing house gives you 8%. So 8%, 70% में दुनिया भर का फर्क है उसमें, and they pay you promptly every month. But that really broke the market apart, because the only service that a publishing house gives you is to make the book available, right? So apart from that, it does not give you any service whatsoever. They will not do a single paisa of marketing for you. They'll say खुद marketing करो. They will design your cover. They'll produce the book and they will make it available, and that's it. And they will make it available for a very fleeting amount of time.
बराबर.
है तो बेसिकली वो जैसे मूवी का होता है ना, 1 हफ्ता 2 हफ्ता, तो वैसा वो he'll put it in the shop, see if it floats, and how many books will float without marketing support? Nothing. So if you are getting your books available without a publishing house, you don't. There is no reason to go with a publishing house. Only other this thing that it gives you credibility, and it can get you invited to, you know, literature festivals, and make you eligible for prizes and stuff like that. That's it. My book is on Amazon bestseller list along with, you know, William Dalrymple and Paul Theroux and, you know, all the big boys. So, which is great, right? It's fantastic. So that really democratized Indian book publishing. So there are a lot of shit books being published, I am sure, but they don't sell. वो मर जाएगा. मेरा भी book नहीं बिकेगा, वो भी मर जाएगा, which is fine. It's not that I dream of becoming. I mean, I do dream of it, but I don't live and die by becoming a bestseller. I just want the book to be out. So and it works at a very fast pace. A publisher takes like a year to launch a book. From the day your contract is signed, it'll be at least 8 months before your book comes out into the market.
बराबर.
Here it's the next minute. I press a button and it's available.
But that also takes marketing. I mean, it's not.
That also anyway you have to do. Even if you go through publisher, you have to do
marketing. Yeah.
So ये क्या है ना, this is a snowball that builds. तेरा पहला बुक होगा, उसमें 4 लोग पढ़ेंगे, दूसरा बुक आएगा और 4 लोग पढ़ेंगे. And so by the time your 10th book comes out, you have a little bit of a base who might read your book. So once you develop your own brand name, so at some point it snowballs. So you have to just keep pushing until that snowballing happens.
You have to keep doing things. Yeah.
Nothing can beat effort. Basically, वो कोई कोच का ये था ना, you miss 100% of the place that you don't take. You will lose 100% of sales which you don't publish. If you do publish, you might still get zero sales.
Yeah.
But if you don't publish, you will definitely get zero
Zero
sales.
sense. Yeah, of course.
So you just have to keep going. And if you do it for the money, then you will obviously flame out very fast. But if you do it just because you enjoy it, you will keep going. It's like you making this podcast. You are not doing it with money in mind. You just enjoy doing it, so you're doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to keep on doing it, and someday it gets monetized.
You
Maybe not.
You might not, but
Yeah,
you enjoy
absolutely.
doing it. That's the main thing.
Yeah, absolutely.
So for me, when I write a book, so especially when I started writing travel books, which happened many years later, I also I have a lot of fun with it. I make on my website I make a section for the book. For each chapter of the book, I post photographs. I put explanatory points. So at every chapter end, I put a link. You click here and you can see my photo gallery. So if you read a description of a place and you can go there, you see photos, videos of the place, stuff like that. So it becomes a very multimedia, and then whatever you want, you can talk to me. So there's a talk to me button on the site, or you can contact me on social media or whatever. So that is a very unique thing, right? So if you like, let's say,
that's marketing basically.
I don't know, Jeffrey Archer, and you write to Jeffrey Archer, Jeffrey is not going to reply back to you. He is going, but I will. So
is Jeffrey Archer even alive now? I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, he's kicking.
Okay.
Yeah. Jeffrey Archer is a regular visitor to India. No? I have attended his talks many times.
Okay. Because I used to read him when I was a kid, so I was just
so
thinking whether he's still alive.
At least he
not a
came
penny more,
last,
not a penny less.
No, but he's a regular visitor to India. He identified India as a big market, and he learned cricket and talks cricket and
I just wanted to add to whatever you were saying. I upload KDP. Now there's another option also, which is called draft to digital. I think you must.
So draft to digital is for going wide. So so Amazon is not the only place you can sell books online.
Right.
You can sell it
on.
on.
So this draft to digital is draft 2 as in it's a numeric 2 and digital.com or whatever that is. So you can just check it out. Yeah, please.
So that is for going wide. So if you want to sell on Kobo, Nook and Apple Books and Google, तो उस पे जाओ.
Yeah.
वो इंडिया में ऐसा बिकता नहीं है, and it's a bit of a pain to manage all of that, so I never tried.
No, but it's exactly like Kindle. You just put it and then it sells or doesn't sell.
Kindle is like, in my opinion, 70-80% of the market, so it really doesn't make a
70% of the market.
Doesn't make a big. If you are a very big author and you want more income, ancillary income, then it's good to go with that. Otherwise, I personally go for the easy option and go only with Kindle because I don't think others are a very credible option as of now. India में, for example, Apple का bookstore चलता ही नहीं है. They don't. That bookstore is not operational in India. Google Books चलता है, लेकिन I really wonder how much.
But Apple works a lot in the US. I mean, it does work. So for someone like yours, the kind of book it is, so it will because it's a traveler.
Maybe. Yeah. But basically, then you are losing out on a lot of Kindle. Your Kindle royalty drops by half, right? So are you going to double your?
Yeah, but there are. I mean, once one gets into it, like there is this thing where you can as many pages. So
some people do. So the big, very prolific authors.
My point is not. I mean, my point is that. Of course, you take your choices and whatever. What I'm trying to do right now is just I'm just trying to put up everything on the table. Yeah. So if anybody is listening to this,
there is one more option also. There is so there are couple of more options. So in India, for example, if you want a paperback of your book, in the US and all, KDP will publish a paperback, but in India they don't.
Okay.
So in India, I work with a company called Pothi.com.
Right. Pothi does it. Yeah.
So Pothi is a print on demand.
POTHI. That's the spelling. Yeah.
So they are a print on demand publisher. Very good. You upload your stuff, and they will. So for each order, they will individually print and send it out. And you don't need to do anything at all. You just upload upload your bank details, and you are set. You pay them some more money, and they will distribute your books your paperbacks on Amazon and Flipkart as well. So that is one more option to sell paperbacks. That is the only option actually for paperbacks in India.
If you don't want to print your own books.
If you don't want to print your own books, and because this is very pain free, nothing you have to do. Everything Pothi.
Yeah, but Pothi doesn't really pay well. I mean, because I had seen that option. That's when I went and printed it. So because printing is very cheap actually. It's extremely cheap because it's all digital right now. So it comes out pretty cheap, and so if you can price your book well, and if it sells, because my book doesn't sell that much because I'm not marketed, but I'm saying that you can make a lot more money. That's what happens when you do go with a print thing. So please continue.
And the next thing is audiobooks. So what you can you can sell audiobooks through Audible and through the another platform called Storytel. But you have to negotiate with all of these guys separately. And audiobooks produce करने के लिए you need a narrator, a studio, an editor, the work so to create that audio file and stuff like that. But audiobooks are a very fast growing segment internationally.
Do you have audiobooks? No.
I don't have audiobooks, but what I did was I read out my books and put them up on my podcast.
Okay.
So they're free right now. So it's like I wanted to experiment with audiobooks, but I didn't want to do the professional setup. So I just put it up as a podcast.
Okay.
So
what's your podcast called?
Travel with Ketan.
Okay. So it's more of a travel podcast.
It's currently my book. Basically, my first two books, the complete narration of the books, the audio book of my first two books.
Okay. Okay.
So I have not gone in your direction of taking interviews, and I have not gone into creating original podcast content. As of now, it is all derivations of the current existing.
Whatever you have done.
Yeah.
Okay. So what? Let's come to what happened after Go on mobile. Sorry.
Yeah. So On Mobile again was a very good time. Very good company, excellent place to work. I was with them for almost 4 years. And that was the time when my first book came out, that marketing one, 2008.
And how did your organization look at it when your book came out? I mean,
They didn't give a shit. Because they were not into marketing at all. Right? It was a completely different industry altogether. So they didn't care either way. If the book had become a big success, then they might have patted me on the back or something. But they didn't care either way. And then after On Mobile, I joined a company called Comviva, which was Bharti Airtel had a company called Bharti Telesoft, which renamed itself as Comviva. So in Gurgaon.
okay.
And that was quite a tragic thing actually, because I was going to go to Gurgaon to join the company, and my dad was going to my brother's place. He was based in Coimbatore that time, near Coimbatore, Ooty. And so he said ki, Acha, he is off. So I said, chalo, bye. Then he said, Acha, I won't see you again. Then I said, no, I'll be in Gurgaon. And then he left. And there he had a stroke and he died.
Oh God.
And ekdam sudden, within seconds he was dead kind of thing. And then actually I did not see him again. So that was like a terrible thing. So I called up this company कि यार ऐसा ऐसा हो गया तो my boss said कि उसकी फट ली अच्छा then what are you doing? I said give me a week more to join. He said yeah sure no problem. So then I took my mom to Coimbatore and we did all the last rides and stuff like that. And then I came back, and then I had to leave them alone and go. So that was a very tough, extremely tough period.
You already married by then, right?
I was married, I had a kid, so Bharti was there to take care of her. So it was very sad because I had just bought a new house for myself. And then my mom said कि अरे यार you are going and leaving us behind here. So I said चलो, I had some money, so I bought another house on the same floor for them. So we are all set that we will move into a nicer place. And poor dad, he never got to stay in that place at all. So and then in poor Telesoft also, because when I went there, my only wish was to come back. So but then very strangely it turned out to be a very happy time for me there. After a first rough couple of months while I adjusted to the whole thing, after that I had a ball of a time in Gurgaon, because Gurgaon at that time was a very nice place to be in. So I had no work because basically I was pioneering a new concept at that time called mobile marketing. So
मतलब selling through mobiles.
No, it was very interesting. If you On Mobile was the pioneer in ringback tones. You know ringback tone. If you call me, you will hear a song.
Right. And you sell those tones.
Then we used to sell them. So basically, say if I want to play a song, then I pay for it for you to listen. Kind of thing. So only the people who are subscribed to the service were paying for it, right? So which was a small percentage. So I put my marketing hat on and said, कि as a ex-marketer, I think this is a very exciting opportunity. Just कि for everyone who is not subscribed, we will sell their ringback tone. Instead of tring, we will play an ad. So if I call you, then based on my targeting, so since I know a lot about me, right? The company knows a lot about me, so at least if nothing else from the location from which I'm coming and
Barabar.
possibly behavioral जो भी है, I can play a targeted ad to that guy, and then so that's something very unique. So that will be like it's mobile marketing. So then he said कि अच्छा ये voluntary होना चाहिए, so we'll they will get something for free in case they agree वगैरह वगैरह. We are working out all the modalities, and Comviva also wanted to launch the same product, so they hired me to be part of that team. And it is a tough sell because everybody in that ecosystem
yeah.
thought that they are the king. Okay, the mobile company thought they are the king. The software company thought they are the king. The advertising agency thought they are the king. The advertiser thought they are the king. So getting everybody to work together was a fairly complicated thing. So everything was going slow. तो मेरे को कुछ ज़्यादा काम नहीं था.
Even the customer would be pissed. I mean, I think a lot of
कस्टमर पैसा देगा ना उसको, विल पे हिम 30 bucks a month. तो वो बोलेगा पैसा दे रहे हैं तो why not, कुछ भी कर. What do I care, तू क्या सुनता है.
Okay.
So whatever, so all these modalities are working out, and so I developed the whole product note, and उसके बाद कुछ काम नहीं था. बोला कि तू सॉफ्टवेयर डेवलप कर, and उसके बाद हम बेचेंगे. तो I used to leave office at 5 o'clock, and it so happened Gurgaon at that time was there's no traffic, wide roads, lots of malls, movie theaters in abundance.
Yeah.
And I hate malls. So
And no
I
wife and kid around.
No wife and kid around. I hate malls, so I don't go to malls. So there was one cultural center there. उसका नाम क्या था, नाम ही भूल गया तब से. But वहाँ पे it was like India International Center kind of place, small place in Gurgaon. Very nice. Every evening they used to have some cultural program. Sometimes song, dance, music recital, classical music, some classic movies, something or the other. So I used to go and hang out there. Most of it was free, and parking also free.
Okay.
तो मैं वहाँ जाके बैठ जाता था. I used to enjoy. And basically, there was a Mariconian guy who was ex-Marico guy who was in Gurgaon, so we became room partners. So we took a nice 3 BHK on rent. Very, very, very luxurious, good place for a very cheap rent.
Yeah.
And there are a lot of my friends in Gurgaon. So रोज इसको मिलो उसको मिलो. Then we found one bar which was trying to become a live entertainment space. तो वहाँ पे band वगैरह they used to give opportunities to. We made friends with the owner of that bar. So we had a good, very rocking time in Gurgaon. And then my client called me. Vodafone was my client. So he said कि अरे there's this company that is looking for a head of sales. Should I recommend your name? Neki and push. So that was a company called Ask Layla.
Okay.
So it was Bangalore based. So I told him, so I met him and I said कि ऐसा. So he said okay, come and join us. He said कि देख मेरा एक ही condition है कि I want to be in Bombay. Beyond that, I have no other conditions. So he thought about it and said okay. So I told him कि see, this has been my life for many years. My mobile was in Bangalore. I was based in Bombay. कोई ऐसा issue नहीं है. And anyway, my team will be based all over the country. So he said okay, fair enough. You work out of Bombay, no problem. And so I came back after 6 months to Bombay, and I joined Astrela as the head of their mobile division. And that was a turning point in my life, so to speak.
This was in what year?
2010.
2010.
2010 was when a lot of things changed.
Okay.
So part of the change started earlier because I bought my first bike in 2008.
Okay.
So
What bike?
Bullet. My first Royal Enfield Thunderbird Twin Spark 350cc. So in Bombay, basically, specifically, not many people take up motorbike. At least in my time, they didn't. Because कोई जरूरत ही नहीं था. Public transport is very good. Traffic is very bad, and even the thought of buying a bike never crossed my mind, frankly. I mean, it crossed my mind vaguely, but it was never like a big thing. My first vehicle was a car, right? Because it is this thing. But I can even identify the day that I fell in lust with or in love with a bullet. It was during our trip to Spiti. So Spiti Valley is a part of the Tibetan plateau that adjuncts into Himachal Pradesh. So large amount of the Indian Tibetan plateau is Ladakh, but a part of it is in what is now Himachal Pradesh, and that is like a very brown desert kind of place. तो वहाँ पे we were at a place called Tabo.
Okay.
Tabo is itself a very interesting place because it is the oldest monastery in the world, oldest continuously inhabited monastery in the world. So it's like 1,000 years plus old, and it's been in continuous use for that entire time. At one time the head monk of Tabo was the ruler of the whole region. तो उसमें बहुत पैसा होता था, फिर वो पब्लिक ने आके लूट लिया वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह. So that Tabo temple is very ancient, and so we had stopped to see that place. And Tabo के पास में there is another monastery called Dhankar, which is just as old or maybe older, but that is in a ruined condition. So Bharti wanted to go there, but there was no public transport going there. Bus वगैरह कुछ नहीं था. And so we asked our hotel guy कि taxi कितना लेगा. He quoted some very high number, so उसे के परोड़ता नहीं है. So we are just sitting around, and then that hotel guy was a good guy. He was not money hungry. So he told us कि अच्छा, there is this group of foreigners who is also going to Dhankar. If you want, I'll speak to them and ask them. They'll give you a lift. So I said, yeah, why not? So nice of you. And those guys are also very nice. It was a Swiss group. One girl used to work in India, and the rest were her friends. And they had come in one gypsy and 3 bullets.
Okay.
So Delhi se लाए थे. They had either bought or rented the bikes from this thing. So I said, अच्छा, because just the day before I had noticed one bunch of bullets parked outside on hotel, and मैं देख के पागल हो गया. Wow, क्या दिखता है यार. I never appreciated the wonder that is a Royal Enfield before. But those are nicely done up bikes and very customized and look awesome. And बोला इधर तो चांस है bullet. So he says कि see, we have got one space in gypsy and one space on bullet. So I said कि what will you do? I said I'll go on bike. तो मैं पहली बार बाइक पे बैठा, वो फिरंग के पीछे. वो भी बंदा probably he must have learned to ride it in India only after he came and चला रहा था हिमालय में. And it was a wonderful sensation. It was even sitting as a pillion, I found it like most amazing. कि वाह क्या feeling है ये. And they dropped to the Dhankar, and then we went our separate ways. So that was 2003. And तब से मेरे माइंड में था
खरीदने का.
हाँ कि बुलेट एयर होना चाहिए. एंड देन व्हेन आई जॉइन ऑन मोबाइल वाज अ वेरी हैपनिंग प्लेस, full of very young creative people and software. So I had never met software people before, and I was very pleasantly surprised to find them to be very very interesting people with lot of interesting hobbies and stuff like that. And 2 or 3 of my friends there were bikers. So, and they told me यार बाइक पे कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है, you can learn, don't worry about it, ले लो. But फिर भी I didn't buy. And then when in Bombay also, when I was उधर भी हमारा एक सरदार जी था, he was also biker थी, फिर भी I didn't buy. Then finally in 2008, Bharti got sick of my mourning, and she bought me a bullet.
She bought you a bullet?
As a present, as a birthday gift. Or a Ganpati gift, whatever. Delayed birthday present. So I said, अच्छा ठीक है ले लेते हैं. And then at that time, just the Thunderbird had just been launched, and that was India's first cruiser.
But you knew how to drive a bike?
No, I did. That was the fun part.
You had no idea how to drive a bike?
So when I bought that bike, so Thunderbird देख के मैं पागल हो गया. बोले this is like I want this bike. Okay. फिर वो खरीदा, फिर बोला ये लो सर चाबी. बोले नहीं मेरा चलाने को नहीं आता है, घर पे पहुंचा दो. तो पागल है, चलाने को नहीं आता. बोला नहीं भाई सीखेगा. तो उसका एक एम्प्लॉय ने मेरे घर पे छोड़ा. Then I got myself one learner's license, and then I learned to ride on a brand new Thunderbird. तो पहले इधर उधर 100 मीटर, 1 किलोमीटर, 2 किलोमीटर, 5 किलोमीटर ऐसे थोड़ा लोकल घूमता था. मैंने वेंट टू गुड़गांव, आई टुक माई बाइक विथ मी, वहाँ पे छोटा सा लोकली घूमता था. एंड देन व्हेन आई केम बैक टू जॉइन आश्लेला, आफ्टर आई गॉट अ बिट comfortable in the company, in August I saw that Royal Enfield had started So say that started a new fund called experiential marketing. So they said, ki we will, you come with us on your bike and we will have a guide, we'll take you along. We'll have a guide, we'll have a mechanic, we'll have a truck, we'll have, backup van, we'll have a doctor with us, and we will organize the itinerary, the route, the hotel, everything. You pay some very modest amount of money and we will take you on this ride of NH17. उनका पहला होता, their first experiential ride was called the Himalayan Odyssey, which is even now their most high profile ride, which takes you to Ladakh. वैसे उतना औकात नहीं मेरा लद्दाख भी तो जाने का, but हाँ, this NH17 sound very interesting. Again, Bharti urged me to go. And Ask Lela mein, there were many advantages. One was it was a very small startup company, so it was a very coolest thing. I was the senior most person. I was heading the division, and I was reporting only to the founder. And that founder also was a cool guy. I told him, "मेरा ऐसे ride पे जाना है." बोला जा. And मेरा जो first again I was going to say no, but then मेरा जो बच्चा था, my team member, तो he was also a cool guy. ऐसे कि नहीं सर, मैं चाहता हूँ कि आप जाओ. I will handle everything. Don't worry. And so that was the first time I went for a long ride. So 2010 mein. And I did the Royal Enfield tour of NH17. So basically from along the west coast, the Sahyadris run parallel to the coast. And so the Trans-Konkan passage hota hai. So that area is called the Konkan, which is the coastal area from let's say Alibag down to Kerala is called Konkan.
Down to Kerala, it's called Konkan.
So they call it Western Ghats. It is essentially Konkan. That whole area is Konkan.
Okay.
So Konkan is the area between the sea and the mountains. So that is this thing.
Right.
And we have lots of Trans-Konkan Ghats, which are extremely beautiful. So the Western Ghats are like forested and very beautiful hill roads to drive on. You go down, you have got very beautiful beaches. And so basically you go down to the beach, come up to the mountains, go down to the beach, come up to the mountains. ऐसा वो एक करके, it was not just straight right down NH17. Actually we hardly ever touched NH17 except for the first day. We were on the parallel road, which is the small country roads. And that was an amazing experience. It is the first time I was doing a long ride. With me were all kind of people who were also doing long rides for the first time. So we all were at the same level. Royal Enfield was also doing it for the first time. So they were also in a learning mode. And so we had a great time. So that was my first introduction to biking and I was hooked. बोला ये बस ये तो बहुत बढ़िया item है. And then I made a lot of friends in that group. And one of them was the guy who joined. So basically we are a group of 3 guys called the Amigos who do a lot of rides. And all my biking books are basically adventures of the Amigos. So one of them I met in that ride.
Who is that?
Delzad करके.
Delzad, Percy करके जो
Delzad करके. So I met him in that, and then there was another guy on the ride called Abhishek Kadam, who was also very enthused by this idea, and he's a very entrepreneurial kind of guy. So he said, "I will start my own company, which will do touring around Konkan, and same model as Royal Enfield. We'll have escort, we'll have a mechanic, we'll have guide, we'll organize the hotels, and we'll charge money." So he called that company Konkan Motor Tours.
Okay.
And so every weekend or every other weekend we used to be out on rides, and that inculcated एक तो love of long riding and confidence of tackling any kind of
Right.
and a lot of people used to come for that, and in that we met the third member of the Amigos, Aditya, and so me, Delda and Aditya became close friends because of this. In fact, a lot of my so basically what happens when you grow in your life, as you grow older, it becomes more and more difficult to make friends. You don't meet too many new people, you have let your guard down with new people, and if you're in an organization, then you have got the hierarchical system to consider. You cannot and you should not make friends with your juniors, and by the same token your senior will not make friends with you, and you and your colleague are basically shoving knives into each other. You might not be shoving knives into your back, but you are competitors, right, for the next slot up. So making new friends becomes very difficult. So biking gave me a new life altogether, a new passion, a new thing people to do, new friends to make, new roads to see, and completely and because KMT was owned by my friend, so we could do absolutely anything there and get away with it, and it was a short ride, 2 days, 3 days kind of thing, so you could do it anytime.
That company still exists?
No, he shut it down.
Okay.
But for the time it was alive, it generated a loyal following. So biking was one thing they started, and the other thing was started was wildlife photography. So this मेरा जो team member था, my junior, he was a member of a photography group called Nature Wanderers.
Okay.
It was founded by a guy called Shivang, who's today one of India's most famous nature photographers, and his wife Kaini. And I said कि यार मेरे को तो बहुत टाइम से शौक था फोटोग्राफी का. So he said, come join us, we'll go to jungles. So then that the second thing I started. So two things together, one motorbiking, one world. So I used to be either in the jungle somewhere taking photographs, and so basically I was always into bird watching and photography, and so this became new this thing. So another new passion, another new set of friends, new people to know. So these two things, and setting up Australia itself was a big challenge by itself, because setting up a division from scratch. So I had to go and hire people everywhere.
Right.
To basically build up a business from scratch.
Right.
तो उसका एक अलग challenge था. And all three were doing very well. So business also doing very well. So I was making good money, and I was always scarred by my unemployment experience. So I said कि boss loan नहीं चाहिए, as soon as possible pay it off. जो भी पैसा आया, I used to throw it back at the loan. खत्म करो. So I got used to living very frugally. So it was like my salary is only a few thousand rupees. The rest all belongs to the bank.
Okay.
so motorbike देखा जाए तो expensive, देखा जाए तो सस्ता. Once you bought your bike, it's not very expensive to
Then it's marginal. Then it's
just petrol.
Variable cost basically.
Variable cost.
Yeah.
Photography also it's slightly more expensive, but it is also once you have bought your camera and stuff like that,
then it was expensive because it was a DSLR, right?
It was DSLR. So I have big collections of DSLR now, all rotting at home.
Okay.
Because नया आए पुराने का कोई value नहीं रहता.
बराबर.
So and then photography can get very expensive, because you can get into photography equipment bug अगर bite हो गया ना, so then there is no limit to it. So cameras cost many lakhs, lenses cost many lakhs, you require many cameras, many lenses. I said, boss, this arms race I am not entering. I will manage with one semi-premium DSLR, and I identified a unique lens. It was a Tamron 18-270.
So 18-270.
So that like covered wide and
but it will not have a great opening.
It was reasonable. So it
5.6.
Yeah, something like 4 to 5.6 those. No? But it's okay. And I bought Canon came out with one compact camera with a 50x zoom. So I said कि bird लेना है तो use the compact, the super zoom, and for mammal this is very good as DSLR. So it is not premium by any means, but it is fine. You can do well with it. And वैसे कौन अपने को नेशनल ज्योग्राफी का अवार्ड देने वाला है? You're doing it because you enjoy it, right? So photography, photo editing, biking, setting up this thing, and so all of this, life became really. And at that time, I just shifted into my new house also. So life sort of turned around. The party lasted for like 3-4 years.
Okay, that's a long time.
उसके बाद unfortunately वो company बंद हो गया, वो telecom sector ही बंद हो गया. Basically after various technological changes happened which made our product out of date, out of this thing. So, but in that time what happened, I paid off all my loans and I developed some properties. So because of that I said given the fact that I am not a spendthrift guy at all, I don't need much money. I got used to living frugally. And so that was like I said, is the best thing. So unfortunately also what happened, then what happened, KMT closed down after a year or two. But by that time it had done its job. It had given us the confidence to do our own riding. It had given us a sort of disgust for group riding, because group riding has its own challenges. Because the group can only move as fast as the slowest guy, right?
Yeah, that's a bottleneck.
And it had given us close friends.
Right.
So then in 2013, we started our Amigo rides, which is just the three of us.
Yeah.
We first ride we went to was Ladakh, and that was a great success. We did very well in that ride. So we explored we did a very good Ladakh ride, about 15-18 days. And the next year we went to Spiti, and next year we went to Coorg. Then beach mein so did some crazy thing, like we set out for a weekend ride, and then we went to a place called Anjarle in Konkan. बोला ये तो यार बहुत मजा आ रहा है. सो उसके हमारे साथ देवर 2 more people. ठीक है, तो उसमें था एक फिल्म मेकर था ऋषि करके. तो ही सेड कि यार मैं वापस नहीं जाऊँगा, मैं आगे जाऊँगा गोवा. तो ऐसे यार मुझे भी विजय दुर्ग फोर्ट देखना है. फॉर सम रीजन आई इट वॉज ऑन माई माइंड, विजय दुर्ग देखना है. एक काम करते हैं, तुम लोग वापस जाओ, हम आगे जाते हैं. सो वेंट टू विजय दुर्ग, देन वेंट टू गोवा. तो गोवा पहुंचा तो भाती का फोन आया, किधर है, सपोज टू बी बैक. नहीं मैं गोवा पहुंच गया. तो गोवा में बैठ के क्या करेंगे, गो फर्दर अहेड. हाँ वही पॉइंट है.
You have a great wife. I have no idea. I don't think of all the wives I know. Maybe one out of
completely.
one
It's
out
all-
of 20 would say something like this.
Yeah.
किधर है? आगे जा.
So then from 5 we became became solo ride. So I went alone all the way to Mangalore. घूमते घूमते गोकर्णा गया, मुर्डेश्वर गया, मुकाम्बिका सेंचुरी गया, कहाँ गया. देन आई वेंट टू मैंगलोर से वापस आया. एंड देन लेटर ऑन वी डिड अ राइड फ्रॉम मैंगलोर टू कूर्ग टू बैंगलोर. तो ऐसा राइड करते करते सो वी आर हैविंग अ गुड टाइम, एवरीथिंग वाज गोइंग वेल. देन ऑब्वियसली द पार्टी गॉट ओवर. Also, the third thing that happened, which was very important, was that we started going on international trips. So Bharti said, I have seen whole of India. Now let us start going anywhere else. And at that time, she developed confidence to organize it for us family holidays.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah.
But internationally and for an extremely cheap rate. So she like a travel expert. So like public हम लोग बोर हो गए तो फेसबुक पे जाएंगे, ट्विटर पे जाएंगे. So she goes to kayak, she goes to make my trip, she goes to all kinds of
tries to find deals.
travel related sites, find information, find deals. So what else? She's like travel focused. So we went on our first trip to New Zealand in 2010 or 2011. Then 2012 we went to Australia. 2013 we went to US.
So before this, you had only been to the US. How many countries had you been before this 2011?
I had been to Nepal, Bhutan, Thailand, Sri Lanka,
And US.
and one short trip to UK.
मतलब these are like standard. And
So
Nepal, Bhutan, though people wouldn't call it.
No, so Nepal we did trek, no? US this trek to Everest base camp.
Okay.
Not normal Nepal.
Okay. वैसे. Okay.
And then I went for a ride of Nepal, a motorcycle ride. So Lucknow से लेके we went to this thing. And
Wow.
so my Nepal trips
Is
are different from other Nepal trips.
But after that, I think 2011 onwards, you
2011,
really traveled a lot.
then we
internationally.
traveled a lot. So we went to New Zealand, one trip, and they're long trips, okay, not short trip, like 2 weeks to 3 weeks, that kind of thing. So 2013 US, 2014 we went to Spain, and then I told you they organized a trip for my mom. So mom को अकेला नहीं लेके जाने का, इसलिए
Dubai and
दुनिया भर का रिलेटिव्स भी साथ में आ गया. No, Dubai नहीं. So this was
Japan.
direct Europe, but all around Europe. We landed in France and went Switzerland, all that thing. No, unfortunately, by that time वो हमारा कंपनी का मेल्टडाउन चालू हो गया. And in 2014, mom was diagnosed with cancer. So 2014 New Year's Day, I got that diagnosis when we were actually on a ride. So every New Year we used to go for a ride. I said कि मेरे को पार्टी वार्टी में कोई इंटरेस्ट नहीं है, we'll go on a ride. So we used to go to some एकदम quiet destination और campfire करके we used to bring in the New Year on a ride always.
Right.
तो यहाँ पे मॉम को कैंसर डायग्नोसिस आया. फिर 2015 में went in operations and radiation and all that kind of stuff. But things didn't get better. So by that time company में wind up हो गए, ये भी काम चल रहा था. So that time I thought of starting a startup. So in fact I did start a startup. So I said कि एक startup हम भी चालू करेंगे. And the thought was we'll mix travel with a business idea. So I came out with the idea that a shorter version of Airbnb.
Okay.
So instead of having people coming and staying at your house, you can invite people home for a home cooked meal.
Okay.
So the idea came to me while I was walking down Kulaba Causeway. तो ऊपर देखा कि वेरी नाइस लुकिंग हाउस. बोला ये घर के अंदर जाने में क्या मजा आएगा जस्ट टू सी द प्लेस. कि उसको भी मजा आएगा ना, वो पैसा लेगा मेरे से और वो उसका घर दिखाएगा, मेरे को खाना खिलाएगा. दैट साउंड लाइक अ गुड आइडिया. So
It's like an escort for a hotel.
no, it's like
No, it's a good idea. It's a very good
unique
idea.
it's a unique tourism experience. So
Yeah.
as a tourist also, everyone is not comfortable staying in Airbnb, right? He'll stay in a nice hotel. But as a deep immersion experience, you'll go to somebody's house.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. It's a very good idea. That's absolutely a very good idea.
So I started that. So I got the software from one developer and I started it off. But a mom ka thing kept getting worse. So I said कि time में ये सब मेरे को करने के लिए I dropped it. And after that I lost enthusiasm about working. So I said कि अभी जरूरत भी नहीं है right now. Everything is set. So forget this thing. So when mom was in hospital and I was sitting with her, मेरे को कुछ काम नहीं था. So I started writing. I first wrote one blog about my trip to this 5-to-1 वाला trip.
5-to-1 wala is what?
This 5 people to Anjarle, 2 people to Goa.
Right.
So I wrote a blog about that and that turned out very well. So before that I had been writing only fiction. So that short story के लिए उसके बाद
So how many books had you written before that? You had written this?
So book I had written my marketing book, which is a completely different thing altogether. And I had written one. So basically collection of short stories, which again is not a book in my opinion. It's a collection of short stories. But then I always wanted to write a novel. So I wrote a novel about a funny adventure novel set in an office. So
That was called what?
Mystery of the Office Rat.
Okay.
So उसमें I said कि I will earlier I used to write all my novel, all my stories and all. My mom used to read them. So they used to be clean with good language and all. So this time fuck it, I'll write on the way I want to. It will be full of bad language and gali galoch and all. It will be fun. So that one I wrote. I got it out of my system and वो भी हो गया. So I was happy about having written a novel. Then after I finished writing this blog about this ride, I was inspired to start writing a book about riding adventures. So then I wrote the first book, 3 Men on Motorcycles, which was about our Ladakh ride. The 3 men on motorcycles, the amigos ride to Ladakh. So the story was that 3 of us get together and we are planning the ride. And in the background, Bharti is with us as a sort of ghostly companion.
As a voice.
Who is always exhorting us to, stop being lazy and start riding and get from place to place. And my funda about writing a travelogue was that, first of all, it should be enjoyable.
Right.
The reason you travel is to have fun, to enjoy. If you do not enjoy, why on earth are you traveling? So if you see all Firangi travelers or even a lot of Indian travelers also, they are not hardly an Indian traveler in the first place, but a lot of foreign travelers, they sit and bitch. Okay, इधर ये अच्छा नहीं है, उधर वो अच्छा नहीं है. So there's a lady called Monisha Rajesh who wrote a book called Around India in 80 Trains. Like 300 pages of bitching about trains कि कितना खराब है. आया क्यों? Go home, go back to UK. Or even the great writers like Bill Bryce and all, before he became a humorous travel writer, his first book and all is basically complaining.
It's bitching. It's a bitch book.
And even his best books is like the best travel writer in the world, but 30% of the book is complaining about something or the other. So I said, this is no fun. I mean, the whole point is it should be a fun book. Secondly, it should not just be so here I took a leaf out of Bill Bryce. And it should not just be कि मैं इधर गया फिर मैं उधर गया फिर मैं उधर गया. उधर क्यों गया? So what is the
किया क्या उधर?
नहीं what is the history of that place? Why is that place worth going to? तो history क्या है? If there is some geographical phenomena, there's the history, the geography of the place, the story of how things happen. वहाँ पे local legends क्या है? What is the fun thing that happened there? लोग रहते कैसे? So basically it's a mixture of anecdotes of history. I always had a great interest in history. I read a lot of history. So all of it is in my head. So what I do, I put everything together. I give a holistic narration and with a lot of fun, with a lot of humor in it. And the whole thing, it turned out to be a nice book. So, and when I published it, my Aditya is a very talented artist. So he made one kick-ass cover. The cover like made all the difference. And when the book was launched, it did very well. It got good reviews and stuff like that. And so I was very inspired. So I wrote the book about our next ride, which was Spiti ride, which was 3-man ride again. Then 3-man ride south. And then, so there are now 5 Amigos books. So later on we went to Gujarat for a ride. So basically we were going to Diu. So the Diu jane ke liye go through via Gujarat. So 3-man ride west. Then we went to a place called Such. So basically we went on a trip across Kashmir and Himachal and then to Ladakh. So uska 3-man ride, the cliffhanger. So ये motorcycling books हो गया. Then I said कि I had done a lot of other traveling, so let me write about that. So I wrote One Man Goes Backpacking,
Which is your first backpacking trip.
Then second one was One Man Goes Trekking, which is how I met Bharti for the first time and how we went to Everest Base Camp. And then One Man Goes on a Bus, which was my second long trip with Bharti. We went to Spiti. Then One Man Gets the Sack, used to be of unemployment years, where I did a lot of traveling. And then after that, I basically became a full-time traveler and writer. So I used to travel a lot and write more and more books. So then I did a lot of solo. So basically, other guys, they couldn't keep up with my schedule. So I used to started riding alone. So solo riding. So one trip to Uttarakhand, one trip to Northeast, and many other trips to many places which are all on a to-be written list. And after, when my mom was sick, I couldn't travel, so I did. I decided to do this. What I said earlier, micro holidays. So every Sunday I used to find a place in Bombay and go cycle there.
Right.
And then come back, study the history of it, and write a blog about that. So then I am putting it together now. About a book about Bombay in general, because.
So you already have a lot of work done. Even now, when you're putting up a book. In your blogs and all, it's already...
in some cases I write blogs and then I can collate them, and then it's not just a matter of cut and paste, you need to do some rewriting and stuff like that, but the base
of course,
done.
I mean, but you still have the base.
Yeah.
Because memory is also very fickle, na? So...
and my memory to, mashallah.
So it's obviously...
So in some cases I write notes and stuff like that. In some cases I depend on the photographs. So I go through the photographs and then I ask Bharti, मैं इधर गया था क्या? इसमें क्या? And then I do my research, what is interesting about this place and what is the story to tell. So, ऐसे करते करते suddenly I found that from 2017 when I wrote my first travel book to 2022 I wrote 13 books, 13 travel books.
2017
to today, 2022.
You've written 13 books. Wow.
I hope you enjoyed part 3 of my conversation with travel writer Ketan Joshi. I published the final part of this informative conversation on Friday next week. I hope you enjoyed this episode. I drop a new episode every Friday night at around 10 p.m. I will also end this and every episode by recommending a film or a web series. But before that, here is a small message on how you can help to keep this podcast alive and growing. This episode is free, and we intend to keep it that way. But it does take a lot of time, money and effort to produce the show. We research, write, record and edit before we finally present it to you. So if you wish to support our effort, you can help us produce the show by contributing any amount you wish on our website, conversationswithatul.com. Please note that the word conversations is plural with an S. So do visit conversationswithatul.com. Since we're talking about travel stories, here is my film reco. The film I recommend today is the Marian Nelson and Robin Davidson written and John Curran directed film, Tracks. The film is a story of self-discovery as a young Australian woman treks across thousands of kilometers, accompanied only with a dog and 4 camels with the sole purpose of reaching the ocean. Tracks rates a super 7.1 out of 10 on IMDb. Do watch if you haven't already. Follow me on Twitter by following my Twitter handle Atul Taishete, spelled as ATULTAISHETE. Also, do visit my website Conversations, that is Conversations plural with an S. The complete website address is conversationswithatul.com. In the final episode with prolific travel writer Ketan Joshi, we converse about his experiences in Antarctica, Argentina and Iran. his penchant for brake fails, and his memorable bike trip with his teenage daughter. So please welcome Ketan Joshi, a writer who is close to publishing almost 24 travel books and who, in this episode, explains why history should not be studied in books as a series of discrete events, but rather as seemingly random things which are connected with each other. Why stupidity is an infinite resource, and how the downfall of Iran under theocratic rule should be a lesson for us in India. Hi, I'm Atul and welcome to my podcast, Conversations with Atul. But before we begin, please do check out my not to miss film recommendation that I make at the end of every episode. And here is a small message on a book I have written, which is easily available on Amazon worldwide and which can help you to write screenplays, novels, and much more. Have you ever watched a film or a series or read a novel and felt, I can write better than this? Except you didn't really know how to. But now you can try your hand at writing screenplays, web series, or novels with a little help from my book called Anybody Can Write a Film. Devoid of film jargon and loaded with examples from popular films, my book simplifies the process to write films, series, or even a novel. Available on Amazon worldwide under the title Anybody Can Write a Film, Demystifying the Screenwriting Process by Atul. Visit Amazon.in to buy the book in India and Amazon in your respective countries to buy the Kindle version. Anybody can write a film. Now with my book, anybody actually can.
ऐसे करते करते suddenly I found that from 2017 when I wrote my first travel book to 2022 I wrote 13 books, 13 travel books.
2017,
To today, 2022.
you've written 13 books. Wow.
So in fact,
How-
the lockdown was very good for me because since I was not traveling anywhere, I could focus on writing. So I published 5 books in 2020.
Wow. That's really prolific. I mean, I don't know how many writers do that. How many...
Well, Isaac Asimov wrote some 600 books. So
yeah, but still, I mean, 20 is also a big number. I mean,
Yeah,
there's still a long way to go. I mean, that's
yeah. Hoping to focus and get more books out.
So what do you have any anecdotes about your travel, like something which you really remember, which was fun and which was like which was fun also, which scared you also, anecdotes like that?
So another interesting ride which I did not talk about is that when I took up cycling, Bharti is already a great cyclist, as she might have told you.
Yeah.
She cycled.
The Euro tour she's done. The Euro Velo, I think.
She cycled from Bombay to Cochin. She cycled Manali, Leh, Chandigarh, Srinagar, Leh, Manali. Then not Chandigarh, Srinagar, Leh, Manali. She cycled in Kyrgyzstan.
All alone also. I mean,
She cycled in Europe, she cycled in France, she's all over the place. So she says, I want to cycle Bombay to Goa. If you want to come with me, you can come. I said, okay. But by that time, I had again become a bit fat. So, and when I should do long rides, I had a problem with cramps. So I said, कुछ तो इसमें ना एक solution होना चाहिए कि as long as I want to cycle, I'll cycle. उसके बाद अपने आप चलना चाहिए. And at that time, electric cycles were just launched. So I bought an electric cycle. So on specs wise, it was very good, but it was made by some guy in UP somewhere. तो उसका quality was very fuck all. So basically वो बोला proudly बोला make in India है. Only the electric part of the electric motor part is from China. So that is the only part that did not break down. Everything else broke down. So day one, तो उसमें मैं बेसिकली घूम रहा था टू प्रिपेयर फॉर द राइड. तो उसमें फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल मेरा गियर का फ्लाई व्हील टूट गया तो वो चेंज किया. डे वन ऑफ द राइड माई पेडल स्टार्टेड क्रिकिंग. डे 2 पेडल ऐसा 30 डिग्री बेंड हो गया. डे 3 टूट के हाथ में आ गया. सो आई टू फाइंड ऑन वेल्डिंग आई टू गेट इट डन. फिर डे 3 बैटरी का फ्यूज उड़ गया. डे 4 आगे का ब्रेक खराब हो गया. डे 5 दोनों ब्रेक खराब हो गया. एंड दैट टू कहाँ पे आई वाज बेसिकली इफ यू कम डाउन फ्रॉम from Ratnagiri, and you're going down towards the ferry. कौन सा ferry है वो? Whatever, I forget the name of the ferry. So it's a कोकण में कैसा रोड बनाया ना, नॉर्मली रोड्स आर मेड एज अ स्पाइरल ट्विस्टी रोड्स. जो कोकण में रोड बनाया बोला फक इट मैन, मैं सीधा बनाया, कौन गोल गोल ऐसा सीधा ऊपर जाएगा तो सीधा नीचे आएगा. तो सीधा ऊपर पहुंचा एंड देन आई स्टार्ट गोइंग डाउन. तो वहाँ पे सडनली एक साइन था, चेक योर ब्रेक्स. अच्छा ठीक है, आई चेक फ्रंट ब्रेक, फुस, ब्रेक डेड, शिट बोला. आई चेक रियर ब्रेक, फुस, वो भी डेड. वे ये क्या है? बट बाय दैट टाइम ऑलरेडी साइकिल हैड पिक्ड अप सो मच स्पीड दैट आई कुडंट स्टॉप. सर नीचे आ रहा था एट सम गॉड नो व्हाट स्पीड, 30, 40, 50 किलोमीटर पर आवर ऑन अ साइकिल. आई सेड कि यार ठीक है, लेट मी सर्वाइव दिस. एंड सडनली रोड साइड वाइंडिंग, गोल 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 घूम रहा है. एक साइड में खाई नीचे, ये साइड में माउंटेन. लेट्स सी इट हैज टू स्टॉप सम टाइम. एंड देन इट केम टू अ स्ट्रेट रोड. बोला अच्छा थैंक गॉड. लेकिन वहाँ पे वन जायंट स्पीड ब्रेकर. ओके, probably because people are coming down from that speed and the Gawala wanted them, but that speed breaker was made for trucks, so it was huge. Oh shit, अब क्या करें? So and then ये left side में there was an auto parked there. बोले यार ये तो प्रॉब्लम है, let me go from the right side. Right side में सामने से ट्रक coming at full speed. वो ट्रक वाला मैंने देखा साइड. What do? I have no brakes. I am at like 40-50 kilometers an hour. There's one huge bump in front of me. There's a truck coming full speed and the auto here. So I said, if I hit the truck, I'm going to die definitely. If I hit the auto, there is some chance I will not die. So let me aim for hit the auto. So I hit that bump at full speed, went flying high like Superman, hit the auto, धाड़ करके. वो बेचारा ऑटो वाला तो पेपर फटा, उसका गांड फट गया तो आगे. वो ट्रक वाले का भी फट गया होगा क्या, वो निकल भाग गया वहाँ से. And then I crashed to a bike and I fell hard. So I was like wondering क्या हुआ. तो सब जगह था, everything was wet. बोला बाप रे खून निकला लगता है. तो लगा अरे खून नहीं है. So luckily what had happened is that I wear a hydration pack while cycling. It's basically a big water bag which you wear on your back. ऐसा एक पाइप आता है पानी पीने के लिए. And I had just filled that pack. So it was full of water.
Softened your blow.
So that took the impact and it burst.
Oh my god.
And because of that, I was not injured at all. I had a few minor bruises and cuts, but no haddi broken, nothing serious.
Oh.
So it was just, the blessings of Yadeshwar. Because I had just been to Yadeshwar temple, which is our family deity.
Oh my god. Your cycle reminds me of my car, which is now almost 11 years old. And now every time it happens ना कुछ तो मतलब नया ही मतलब now my car is almost I think 70-80% new from the inside. That's what has happened. So I put up a post on Facebook which said that my car is now a perpetual organ donor. So that's exactly what I think has happened with your bicycle when you bought it. You bought it and now it was a perpetual organ donor.
So finally मैं वो रिपेयर करके बेच दिया. बोला जा वो ऐसे तो. And this brake fail has happened with me on my bike at most inconvenient time. So I had been on a solo ride to Kashmir. So I went to one place called Margan Top. So Margan Ghat basically. Top is the pass.
I got it, yeah.
So Margan means pile of dead bodies, but dead people. So इतना tough ही वहाँ लोग मर जाते हैं, इसलिए वो Margan Top है. तो वहाँ पहुँचा, फोटो लिया, नीचे जा रहा था, पुश, ब्रेक फेल, फ्रंट ब्रेक फेल दैट टू. रियर ब्रेक तो फिर भी ठीक है, फ्रंट ब्रेक फेल बिग प्रॉब्लम. बिकॉज rear brake you have to use your foot, right? So if you put both feet down, then there is no way to control the bike. तो वो करके नीचे आया. मैं एक बार रोहतांग टॉप पे मेरा रियर ब्रेक फेल हो गया, सो फ्रंट ब्रेक पे नीचे आया. सो आई हैड टू मेनी ऑफ दिस ब्रेक फेल स्टोरीज.
But here to both brakes failed. I mean, you're lucky to be
alive.
And Bharti was behind you from what, because she's also narrated this story, not so much in detail. She was behind you and then you said like, I'm going home. And she continued to go. That's what I like about this relationship actually. I mean, I'm not sure how many people have this kind of, I'm sure that not many people have this kind of freedom and relationship which is so, which is so giving in terms of travel. I don't know where else it is, whether it's other things, whether it exists or not. But to travel kar raha hai, ja, वैसा वाला.
In fact, this year 2021-22 has been extremely prolific for me in terms of travel. Because this year I went to both poles. I went to South Pole not the pole, but
Ah,
to
you
the
went
polar
to the
area.
Antarctica trip, right?
So I went for a 2-month trip to Antarctica, which was like just playing hututu with COVID all the way. Basically, COVID year मेरा पूरा होता when COVID started, I was in Japan. So in fact, we had a great time in Japan because Japan declared a state of emergency, but did not enforce anything. So they just told the local people कि बस don't travel unless it's necessary. तो एकदम सब खाली रोड मिला, खाली ट्रेन मिला, मस्त एकदम फुल ऐश में घूम के आए. एंड व्हेन वी केम बैक, वो पूरा फ्लाइट में फ्रॉम टोक्यो टू बॉम्बे डायरेक्ट फ्लाइट, वो बड़ा वाला जो प्लेन रहता है ना जम्बो जेट, उसमें देवर 6 पीपल. एंड उसके बाद फ्लाइट बंद हो गया था. दैट मस्ट हैव बीन द लास्ट और सेकंड लास्ट फ्लाइट टू कम टू बॉम्बे.
So you alone or you were with?
आई वाज विद अ फ्रेंड ऑफ माइन.
Okay.
तो देन उसके बाद लॉकडाउन वगैरह हो गया. देन व्हेन लॉकडाउन फर्स्ट लिफ्टेड, आई वेंट ऑन अ ड्राइविंग हॉलीडे टू राजस्थान एंड केम बैक. देन सेकेंड वेव आया, उसके बाद फिर से घर पे. देन in that time Bharti was busily planning this. She had been
Antarctica.
planning Antarctica trip since 2 years.
For herself.
First she planned for herself, then she said उसको बुरा लगा कि मैं अकेला जा रहा हूँ, तू भी जा.
और तू जाके आ गया and she couldn't go.
So and then just I left just as the third wave started. So if my flight had been 1 week later, I would probably have not been able to get through. So I went, spent almost a month, not a month, 2.5 weeks in Europe. So basically, funda is how do you get to Antarctica? You have to go via Argentina. How to get to Argentina? You have to go via Europe. तो सर यूरोप में तो 1 घंटा रहे या 1 महीना रहे, कॉस्ट इज द सेम टिकट का. तो ऐसे कि यूरोप घूमते. तो मैं स्पेन घूमा, फिर वहाँ से अर्जेंटीना गया. अर्जेंटीना से वेंट टू फ्रॉम ब्यूनस एयर्स आई वेंट टू उशुआया, विच इज़ द सदर्न मोस्ट पोर्ट इन द वर्ल्ड. एंड वहाँ से आई वेंट टू एंटार्क्टिका ऑन द क्रूज. एंड वो भी क्या हुतुतु था वो कोविड खेल का, बिकॉज क्रूजेस वर शिट स्केर्ड ऑफ कोविड. अगर एक बंदा भी कोविड लेके आया तो
Antarctica gets cancelled.
होल थिंग आइदर इट्स कैंसल और इट्स लॉट ऑफ प्रॉब्लम्स. जो किधर तो क्वारंटाइन हो जाएगा, कुछ भी हो सकता है. सो बिफोर यू रीच उशुआया, यू आर सपोज टू हैव अ कोविड टेस्ट, एंड बिफोर यू बोर्ड द बोट, यू दे टेक अ रैपिड टेस्ट, इंस्टेंट वाला. और उसमें एक बंदा पकड़ा गया. पुअर गाय, he had cleared everything and he was an Indian. So I said, poor guy, imagine coming all the way to Usha and then saying कि अच्छा आप कोविड पॉजिटिव हो. Not only get lost from the
I don't know why we laughed at Indian, but
poor guy. I felt very उसके क्या लगी पड़ी होगी, where he got
yeah, he must have had a hard time actually because he's in the middle, he's in some strange country.
He was probably from the US, Indian from the US, probably not Indian from India.
Okay.
But जो भी होगा, he would have got stuck in quarantine. ये वो उसका तो वाट लग गया होगा. So then after the cruise I came back to Argentina. Then I went exploring around Argentina. So I went here, there, then I went to this place called Salta, which is like the Ladakh of Argentina. वहाँ पे I hired a bike. I went on a biking holiday.
Acha, there you took a bike there, right? You took a Pulsar, no?
No, Honda Tornado.
Okay.
And then वहाँ पे I did a biking holiday for a week. क्या what amazing fun that was. Solo biking holiday. Without knowing Spanish, without just Google Translate and Google Maps. And then I came back via New York. Then I went to Dubai. Dubai में 3 दिन रहा because I wanted to see the Dubai Fair, Dubai Expo 2020. फिर वापस आया and then भारती का ट्रिप कैंसिल.
She couldn't go basically to Antarctica.
But then उसका लॉटरी लगा because then they give her even better trip.
But she never went, na?
No, she is now going end of the year. So उसका 10 दिन का ट्रिप बढ़ते बढ़ते अब 1 महीने का ट्रिप हो गया.
हाँ, oh, that was there in our thing also. It started as a 6-day trip, I think, and then it became 12, and then it became 21, and now I don't know what
now
it
it's
is.
30 days. And then after I came back, I went to North Pole. So not the pole, obviously, it was North Polar area. So why it's not possible to get to Norway directly.
Right.
So I landed in Greece and I jumped from capital to capital to capital of many countries, and then I came to Oslo. Then Bharti joined me in Oslo, and we went for the cruise to the Arctic Circle. And then I came back and Bharti then went for a solo cycling trip.
Yeah. Uska jo half of which was left.
हाँ.
She had finished half that. I think it's called
Eurovelo 6.
Eurovelo, yeah, Eurovelo 6. So she finished half earlier and then she went and finished it this year. So, yeah.
And then when I came back, then I said, suddenly ये लोगों का जाग गया कि यार राइड करना है. बोला करो, कहाँ जाना है बोलो. So we decided to go to Ladakh. So Adi is married now, so his wife said, I also want to come. Come. Then Sanju said, I want to come.
Sanju is your daughter, like 15-year-old daughter.
15-year-old daughter. So I said, come, तेरा college चालू होगा, then you'll have no time for anything. This will be a unique adventure for you. So in Ladakh, we went to the highest road in the world, the newly developed Umlingla. So Sanju probably set some kind of record as being the youngest person to reach there on motorcycle. So poor thing, she had to suffer altitude sickness and being dropped in the middle of a river.
Being dropped in the middle of the river.
So we are crossing a river on bike, and then my tire hit a stone and the bike overbalanced, and poor thing, I fell into the water.
With the bike, and both of you. Baapre. That's very dangerous. But it's very because I have a friend whose father used to own a Enfield, and that Enfield fell on his leg, and then his leg went. Then there was a rod in his leg for the rest of his life. So that has happened. I know somebody जिसके साथ ये हुआ है. Because Enfield is a very heavy bike also, no?
He was probably doing a casual ride without any protective gear and stuff like that.
No, it's not true. But I mean,
If you are not doing a long ride, you would not be having protective gear. No, we wear specialist protective gear.
but legs are never protected anyway.
No, bike पे ये रहता है ना. When you go on a ride, you put a guard on the bike. So the
his bike had a guard. That's not the thing. But it fell on his leg. Somehow it fell on him.
Accidents can't be helped.
No, I'm just saying that it's a very.
Elsa, in fact, had a very bad accident in front of me when we were in Rajasthan. We were going to Jaisalmer. So from Falodi to Jaisalmer, it's a beautiful straight road through the desert. It's like दोनों side में sand, बीच में one black strip of land, कुछ beautiful condition road. And as we are like gunning our bikes, कुछ नहीं था आजू बाजू में. And while we are going, from the corner of my eye, I saw a brown dot. And that dot seemed to be growing bigger. So I said, ये क्या है? So I swerved and I went ahead. So Delta was a little too close. He was following me a little too closely. And that thing turned out to be a deer. And the deer was crossing the road at right angles. And it chose an exact point to jump. And Delta hit it full on.
Hit the deer.
And then he went flying from his bike. He bounced. So the first impact was taken by the protective gear. But then he bounced and he fell again. And by that time, उसका knee pad हट गया था. He landed and broke his knee.
Oh my God.
Middle of fucking nowhere. कुछ नहीं था आजू बाजू में. And this guy is on the ground. Bike is totaled. And this fellow is having a broken leg. So उसके बाद I had to dance in the middle of the road.
For a lift.
Get some kind Samaritan to take him to hospital.
But did people stop? Do people stop?
First few of them didn't stop. But then good people stopped. They took him to hospital. I उसका बाइक में साइड में कर दिया. उसके पीछे पीछे आया. उसके पीछे में थे. Then I reached Falodi. वहाँ गवर्नमेंट हॉस्पिटल में. This fellow lying there. I said कि so at first thing they did was they gave him a painkiller. तो बोला चलो good. I said कि इसका एक्सरे करो. बोला नहीं हमारा एक्सरे मशीन नहीं है. बोला अरे फिर I said go to जोधपुर. That's the nearest place to have a hospital. तो कैसे जाने का? बोला कि एक्चुअली क्या है ना एक्सीडेंट हो गया है. बोला हाँ पता है एक्सीडेंट हो गया है. पड़ा है. बोला नहीं हमारे डॉक्टर का एक्सीडेंट. तो किधर डॉक्टर? बाजू में. तो बोला खून से लथपथ एक डॉक्टर पड़ा. So but luckily then they said कि अच्छा इसको जरूरत नहीं है आप एम्बुलेंस में जाओ. तो एम्बुलेंस में जोधपुर निकल गया. मैं उसके पीछे निकला. And suddenly I am following him. Suddenly मेरा क्लच फूस हो गया. बोला क्या हो गया? क्लच केबल टूट गया. In the middle of nowhere, क्लच केबल टूट गया. We are screwed because the bike won't start. So luckily it stopped near the only shop for miles. Okay, इधर कुछ नहीं था, उधर कुछ नहीं था, इधर एक दुकान था. तो किसका दुकान है? बोला बाइक रिपेयर करता. बोला क्लच केबल चाहिए. बोला कि मेरे पास है एक लास्ट है. और ये ओरिजिनल
होना
नहीं है,
चाहिए।
चालू केबल है, लेकिन मैं बोला कि बस जोधपुर पहुंचेगा, हाँ जोधपुर पहुंचेगा लगा। थैंक यू गॉड। सो या किस्मत खराब होगा तो एनीथिंग कैन हैपन टू।
No, what memories do you have of your Antarctica trip? I mean, because it was a big thing, I think. I mean, so any anecdotes, anything that happened there, because I saw you with penguins there. I mean, there were a lot of pictures of you with penguins. And then you also had a sponsorship, if I'm not mistaken, with some.
Yeah.
What was that story, and what else happened? Because it's a huge trip, I think.
So it was a very long trip. It was 60 days.
60 days.
60-day trip across 5 continents. So Bombay to Madrid via Dubai. It was just a connecting flight, so no visa required. Then Madrid में land okay. Then I explored Spain for a couple of weeks, and that was also one crazy experience. Okay, so everyone is saying कि यूरोप में COVID है, ये है, वो है, nobody is traveling. So what that meant is no foreigner is traveling. But it seemed to me that every bloody Spaniard was traveling because इतना भीड़ था, माउंट मेरी फेयर में इतना भीड़ नहीं रहेगा, उतना भीड़ सब जगह। मैं मैड्रिड में लैंड हुआ तो कुछ नहीं था, पूरा बंद था वो एयरपोर्ट में। सो मेट्रो लेके आई रीच दैट मेन एरिया जहाँ पे मेरा होटल था, और मेट्रो में भी कोई नहीं था, पूरा अंधेरा था। आई थॉट कि सब सो गए। बाहर निकला तो पूरा मेला, बोला शिट ये क्या है। So basically in every square, the government, I assume the government put the same kind of decoration, even giant Christmas tree, सब जगह लाइट वाइट रोशनाई वोशनाई, एंड पब्लिक आर आउट टू पार्टी। पब्लिक मतलब ऐसा रात को 1:30, 2, 3 बजे तक वो पीपल आर ऑन द स्ट्रीट्स एंड पार्टिंग। एंड आई हैड बीन टू स्पेन अर्लियर ऑल्सो, दिस टाइम आई वेंट टू ऑल द अदर प्लेसेस। सब जगह एकदम भीड़ भाड़ है, नो व्हाट कोविड, वेयर कोविड। सो इफ यू एंटर एनी काइंड ऑफ बिल्डिंग देन दे आर वेरी स्ट्रिक्ट, यू हैव टू वेयर अ मास्क। मास्क नहीं हुआ तो लात मार के बाहर फेंक देंगे, बट बाहर में नो वन केयर। So then from there I went to Buenos Aires, and Spain was like cold winter, Buenos Aires hot summer, hot नहीं, beautiful weather summer. तो बोला वाह क्या मजा आया, thank God tips. And then from there I went to Ushuaia, which is again winter. Yes, उनका summer है but very cold. So one day it was very hot and the next day it was very cold. It's a weird kind of weather.
And you survived all that?
Yeah, without any problems. And then so there basically Ushuaia is in the middle of Tierra del Fuego, which is the area is called, at one time इतने सारे वहाँ पे local Indians थे, that Indians मतलब local native Americans, that they used to, they had so many campfires that the Spanish called it the land of fire, Tierra del Fuego.
Oh wow.
And then after that all of them were killed off. So first
Like all colony.
हाँ, तो उनका बहुत सैड स्टोरी था कि फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल दे डाइड बिकॉज ऑफ डिसीज, बिकॉज द ओल्ड वर्ल्ड डिसीजेस दे हैड नो इम्यूनिटी.
So these new guys came in and gave them diseases actually.
हाँ, so then after that when the white people wanted to exploit the land, whether it's for gold hunting, gold mining or sheep rearing, whatever, they said कि यार ये लोग नीचे गोली से उड़ा दो, ठाक ठाक ठाक. It's called a self-named genocide.
Okay.
So, but now obviously all that is history. There are no Selknam left anyway. So that area is now a vacation destination. It's a Tierra del Fuego National Park. So we explored there, went trekking, and then we caught the cruise, the Ocean Victory, for a 19-day cruise to Antarctica. So basically, Antarctica, the continent Antarctica is one piece of land sticking out. It's called the Antarctic Peninsula. And that is close to South America, so you can get there in 2 days. So we landed on the peninsula, stepped on the continent of Antarctica. Unfortunately, वो snow में penguin नहीं देखा because we couldn't do a lot of landings because of bad weather and stuff like that. But in the Antarctic region, which is, so basically Antarctic circle is 80 degrees and below. But the Antarctic region is 60 degrees and below. So वहाँ पे there are lots of islands, and on those islands, so there is an area, large island called South Georgia, and that, so it is a set of islands, And that is the most amazing wildlife, crazy amounts of wildlife. The penguins, seals, the elephant seals, fur seals, petrels, albatrosses, many types of penguins, 4 or 5 types of penguins. Amazing, what a sight. It's like crazy. दिल पागल हो गया, फूट गया वो. So that is in fact my latest book, which is the Antarctica trilogy. So Spain, Antarctica and Argentina. So so this is should be out in a short time basically.
What is the name of these books?
It's called Antarctica trilogy. One man goes to Spain, one man goes to Antarctica, one man goes to Argentina.
Okay.
So my names are basically very uninspired. So it's 3 men
No,
right
it's
here,
a
and
series
1 man.
thing.
So it's a series.
It's a series, so it doesn't have to be. There's nothing really inspiring about it, but yeah.
So so this Antarctica series will come out very soon, and then I'll follow it up with the Arctic
Right.
Arctic trip. But the Antarctica thing was like magical. Like everything just came together so smoothly. And it came together smoothly because of Bharti's pakka planning.
No, Bharti
But
is like
COVID
anal
opened
about
at the
these
right
things, yeah.
time, and things happened at
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
And बोले पैसा कहाँ से लगेगा इतना सारा? तो suddenly the markets boomed post COVID. तो mutual fund से थोड़ा पैसा निकाला. Then suddenly a couple of companies gave me sponsorship कि जाके हमारा product का photo लो वहाँ पे. तो my friends only, so I requested them, but आज तक किसी ने कुछ एक पैसे का भाव नहीं दिया, and suddenly Antarctica नाम से पैसा दे दो, that subsidized my trip. So it was like,
When everything can be done on Photoshop actually, so मतलब.
actually why not?
Yeah. That's what I told her. She said नहीं उसको जाके उधर वो penguin के साथ एक फोटो निकालने का है with some brand and all that. I said, but all that can be done on Photoshop right now. So it's like.
It can be, but then there is no fun. No? So,
Yeah. No, I'm just saying that it was like that. So.
So I gave them like a huge bank of content, which I suppose they will use at some point, or maybe they will not. But they're sitting on some very awesome content.
But those 16 days on a ship, how were they? I mean, what
It's
was.
very good. It's so basically this was a new company. New as in Albatross was more into Arctic exploration. So this I think very recently they got into Antarctic cruising, and they took a ship on lease called the Ocean Victory. So basically cruise का धंधा कैसा होता है कि the ship is owned by someone. So he will provide the ship, and he'll probably provide the engineers and the guys who run the ship. Then there will be another company that provides the service. So they will organize the khana, pina, housekeeping, that kind of stuff. And then the cruise company will provide the Antarctic experts. So they will make in consultation with the captain, they will make the route plan. And it's a very complicated job actually, because they need to. So there's an association called the International Association of Antarctica Tour Operators, IATO. So they have to go and do a booking at the start of the seasons कि मेरे को ये जगह जाने का, ये जगह जाने का, ये जगह जाने का, because at each point only one ship is allowed at a time. Only 100 people can land. वगैरह कुछ तो they got very strict norms to maintain the sanctity of the continent. तो वो बैठ के वो plan करेगा. And then you got all the subject matter experts. Somebody will talk about birds, somebody will talk about ocean, somebody will talk about ice, somebody will talk about something, and then they'll all those guides will also do all the work of shepherding you around and doing all the hand holding and stuff like that. So it's like a all three meals a day plus unlimited chai, coffee, snacks, the work, and high tea. 3 meals and high tea. So they take very good care of you in terms of खाना पीना. Indians के लिए थोड़ा problem है because
What is high tea? I mean, I've always.
High tea is lots of sweets and snacks to go with chai.
Okay.
Very fancy scones and butter. And,
I've heard it with the Queen. I mean that.
Basically, it's like chai
high tea.
nashta, but with lots of nashta.
Acha.
And more sweet than savory.
Look, it's like bed breakfast types. जब सुबह जो ब्रेकफास्ट आता है बेड ब्रेकफास्ट में वैसा वाला एक लगा
नहीं
दिया
उससे बहुत बड़ा है. Lots and lots of stuff. खा साले, eat until you burst kind of thing.
So this is at what time in the evening?
4 बजे.
4 बजे. So this high tea generally is at 4 o'clock or it can
High tea is.
Okay.
So it's basically tea but with a lot of food. So normally सिर्फ बिस्किट है, इसमें high tea में बहुत सारा खाना देगा. So Indians को थोड़ा problem है because their खाना is little bland and vegetarian options are not good and stuff like that. So they will have an Indian option, but
They will have an Indian option.
it's made for Firang taste, so it's very bland and stuff like that. See, it all depends who is the biggest group. So अगर तेरा बड़ा Chinese group होगा तो you'll have more Chinese food. बड़ा Indian group होगा तो you'll have proper Indian food. But since they are largely mostly white people, so they had white food. I didn't have a problem because I eat non-veg, so I so thoroughly enjoyed. And well, all daru is available. You can either pay for it upfront or buy a pass. Or for us, because of all this Antarctic confusion, scheduling confusion, that given us a free pass. So बहुत सारे दारू पे है.
अच्छा free में.
They cut 2 days of the itinerary. So to make up for that, they gave an unlimited booze pass.
Wow.
मतलब वाह, very good. Breakfast पे beer.
And how many people were there on the cruise with you?
160.
Wow. And what was the age bracket around which most people were?
They were tending toward elderly because these cruises are expensive. So it will be like $10,000 roughly for
16 days.
No, it will be $10,000 for a triple occupancy.
Okay.
Between 8 and 10,000 depends on your deal, but mostly average 10,000. But if you take a twin with a window, with a French window, that was 14,000. No, that was $12,000. And if you take a suite with a balcony, then that was I think $15,000.
That where you're staying alone. I mean, you can stay alone.
But if you're a married couple, then it's a nice suite.
Right.
So that'll be about $15,000.
It will have a balcony, as in it will have an open balcony.
Yeah, it's open balcony. You can open the glass door and step out into the balcony.
And the sea is just here.
Sea is below you, but yeah, it's right in front. So if money is no object, that is the best way to travel because then you don't need to go to the observation deck.
So you can be
just
on
step out
the
of the
observation
room,
deck.
so long as it's on your side of the ship. If you're on the observation deck, then you can go to both sides of the ship. But if you're feeling lazy, then you can just step out. अच्छा देखा, अच्छा whale, क्या इधर whale है, अच्छा very good photo लिया फिर
बंद करके सो गया. बंद करके वापस बियर पी लिया. So you went on a triple occupancy.
I went on triple occupancy.
Okay. So then you don't have a choice of who will come and stay with you.
So it was very lucky. So all three of us were Indians.
Okay.
So I said, how cool is that? On an Antarctic voyage, which is like the most expensive voyage you'll ever do, there are 3 single males.
Oh.
3 single males who don't know each other, who are not part of the group. Three individual single, and out of which one guy was not even an Indian. He was an American citizen.
Okay.
So it's not even like as if the the computer would say 3 Indian है साथ में रखो. So as far as computer is concerned, he is American, right? So one guy was working in US but was green card holder. One guy was citizen, and I was from India itself.
Okay.
And so we got along very well because shared culture and all, and very nice guys. So we had good fun. Then we met one more guy, another single guy who came, who was in a twin occupancy. लेकिन उसका partner बहुत चूते आदमी था, so he didn't want to hang out with him, so he used to hang out with us. And there was one married couple who were Maharashtrians. Marathi couple from Sangli.
Okay.
I said and they were in a suite. So I said boss, Maharashtrians have come a long way, man. They're willing to spend $30,000 on a vacation.
Why do you say that? I mean, there are a lot of rich Maharashtrians. I mean,
no, but they might be rich, but they won't spend on Antarctic vacation. No way.
As a culture, we don't spend. Yeah.
And they will buy a house. They will, kuch to karenge. Yeah. I was very impressed with this couple. What a sense of adventure, man! It's amazing. Well, मैं तो पागल हुई, but for somebody else to be like that is very impressive. So we started with Antarctica. Then we went to South Georgia, and then we went to the Falkland Islands.
Right.
So Falkland Island was a very interesting place. So it was settled by English people, and for a long time though they didn't have English citizenship. So they were very patriotic and believed that they were English and all. But England themselves were like, but then that changed when Argentina said कि नहीं ये Falkland हमारा है, हमको दे दो. So suddenly England developed a love for them,
Falklands.
and they fought a war to keep
War
those
over it,
islands.
yeah.
And then they automatically gave all Falkland Islanders British citizenship and lots of this thing and all. So to go to that place is amazing. It's like, stepping back in time. It's like, Doctor Who ka, box pe ghus gaya and suddenly, you're in back in time, 1950s, 1940s England kind of thing. So everything is like it's like if you go to Australia, it feels you're in like 1950s USA. If you go into small town Australia. Because यहाँ जाके you feel like you're 1950s UK.
Okay, so there are proper settlements and lots of
Yeah,
people.
it's their capital is called Stanley. And it's a very beautiful, it's like a suburb of some small town in England, Miss Marple kind of jagah tips.
Oh, really?
Yeah. They have like red telephone booths and one post office selling Philip
Even
Lee.
now?
Huh. And with a working telephone, I went inside and checked.
Amazing. And from there?
And like gardens, even the people are very friendly. And it is like what you see in the Miss Marple serial. So वैसा है वो. And then from there we came back to Buenos Aires. Then we stayed in Buenos Aires for a day. Went to Tierra del Fuego National Park. And then me and one more guy, one of our cabin mates, we went to Iguazu Falls, which is one of the biggest waterfalls in the world. And then from there, he went back. And then I went to Salta to do my motorcycle trip.
Okay. So you did it after that. After that you did the trip. Oh, okay. But you really traveled across, Argentina, no? Kafi.
So basically, Ushuaia is the extreme south, and Iguazu is the extreme north, and Salta is the extreme west, northwest.
Yeah.
So it is border of Bolivia and Chile. So सीधा जाएगा तो Chile, left जाएगा तो Bolivia.
Wow.
And then I came back to Buenos Aires. Buenos Aires is a beautiful place. People think Argentina sovereign default तो पूरा जगह खराब होगा ये वो अरे कुछ नहीं. It's like Europe. It's beautiful.
Yeah, but these are gateways, na, in a way. So
No, it's not a question of being gateway. So basically, it is the way the administration functions.
Right.
So when South America was being conquered, in the 1500s, at that time the king of Spain, King James, he passed a law saying कि जो नया town बनेगा, it has to be built on these lines. तो यहाँ पे garden होगा, यहाँ पे पार्क होगा, यहाँ पे चर्च होगा, यहाँ पे घर ऐसा होगा, रास्ते का साइज ये होगा, कॉमन एरिया ये होगा. So you cannot randomly build a town the way organically it builds in India. The town planning before the town is even existing.
right.
So that is the thought process these guys come from. That is in their DNA.
I think in India that probably happened only in Chandigarh. I think.
So basically जो ब्रिटिश ने बनाया they made good quality towns, but then वो गया तो फिर से तोड़ फोड़ चालू हो गया.
बराबर. So there was nothing.
So वो उनका DNA is something spectacular. वो मानना पड़ेगा.
वो तो दिखता है ना. Even if you go to South Bombay now, even now if you go up to अभी South Bombay is also limited if you go to great places. Then Times का building के आगे थोड़ा सा जाएगा, वहाँ से लेके तुम कोलाबा तक जाएगा तो it's very well planned and it's amazing. Those buildings look different.
In spite of all the
my friend was
tried,
here because I may be going to London also soon. So a friend was there and he said, "Yeah, he was with his son. Abhi, एक US से एक दोस्त आया था मेरा, and he told his son, doesn't it look like London?" And his son had generally not been too much in India, and he said, it looks like. He said,
exactly.
Yeah,
I agree completely. When I went to London, I was not particularly, wowed because it looks like South Bombay.
with white people.
लंदन में भी बहुत सारे ब्राउन पीपल आ गए.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, because there's this film, this script उसमें है, तो मेरे को my producer keeps on saying कि यार उधर बहुत ज़्यादा अभी इंडियन हो गए, बहुत ज़्यादा इंडियन हो गए. So I just did a generally cursory check on Wiki and I said, है कितने, like how many immigrants are actually, and it's only 13%, So
but maybe they are all concentrated.
they're all on the streets.
Yeah.
Probably,
Yeah.
they're probably all on the
So
streets.
basically उसका एरिया होगा कि ये एरिया में बहुत सारे this is like
No, I mean,
Indians,
but he kept on saying it so many times. So I was like a little surprised. And in Scotland also, like he said, it's only 1.5%.
No, these are immigrants, but UK has been having Indians going there since 3-4 generations.
Yeah.
So
But
they'll
I
be
still
no
think
longer
that
immigrant. They're nice.
Caucasians and blacks would be still around 80% in the UK. That's what it seemed like from that whatever I read. So I don't know. I'll recheck that.
Yeah, I went to London 20 years back, 25 years back. I don't know what it is now.
Yeah. So this one trip, and now actually my earlier episode 14, that was with somebody called Jahangir Surti, and which was about basically he decided that his son was around 14 now, and he needed to get some life experience. So he put him on his bike. He had some KTM bike. So us pe dala, and he took him to Goa, through ferries and all that, not through the main highway. And that he did that over 3-4 days, and they drove back. That's what, only with his son. I think, and you did something similar with your daughter right now. So what was that experience like for you? And what was that experience like for your daughter? And how did it come across? I mean,
Yeah, so Sanju has already traveled a lot with us all over the world to God knows how many countries, 20-30 countries at least. But she has never traveled in India as such, not much. So before I took her to Ladakh, I said when Bharti was out of town, I said ki my brother is currently based in Ahmedabad. So I said, let's go on a road trip. We'll drive down to Ahmedabad. So that was first time we did a long road trip together, like 500 kilometers and back. And on the way back, my coolant system developed a leak. So every 30-40 kilometers I had to stop and top it up with water and all. And Sanju didn't find it,
interesting,
scary at all. She was like very, she was most happy about it. Oh, what fun. And she insisted on, topping up the water and stuff. So, and then with the amigos we did rides to Mahabaleshwar and all, in which I was in the car actually in that, and she insisted on going on bike. I said, go. So, Deldat ke piche baith ke. There also we had a near accident. One weird freak thing happened, but nobody was hurt. But she was like, bande mein dum hai, so she can do it. So when we were planning this trip, she was like, can I come? I was a little doubtful. I said, ठीक है, कब देखते हैं क्या होगा.
Because this is a tough trip. I mean, by itself, this is a tough trip.
Yeah, it is quite a tough.
It's like considered the,
Yeah, so we have done it many times, so आपको इतना लगता नहीं, but yeah, it is a pretty tough trip. So उसके लिए थोड़ा गियर खरीदा, हेलमेट खरीदा, प्रोटेक्टिव गियर बोरो किया यहाँ वहाँ से, and then I bought a new bike. And said कि चलो. So the first 2-3 days she had a tough time, poor soul. The first day was we had to catch a 6 o'clock flight, so the 3 बजे उठो, that kind of thing. And then we were riding from Chandigarh to Manali, which is about 300-400 kilometers.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
So till Mandi it was a smooth ride. It was very hot in Chandigarh, very hot, sweltering. But then when he got in mountains it was okay. And after Mandi एक तो रात हो गया. Secondly, ये दोनों हमारे co-riders बिछड़ गए थे और somewhere else. So it was just me on the road. And the road suddenly dissolved into shambles. So पूरा landslide हो गया था. So the road was full of slush and water.
You're alone with your daughter in the middle of all this.
And heavy truck traffic.
Oh, so there was a lot of traffic.
Heavy truck traffic. Heavy, extremely heavy.
So you're not alone on the road or anything?
No.
Okay.
That's a big highway. There is no alone on the road. So negotiate that. So by the time we cleared all that traffic, it took like 2-3 hours or more. And finally stopped for dinner. And finally we reached Manali. It was like 1:32 in the night. So it was a very long day for her. So उसका पूरा हवा निकल गया. So they said कि next day rest day in Manali. Enjoy. So she enjoyed the next day in Manali. Good. We explored old Manali and she good fun. Then the next day we set out for Ladakh. So because of the Atal tunnel, now you don't need to do Rohtang Pass.
Okay.
So directly you basically cross the Pir Panjals from Niche se, and you are out into Jispa in no time. And so we set out and we said we'll stop at Sabchu, which is halfway point. Now it so turned out that we have never actually done Manali to Leh. We have always done Leh to Manali. So once we went from Srinagar and came down, once we went from Sach Pass and all that, and then went this thing. And Bhatti kept saying, Manali Leh very bad, Manali Leh very bad, which I never understood. Kya hai usme? But Sarchu is at 4,100 meters. So you have gone from 1,000 odd meters of Manali to 4,000 meters of Sarchu, and all of us got hit with altitude sickness.
Right.
So altitude sickness में headache होता है, loss of energy होता है, you can't think properly, you have difficulty in breathing, you can't move. So पूरा एकदम
That is solely because of lack of oxygen, right?
yeah, it's because of lack of oxygen, and the what happens is that your lungs swell up. You develop a little edema.
Really?
You develop edema in your lungs.
What is edema?
Edema is swelling basically.
Okay.
And so
What's the spelling?
OEDMA.
OEDMA. Okay.
And if it's very bad, you can develop edema in your brain also, and that can cause.
Oh my
death.
God.
So from there, actually, we were planning. The original plan is that we'll go from Sarchu. So basically, Manali Leh is like a straight line. So I said we will not go to Leh. We'll cut right and go to a place called Hanle, which is in the southeastern corner of Ladakh. And from there, we'll go to Umlingla, which is the highest road in the world. So that's why we stayed at Sarchu, and next day we'll go on that thing. I said, Sarchu में बैंड बज गया बुरी तरह सबका बज गया, संजू का भी बज गया. So I said कि अच्छा, this Hanle is out of the question now. We'll go to Ladakh, we'll go to Leh, and we'll do some R&R. So next day we went to Leh, and that was a tough ride for our poor thing. So he reached Leh, said अच्छा बहुत हो गया, मेरे घर जाना है. So I said, are you sure? Because, you already have seen the beautiful road of... so Manali Leh road is one of the great roads of India, right? Beautiful place. But there's a lot more to see. Like, no, I'm tired, I'm done. I said, anyway, so for 2 days I'm enforcing complete rest. So only cure for altitude sickness is to basically rest and let your body recover. So ऐसे कि कोई होटल के बाहर ही नहीं जाएगा, रूम के भी बाहर मत जाओ as far as possible, stay here. We had got in a nice quiet hotel somewhere in कहीं तो भी कोने में, वहाँ पे कोई नहीं था. It is a peaceful place to be. खाना भी बाहर से मंगाया. And after a couple of days we took her to Leh, and then वो मार्केट और देखे शी है okay, now I'm again enthused. I'm ready to stay on. So Bharti was very happy. Good.
मेरी बेटी है, मतलब हॉस्पिटल में एक्सचेंज नहीं हुई.
So he said, anyway, I booked flexible ticket for her. You go, I'll change. So then we went out to Hanle. So on the way, वही वो नदी में accident हो गया, हम सब गिर गए, got totally soaked, and all kind of interesting adventures. Some very rough roads, hard riding. But she did well. She enjoyed that this thing. So in fact, we stayed at an army establishment. तो उधर वो जो head था, he told her, you are very lucky to be doing this. This is most unusual. Most people who come on bike are like at least 23, 24, 25 years old. And if you come as a child, you will normally come in a car.
Right.
So at your age, coming on bike is a very rare privilege for you. You are a lucky person.
So she also felt lucky, I mean.
I hope so. When we came back to Leh, it was fun, but now I am done. I want to go home. Well, now we go. Then I was very happy. Thank God. Now we can do some real riding. So then Adi and his wife also went off to Kashmir. And me and Delda did some rough riding. So the reason we had bought that Himalayan basically is that we want to go to Zanskar. So basically Ladakh mein area is Zanskar towards the center west. So that was a fairly inaccessible valley at one point of time. So in our first ride, 3 men on motorcycle, we had been to Zanskar via the original road, which is via a pass called Pensila. And now the government is very nervous about having that single Leh Manali road as the point of access. So they are trying to develop alternate roads. So one of the road is through Zanskar. तो उसलिए वो रोड डेवलप कर रहे हैं. सो ऐसे कि वो रोड बनने से पहले जाते हैं व्हेन इट्स लाइक रियली बैड, बिकॉज द होल पॉइंट ऑफ आवर मोटरसाइकिल इज टू राइड बैड रोड्स. तो वी डिड लामायरू टू पदुम, which is capital of Zanskar, over a road which was just a goat trail at one point of time, and now they are making it into a road. अभी भी वो पूरा पत्थर, it's a very 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 difficult road. तो वो करके है, and then coming out is the other road they are developing which connects Zanskar with the Manali Leh road at a place called Darcha. So that road is also like super tough. क्या मजा है, too much एकदम fantastic. That Royal Enfield Himalayan is one superb bike.
Acha.
अरे it takes bad roads so beautifully. No? Well, on my Thunderbird it would have been much more difficult. So we have done it, but it's difficult. So on Himalayan it's a pleasure.
So now you have only one bike, or you have, how many bikes do you have?
My old Thunderbird is there, but I want to sell it off. So as soon as I get a buyer, I'll sell it off.
Okay, so now you're just on this Himalayan right now, wherever.
Yeah.
So, one thing which I wanted to know is that because you have written so many books, now we'll get to something completely different. I'm like, you've written like, and I think it's you're a prolific writer. I think it's I've said it enough times, and I am a writer, so I know that it takes a lot of discipline to sit and write. Whatever people may understand about writing, a lot of it is about discipline. It's about getting up and just sitting and putting your butt somewhere and writing. It's nothing. It's like anything else in this world that you need to put that discipline in. So what is your discipline in writing? I mean, what is your process towards writing, say, a book? How do you structure it out? What is it that you do here?
So writing fiction and writing non-fiction, especially travel, is different. So in travel you don't need to spend too much time plotting because you obviously have done what you have done. The thing about...
But it still needs a graph. I mean, it still needs
the thing about travel writing, at least the way I do it, is first I pen down what I have done, the actual trip itself, and then I put together why I went there. What is there in that place which I want, which made me go there. So which will be, whatever the historical significance, the geographical significance, the mythological significance, whatever story is there. And then in the meanwhile I'll weave in what interesting people I met, what anecdotes are there. And I try and connect the dots. So basically history especially is not something which should be studied in books as a series of discrete events. Everything is connected to everything.
Including your travel.
Yeah, including my travel. So if something is happening here, then there is a reason for it to influence something that happened somewhere else. So I'll tell you a simple example. You heard of Red Indians, right? John Wayne fighting Red Indians.
Right.
You heard of the West Indies team, cricket team.
Right.
Did you ever wonder why they are called Red Indians and why it is called West Indies? Because Christopher Columbus, he set out from, so basically he was first of all an Italian, okay, there was no such country called Italy at the time.
Right.
So he got a license from the newly created Kingdom of Spain. So Spain itself was under Muslim rule for 500 years. So the Moors from Africa, they had invaded Spain. And they ruled entire area of what is now Spain and Portugal. They were basically two independent kingdoms of Spain, which is Aragon and Castile. So their rulers married. They then started one battle against it, which threw the Moors out of Spain. And so you had the proto-Spain, this thing, which is the kingdom of Aragon. So Columbus went there and said ki I believe that there is a sea route to India, not around. So basically they knew the sea route from Africa. You go around Africa and you go to India, that sea route they knew. But कि वो वहाँ पे बहुत problem है. वहाँ पे you got Arab Navy, you got Ottoman Navy, you got Indian Navy, the Indian this thing, you got Portuguese who are wanting to fight you. So I think there's another route which will go in the opposite direction. So instead of turning right towards Africa, I'll turn left and from there I'll find a route to India. And they said, okay, go. So gaya. And he found an island and says, ye India hai. I'm sure this is India. So what he had actually found was Cuba.
Okay.
So that the islands of Caribbean islands of Hispaniola and Cuba, he had found that. So he said, no, this is India. I say it is India. So all the people living here are called Indians. So the people from top of North America till bottom of South America are all still called Indians. Because Columbus thought he had discovered India.
But this is the east and that is the west.
हाँ, so it says कि अच्छा ये इंडिया नहीं है, बोला अच्छा इंडिया नहीं है क्या, अच्छा okay, but the name stuck, and so these islands are still called the Indies. He refused to admit they are not India, and so when they came to India they called it the East Indies.
Barabar, and it's the West Indies. Oh my God. Okay.
So these are the kind of putting history in context and stuff like that, which are really
And the Red
enjoyed.
Indian story.
So basically their color was different, right? It was not, they were not black like Africans, but they were not white like
They're
Caucasians.
more Mexican. I think they were more Mexican skin tone than.
So there is no such thing called a Mexican skin tone any longer, because those Mexicans are all mostly half descendants of
Barabar.
that. Those, see, what happened is that in the 1500s, when a conqueror came here, he could not easily go back to his home city. आगे पीछे नहीं कर सकते. So they integrated into that religion. So they killed off most of the people and forced those people to integrate. So they lived together as one civilization. So therefore they mixed together very well. But by the time the British came to India and conquered it in the 1700s and early 1800s, it was much easier to go back. So that is why they never integrated into the society, because it was very easy for people to
Go back,
and be separate.
Okay.
So वो विलियम डैलरमन का जो बुक है द वाइट मुगल्स, इट इज अबाउट द प्री 1800 Britishers who came and settled in India, took up Indian customs, lived like Indians, took Indian wives, and they lived like their Mughals. So they were called the White Mughals.
Right.
That did not last because sailing ship technology developed, steamship developed, and they could maintain the thing of going back home and being a discrete civilization completely. So the reason why India you have a clear difference between white masters and black servants is because of technology, steamship technology, or sailing technology.
Which had come up by then.
So
oh my God.
So the clipper ships of that which used to transport tea and all, they can still outrace steamship sometimes. इतना well built, well designed ships थे.
Superb.
So these are the kind of things like I'd like to weave into a narrative and give a holistic story of
Basically, a holistic idea of the place of where you're.
and put in some humorous writing. Sometimes overemphasize something, make it funny, make it enjoyable at times, make it sentimental at times. So basically, since I have done a lot of fiction writing, I have got story writing skills. And because I am a fan of history, I have got historical skills. And because I travel, I can put the whole thing together. So it becomes a sort of mixing of my unique skill set. So basically, I put the story down, then I keep on adding stuff into it to make it as rich as possible. And then I edit it. I do like 4, 5, 6 rounds of editing, which is still not enough for most people, because I am not a trained editor. So people always say, these books are a bit raw. Yeah, let them be raw, I don't mind. So long as they are gripping you as a story and they keep you hooked till the end, then that's fine.
Barabar.
Because an over-edited book also loses all character.
So how many hours do you write? I mean, like when you're writing a book, for example, in a year, because you travel so much too, I'm saying that how many hours would you spend writing? General benchmark. I like a book to be 50,000 words or more. Okay.
So I really don't know how long I take to write one. I can actually write one within a week if I'm in the mood. Or sometimes I just sit around and do nothing for ages. So I don't have like a daily writing schedule or anything like that. So a lot of people say every day write 4,000 words. That makes it a job. I want it to be fun and not a job.
But that's the discipline of it. I mean, if somebody writes half a page or 1 page every day, then they'll have a book in like those many days. That's the idea.
Sure, but I mean, if you're, it's really different.
It's different strokes, I think, for different folks. That's how it would be.
Yeah.
So there is no real other than this. So how does the dramatic arc come in? Like if you're traveling like from here to Spiti and so there is a dramatic arc to this story, or it's just you build that in, or you just let whatever happened then it's more of ye hua and that is it. That's how you do it.
So
this
there is
what
no,
happened.
there is no, or very little made up stuff in the book. If there is made up stuff, it is just to inject some humor, stuff like that. So the story is what actually happened, but what actually happened is also very adventurous in the sense that we started with this thing in mind, and we waffled around for a long time. Then finally we decided ye karenge, or Bharti kicked us and said, I booked the tickets, now go. And then बाइक कैसे तैयार किया, फिर पैकिंग कैसे किया, प्लानिंग कैसे किया, पहुंच कैसे गए, प्रॉब्लम क्या आया, एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. सो travel has its own arc, so you don't need to create an arc, unlike in a fiction in which you're free to create your own start and your own end. Here everything is ready for you. All you need to do is just dress it up nicely.
No, but if it's a little more dramatic, it's generally more gripping, right? I mean, or you wouldn't agree with that? I mean,
So our travels are fairly dramatic as it is. So
Okay.
it's just by presenting it in an interesting manner, it becomes gripping by itself.
So now, I mean, if you look at your life and you've been traveling for so long and you've been doing all this, and most people would find this as a fantastic life. I'm sure you'll get told that all the time, particularly because you and your wife both do it. I mean, because and everybody should listen to episode 6 to know what a crazy woman Bharti is. I mean, not in a good sense. I don't mean it as a, So what I mean is that how have you planned this out in terms of survival? Because it takes a lot of money to travel. Even though you may not have other expenses in life, I mean, you may live a very frugal life otherwise. But traveling by itself is an expensive endeavor, right? So, I mean, how have you planned it over these years? Like, say, we passed out of JB, out of our business school, sometimes in '96. So it's almost like 25 years of passing out. And so, has there been a plan to it? How has it worked out?
So no, nothing in my life is actually planned.
I remember you saying this, and we were in a group and all that, and that stuck with me. Is that when you cleared your JB and you went to your CA, and he said that you should have 40 lakhs in 20 years or something like that, your CA told you, and then you said this is laughable today. If somebody says that I had 40 lakhs, 40 lakhs is not the same amount of money right now. So I mean it from that point of view, that so somewhere that thing was there. I mean, which was more of a planned thing, or how has this been? Because it's the financial part of it is expensive. So how is it planned? Or is there no plan to it?
There is no particular plan to it. Just so happened that
because you also quit your job. Now you don't work. From 2014 onwards, you don't work, right?
So basically, I have a couple of properties which I give on rent.
Okay.
तो उससे पैसा आता है. There is some money which is invested in various stuff. उसपे से थोड़ा सा पैसा आता है. A little bit of money comes from royalties and stuff like that. So basically, Bharti financial big bang things, but it just so happened that she had patches of land here and there which she was selling off. Some money was there. I wouldn't say anything is planned as such. We just try and manage within the money that flows in and out, and not touch the money which is in savings.
Okay.
So basically what happens is that my daughter doesn't go to an expensive school, so that is one kharcha.
Right. That's a huge thing actually nowadays.
So I don't buy, like my car is 12-13 years old, I not change it. My bike, my bike is now almost 10 years old when I bought a new bike. So overall, I am not really interested in, it's not that I don't like material possessions, I like them, but not that much. So if you don't have too much in terms of fixed expense, then your life gives you a lot of chance. So because I never stayed out of home, I saved that rent money completely. And because I always stayed with my parents, वो महीने का खर्चा gets cut, divided by 4 people. See, between making tea for 3 people and 4 people, there is no great difference in cost.
Barabar.
Right. So because of that, I never had fixed expenses, a burden of fixed expense. So because of that, my lifestyle is fairly low cost, and from whatever is coming in through rents and investment and all, is able to cover it as of now. Tomorrow, if there are some big expenses, education or medical loss, then things will become more interesting. But as of now, to chal raha hai. The Antarctica was the only expensive vacation.
So that's how it's normally done. I mean, it's like not you just आगे अभी जैसे you'll say that okay, I have to travel. Like tomorrow, if somebody tells you that you have to travel to I mean, say go to Spiti again. So it's a what would that trip cost? For example, what does a Spiti trip cost to you?
50K.
Around 50K, and that's almost a month out.
Yeah.
So that's pretty cool, no? Because it
So
takes care.
उसमें your airline fare itself will be about 10K.
Right.
Your गाड़ी भेजने का will be another 10K, and then your petrol would be maybe $1,000 a day, and your रहना खाना will be another $1,000 a day. So वैसा हो जाएगा. So if you say कि नहीं मैं I will stay a hotel which is only $5,000 and above, then वो उतना खर्चा बढ़ जाएगा. In my case तो ऐसे कि 500 रुपये का मिलेगा तो मैं 500 रुपये में रहूँगा. That is एंड में तो सोना ही है. So why do you want a fancy place?
So that's
हाँ तो बाहर जाके पराठा का मैगी खाया तेरा 100 रुपये में खाना हो जाएगा. You go to and eat butter chicken and this thing तेरा 1000 रुपये में खाना हो जाएगा. So you can always in India you can live reasonably frugally and have a
you can live at both ends of the spectrum actually. That's the
and there is a sweet spot in the middle where you are having reasonably luxurious but not costing that much.
Right. That's true. Even in terms of food, I mean, you can get the same thing on the streets also if you find the right places.
So like I remember in on-mobile times I used to tell a friend that when I go by bike वो टाइम बाइक नहीं था backpacking, 500 रुपये होटल में रहते हैं हम लोग. जैसे अरे my wife will not even step out of the car if the hotel rent is less than 3,000 rupees.
But you don't have that kind of a wife also.
No, she is far more hardcore than I am.
Yeah, that's very true. So how has marriage been for you? I mean, how do you look at it from the point of view that when you were from college, from say after you passed out and all that, and you got married pretty late, I guess, compared to the rest of the crowd.
Yeah.
So how has that worked out for you? I mean, in terms of it's been more complementary, I guess, in what both your passions were.
Yeah, so when you marry a strong-minded person, you have to have that sense of maturity also to have a proper give and take. So sometimes it's better to marry late because then both the husband and wife are at a higher level of maturity. So so basically after marriage every time there is a period of friction while you settle down together. वो थोड़ा period कम हो जाता है. And if you're being boyfriend girlfriend and being husband wife are two different things.
Completely.
So वो settle down होने को थोड़ा ups and downs होता है. But if you are anyway familiar with each other and if you are anyway older and little less fiery and more mature, you will have a good time. ऐसा कोई problem नहीं है. So we have a very understanding relationship in which we give each other lots of space and do what you want. It's not that she's going to listen to me.
But you do listen to her.
I always listen to her. Anything she says.
But she always scripts on Facebook. You don't listen to her.
So it's I think most important that you should be friends.
Right.
If you are friends, then it's like it's like living the good campus life every day.
Barabar. Yeah, that's such a nice thing. That's such a lovely thing to say. Like living the good campus life.
It's like having a chum.
Yeah, that's.
I never understood these people who make fighting or bitterness as part of their life. I said, क्यों करने का? Why should you be unhappy when you can choose happiness? You should always try to choose happiness. I am anyway a chilled out person. I like chilled out people. And झगड़ा बस अपना काम नहीं है. I'm a happy go lucky person. I like to be happy.
But you seem to have, if I look at your Facebook posts for the last few years, then you seem to have a grouse against the system too. I mean, it's like, so वहाँ पे तेरा निकल रहा है थोड़ा सा.
I have no grouse against the system in particular. I have grouse against stupidity. So if the system is being
But
stupid,
there
I
are
have
people who are
grouse
chilled out against stupidity too. So.
No. I mean, it's not that I'll pick up a stone and throw it. But if something is stupid, you should not be afraid to point out it's stupidity. I have no grouse against system as such. जो पागलपन है वो पागलपन है. Whether your neighbor does it or whether the government does it, if it's stupidity, you should call it out. But then you really can't change a stupid person. वो stupid है तो अब stupid है, अब क्या करेगा? जेल हो उसको.
And you talked about, I didn't know so much. I mean, I don't think we had a chat like this before. So I'm saying that there was this thing where you went on this complete ramble about mythology somewhere. I mean, quite often, in this podcast. So, how do you view mythology? I mean, how do you view the idea of God? How do you view, I mean, what is like today, nowadays, we are in this amazing phase in this country where mythology has actually happened. This it's a completely different world, and people will tell you mythology actually happened. There used to be this, God knows what happened to that technology, that we already had wireless and we already had planes.
No, वो तो पागलपन है. But I am a big fan of mythology. Ever since my days of reading Amar Chitragatha, I've always loved all kinds of mythology, Indian mythology in particular, because it is, along with Roman mythology, it is the most colorful and interesting one. And after that, I have studied a lot of, studied as in, I have not studied, I read a lot of mythology. I would recommend Devdutt Patnaik as being one of the really good writers of
Yeah, of course, he's brilliant. I mean, yeah.
And R.K. Narayan wrote some good work on mythology, and many other people have also written. So I absolutely adore the stories, but they are stories. You should not take them as literal truth. You take them more as an allegorical way of living the correct life. But I am a big student of mythology. I would क्या कहते हैं, pit my mythology knowledge against another one just for kick's sake. Me and Bharti are always quizzing each other about mythology.
So, well, I'll just try to now, we'll just come to wrapping it up. So, what do you think, how many books are left in you now? I mean, how much of writing, how many books?
To be written list is always growing longer.
Oh, really? What is that number on the list right now?
At least 15.
At least 15 right now.
Right now.
That you can start and
So
write.
basically, international travel mein, I didn't tell you about my trip to Iran. So
Please, we still have, I mean, there's lots of time in this.
So among the more interesting trips I did was a trip to Iran, which
With your daughter. Because
with wife and daughter, family trip to Iran.
she's talked about it in her podcast also.
So it started out very interestingly. I was roaming around in Baikala, and I saw one ad for one Parsi tour by a Parsi tour operator offering a tour to Iran. So that immediately intrigued me. मतलब कि ये तो बड़ा interesting है, because I had Parsi friends ever since I was in school. So I have got a particularly soft spot for Parsis. I said, Iran sounds good. So I went and told Bharti कि अरे Iran sounds good. तो वो बोले कि अरे even I am finding it interesting. Let me check it out. So then she did all kind of research. And she found Iran कैसे जाते हैं. It's थोड़ा सा convoluted thing है to get a TB test. And then उसका एक वीज़ा मंगाओ, फिर उसका so you have to buy a ticket to Iran, you have to pay in cash.
Oh, really?
हाँ, those poor guys are under this thing ना, America has blacklisted them, so they can't accept credit cards or anything like that. So even an Indian bank transfer they can't take. So I said कि you are in India, I am in India, why can't I transfer to your Indian account? बोला से बकवास मत कर, पैसा दे. And it's not expensive. It's $25,000 return.
Oh, wow.
Bombay, Tehran, Bombay.
Oh, God. Calcutta nowadays it costs around 20.
At that time it was, आप पता नहीं कितने. And their currency is down in the dumps because of all these sanctions against them. So it's very cheap. And it's a lovely place. So Iran you would think as being some hot desert kind of place. But the first thing not the first thing, but from Tehran, one day out of Tehran, and we were in snow-capped mountains and there was snowfall happening. Because Tehran is in the mountains, Alborz mountains. So we went to the mountains, वहाँ पे ski resort है. Or when we went, it snowed so much that we couldn't go to the hotel we wanted to go because it was snowbound. And so the Iran में also we had a long trip, 15-20 दिन का, for some very throwaway price. 1 lakh rupees for 3 of us, I think, for almost a month. Full khana, pina, everything, all inclusive. And then when I came back and washed my passport, I tell you about washing my passport. When we were in Switzerland, I gave so Bharti came saying, do you have clothes to wash? So I gave her my pants. And then after she put the clothes in the washing machine, so 1 घंटा भाया घुमा, फिर उठा के फिर वो ड्रायर में डाला, फिर 1 घंटा भाया ड्रायर में डाला, फिर बाहर निकाला तो जेब में से 2 पासपोर्ट.
तेरा और भारती का?
मेरा ही 2 पासपोर्ट, पर नया और पुराना,
With
करंट
the
और
pages,
पुराना।
yeah, okay.
तो she explored like a bomb. What is this?
This was in India.
No, this was in Switzerland.
This was in Switzerland. Oh my God.
ये क्या हो गया? वो हो गया ना, क्या टेंशन है नहीं का? What now we are already in Schengen. Nobody is going to ask for passport. अरे we have to show it at the hotel. Like, hotel वाला doesn't care. He'll just see visa है कि नहीं है. Beyond that he doesn't care.
Ah.
No, you go to the Indian embassy in Rome and ये वो वगैरह वगैरह. तो नहीं, पॉइंट में कुछ हुआ नहीं. केम बैक एंड देन आई सेड कि यार ये धुलो पासपोर्ट में अमेरिकन वीज़ा था. तो आई सेड ये यूएस वीज़ा इट्स लेजिबल बट टू बी ऑन द सेफ साइड लेट्स अप्लाई फॉर अ न्यू वन. तो वो ड्रॉप बॉक्स में डाला एंड देन वो बोला कि आओ व्हाट 2-3 दिन बाद लेने के लिए. तो आई टुक पासपोर्ट वेंट होम, अंदर वीज़ा ही नहीं है. अरे वीज़ा किधर है? तो बोले कि देयर इज नो वीज़ा बट देयर वाज दिस थिंग, प्लीज कम एंड मीट अस, नो अपॉइंटमेंट रिक्वायर्ड, जस्ट कम एट द एंड ऑफ द डे. ठीक है. तो मतलब बेटर टू बी वेल ड्रेस्ड. तो मैं ब्लेजर वेजर पहन के गया एंड हाथ मेरा किताब लेके गया 3 मिनट मोटरसाइकिल. सो आई सिटिंग देयर. सो एंड में मेरे को बुलाया तो ही हैड ओनली वन क्वेश्चन. बोला तू ईरान क्यों गया?
Oh.
बोला मैं ईरान क्यों गया? आई एम अ ट्रैवल राइटर, मैं आई राइट बुक्स, ये देख किताब, ऐसा किताब लिखता हूँ. तो बंदा एकदम मतलब ब्लाइंड साइड हो गया. नॉट एक्सपेक्टिंग सच एन आंसर. तो वो मेरे को देख रहा है, किताब को देख रहा है, मेरे को देख रहा है, किताब को देख रहा है. फिर क्या बोलूँ इसको मैं? अच्छा बोला रुक 1 मिनट. अंदर गया, अपने बॉस से बात किया, भैया ऐसा है ऐसा ऐसा है. तो बहुत बोला ठीक है दे. ओके योर वीज़ा इज अप्रूव्ड, यू कैन गो. So that Iran book is among this thing. My Japan trip is pending.
One man, no. 3 people go to Iran.
और मैं क्यूबा गया था. So basically all the anti-American places are great fun to go. So they have all this big exhibition, the anti-America exhibition.
अच्छा, really?
So Iran में वो बड़ा अफेयर हुआ था ना when they took over the American embassy and all. आर्गो पिक्चर जो बना था. So that American embassy is now a museum.
Okay.
Anti-capitalist, what a devil pig America का museum types. So it's great fun to see the place. All kind of posters कि कैसा अमेरिका खराब है, इजराइल खराब है. It's like a वो स्कूल में होता है ना पोस्टर कंपटीशन बना हुआ था. पोस्टर कंपटीशन
एंटी अमेरिका पोस्टर कंपटीशन.
And it's all old hand. Okay, you can see that whole place is old and wilting, and nobody really has any point of view. The Americans stop their faldu only with them, they would live happily.
Even if America gives them citizenship to all of them, they'll all go also.
So half of Iranians are in America only. So all the guys who were with the Shah and who did not support Ayatollah, they went to. In fact, Tehran mein there are so many Iranians that they call Los Angeles as Tehran jealous. Only they don't call them Iranians, they call them Persians.
Right.
So, but it's a lovely place. And basically, America may have its own problem, but between India and Iran, there is so much shared history and culture. Because all of India, I don't know if you know this, but the official court language of the Mughals, of Shivaji, of Hyderabad, of all the Nizam Shahis, was Persian, Farsi.
Yeah.
So, court documents of Maratha court were written in Persian, in Farsi. So, the Mughals always looked up to the Persian Empire as being the fount of all culture and stuff like that.
But the Persians there was a lot of culture in that.
There were, so Noor Jahan and all, she was Persian, right? She was from Iran, and so were so many people. So, there's so much shared culture, lot of language. So, like, words, so many words are common, like khatarnak and all. These are all common words in Persian and in Hindi. So Hindi as a language doesn't exist only. Okay? There is no language called Hindi. Hindi is a short form for Hindustani. And Hindustani is a mixture of Urdu and and various Sanskrit based languages, Braj Bhasha and all of these. These are all clubbed together and they are called Hindustani. Which now we call Hindi and pretend it is some ancient language. It is not. It is a mixture language like all other languages, sir. Hindi is not a language. It doesn't exist. It is a
amalgamation of
many languages, which is the joy of Hindi, right? What used to be before of this uh,
Whatever.
what was going on now.
Yeah. But because I remember this episode with Bharti, your wife, and it's like she said about this that the amount of love that Iranians have for children, that is so. And I don't know whether you know, but the kind of cinema that Iran does, is basically all these amazing filmmakers like Kiarostami and Makmal Baf, and and they are. Now I think one of them is in jail and all that because of doing it, because it's all government controlled there. And their children's cinema there is amazing. And I think all of us, I would, whoever is listening to this, I think you should particularly try to discover, Iranian cinema. It's and it's so different from whatever else that gets made anywhere in the world. So in terms of children, and it's so real and live and low budget. And it's still so endearing and it touches your heart. So it's something that I think everybody should watch.
And actually, the downfall of Iran under theocratic rule should be a strong warning to everybody here who's, also, wants
Theocracy.
wanting a theocracy.
Yeah. This theocracy word is something which I think I had studied and learnt when I was giving my cat and the CET and all that. And now I suddenly find that it's actually valid everywhere around, a lot of places around the world. It's not only here. And people think, and it's religion based. But I think everything is a process. The way I've understood the world, whatever little I understand of it, is that everything is a process. You will have to pass through this process to emerge finally as however you will,
Yeah, but like I said, stupidity is an infinite resource. So.
So there's this one final thing that which I would like to know, is that what travel is left? What is it that is the big travels that are left in your life now, that you see and that you still need
Africa is one continent which I've barely touched. So I would like to explore Africa. And India itself, there's large parts of India which I have not visited. So especially the eastern coast. So basically, central India and the eastern coast from Madras right up to the Sundarbans. So that is one part which I have not seen. So the India में भी बहुत है देखने के लिए. And South America is one place which impressed me a lot. So I'd like to go back to Argentina. Argentina is like 3 times as big as India. So there's lots to see there. And the rest of it is also, all the other countries are amazing.
South America by itself is a very interesting, it's an interesting continent. It's
they are like a sort of, very similar to India, in which case they have got the Andes running right next to the coast.
Right.
Like we have the Sayadris and the Kokand. So they have got the Andes and Chile, and this side they have got jungle. So it's sort of, so South America is also very fascinating. Asia is, Central Asia is something that Bharti has been urging me to. So Russia is one amazing place to go to. The world is a huge place, lots to see.
So when do you plan to do all this?
I'm thinking, let's see.
So I think this was an amazing. I think this is my longest podcast, and it's almost 6 hours, which I'll probably break up into 3 episodes. And it was really nice because we know each other for like a long time.
Yeah, but we never had such a conversation.
Yeah, I have not had conversations with a lot of people. So, and I don't really stick to. I don't want it to be a kind of a celebrity podcast either. And I like to talk with people who have something to share. And it was an amazing thing. And I've always been a big fan of the amount of prolific writing that you do. I've always said it, I think, pretty publicly. And I don't think there are many people who write so prolifically, and it's a great talent. It's a great skill. And I don't even say about how well you write, badly you write. I don't think that matters in writing, personally. So I feel that people who want to read Ketan's travel logs should actually just check him out on Amazon and just say Ketan Joshi, and you will find I think at least 18 books, 15 books that I saw when I checked last, which are all available on that site. And there's this travelogues, and then there are these small there are this short story collection, and then there is also this book for if there are these wannabe marketing students, that what you don't learn in business school, maybe you don't need to go to business school after that. So you can learn that from his book. And this has been an absolutely wonderful conversation. And so thank you, Ketan, for coming
Thanks
and
a lot.
giving your time and talking with us.
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I hope you enjoyed this episode. I drop a new episode every Friday night at around 10 pm. I will also end this and every episode by recommending a film or a web series. But before that, here is a small message on how you can help to keep this podcast alive and growing. This episode is free and we intend to keep it that way. But it does take a lot of time, money and effort to produce the show. We research, write, record and edit before we finally present it to you. So if you wish to support our effort, you can help us produce the show by contributing any amount you wish on our website, conversationswithatul.com. Please note that the word conversations is plural with an S. So do visit conversationswithatul.com. Since we're talking about travel stories, here is my film reco. The film I recommend today is the Wes Anderson, Roman Coppola and Jason Schwartzman written and Wes Anderson directed film, The Darjeeling Limited. The film is a story of three brothers who a year after their father's funeral bond over a train trip to India. The Darjeeling Limited rates a high 7.2 out of 10 on IMDb. Do watch if you haven't already. Follow me on Twitter by following my Twitter handle Atul Taishete, spelled as ATULTAISHETE. Also, do visit my website Conversations, that is Conversations plural with an S. The complete website address is conversationswithatul.com. So see you next Friday at 10 pm with a different guest, a new episode and a fresh conversation right here on Conversations with Atul. Have a rocking fun week and stay safe. Thank you.